This broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G, Motorsport Australia, Playseat, The Gamesman, OG Gear, SimSpeed TV, Speed Cafe, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
4th of July 2025, and on that note, happy 4th of July to our American audience that might be tuning in this Friday morning, Friday evening here on the east coast of Australia as we zero in on the famed Spa Francorchamps circuit in Belgium, ladies and gentlemen. The epicenter of world motorsport at the moment, it would seem. The GTPRO Invitational is here tonight. Of course, last week it was the Intercontinental GT Challenge in the real world tonight. And over the course of the weekend, the Fun Car Cup 25 hour. And in 3 weeks' time, the Belgian Formula One Grand Prix. But as I said, tonight, our focus is the virtual world and round 3 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, and a round that brings with it so much promise and so much anticipation given the events internally within the iRacing server in the 7 weeks that have passed since the last time we were with you. A third of the championship down, 2 rounds, 2 different winners representing 2 different teams and 2 different manufacturers. Last time out at the Fuji International Speedway, we had a little bit of rain spice things up, but it was a night ultimately dominated by Eclipse Sim Sport and the Acuras and the McLarens of the world, and it'll be interesting to see if those 2 manufacturers are still the teams and drivers and manufacturers to beat here this evening. A very good evening, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed all around the world on the platforms of both the Australian Sim Racing Group and also SimSpeed TV. Welcome to our coverage of round 3 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. I'm Zach Capon, he's Scott Rankin. And I should say, these are not the palatial surroundings of my usual broadcast booth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm coming to you from Grenfell, Henry Lawson country in beautiful southwestern New South Wales this evening, where I'm based for the weekend commentating some karting action at the recently reopened Grenfell Kart Club circuit, and very much looking forward to that. And a big thanks to the Grenfell Kart Club and Karting New South Wales for being able to facilitate us here and get us going with some Starlink internet connection this evening to ensure that I can be in 2 places at once. Hello to you, Scott Rankin, in your natural habitat, your normal palatial surroundings up there on the north coast of New South Wales. Fascinating point of the championship, mate. I mean, there's already a few contenders that have come and gone. There's already been a couple of key contenders suffer a setback or 2 along the way throughout the course of the championship so far, but there's still 4 rounds to go. There's still plenty of time for misfortune to fall upon their opponents and them to claw their way back into proceedings. However, none of that's really important at the moment because the reinvention of the wheel in GT3 circles, as far as the iRacing server is concerned, has been the talk of the town of late coming in to this round of the championship. It's been a reinvention of the wheel, so to speak. It'll be interesting to see how it impacts tonight.
Well, at portions of 2025, you would be maybe a little bit unaware, but it has been a little bit Acura Cup coming to this point. We haven't necessarily seen it thus far. We actually saw a Corvette actually win round number 1 back at Daytona.
Correct.
And that was important because that is likely to be the last time that we see a Corvette, at least for the near future. Right now, the Corvette is considered to be the single worst car in the class, far and away. There is nobody that really wants to drive that car at the moment. And for me, it's going to be a tricky package to work with going into the future. But what does it do to the rest of the category? Well, this is the point standings as we move into round number 3. And you can see the Eclipse Sim Sports have got a little bit of control at the top of the order. However, when we talk about car selections, and again, we're going to be returning to that at multiple points throughout the season. I've just had a quick look at the Spa 24-hour pop because you mentioned it, Zach. It's going to be coming up in Simland next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend.
Correct.
So we're starting to get those first few markers of what the new GT3 category is going to be looking like moving forward. Well, is it going to be Acura Cup moving forwards? First signs seem to be no, but we've got ourselves a high downforce package that we're looking at here, similar to Watkins Glen. We've just seen Watkins Glen's 6-hour come our way in terms of Simland as well. So a little bit to look at the moment, but we're going to be talking points. It's really, really close. There's 2 points that currently separates the top of the town. And very, very importantly is that Eclipse Sim Sports number 17. They have an injured driver situation this evening. Jamie Christensen is driving incredibly injured. The guy is lucky to even be in the sim at the moment. They've drafted in Gianni Lutsu as their backup for them at the moment. Now, the reasons that they're actually allowed to draft in Gianni Lutsu is because Lutsu never participated in pre-qualifying and he hasn't driven a lap. He was registered as a driver for another team, but that team had actually withdrawn from the series prior to the start. So he's never turned a lap in the series, never turned a lap in pre-qualifying. Therefore, sort of the circumstances left him in as a free agent, and critically as well, I think it's the right call. If you've got a driver that's injured and might not be able to take part, you're effectively saying to Eclipse SimSport number 17, you can't do anything about it. So they've been allowed to bring in Lutsu there and utilise it. So I reckon a good decision made by Series, and that keeps that car in contention. Vermilion Esports cars right there in P3, P4. Arit Vanderwaal. The big thing is the results. You look at them on the timing tower there and you go, okay, that's what we've known thus far. But reinvention of the wheel, I think, was the right words. Zach, I 100% agree with that. I think you look at this top 10 and you go, yeah, that's maybe a form guide for the first half of the year. Everything from here on out is set to change.
And that's the important point as well, Scotty. I mentioned it's the third waypoint of the championship. At the end of the next 3 hours around the circuit, the Spa Francorchamps, which we're about to give you a more detailed look at now, ladies and gentlemen, will officially be at the halfway mark of this inaugural Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. There it is, located not too far from Brussels, of course, the famed circuit, the Spa Francorchamps. I want to come back to what Scotty was saying with regards to the SimWorld 24-hour next weekend in just a moment as well, and that's a heads up to both producer and co-commentator if I happen to forget it. Make sure you steer me back in the right direction, please. 7.004 kilometres, 7,004 metres around here. Opened originally in 1921. This has been the layout, however, since 2007. Yep, they've been racing around here for 104 years, ladies and gentlemen. And 19 turns, although Wikipedia says 20, funnily enough, I don't get it. And clockwise is the direction. We are, importantly to note, off the top, ladies and gentlemen, we had some clarification come through earlier in the day, courtesy of Jay Kennedy, of course, that we are running the Grand Prix pit lane configuration of the circuit tonight. So the source will be the first corner, and that'll give everybody a bit more of a chance to spread themselves out before they get down to Eau Rouge and Raidillon and the Camel Straight. Scotty, whilst we've got that map up on screen, this should be a fascinating race for a couple of different reasons. One, plenty of slipstreaming and drafting opportunities, but also no shortage of overtaking opportunities as well.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Drafting, but it's more than that as well, because the longer those straights as well, fuel saving becomes a big critical thing. There's a couple points about that though that are quite key. Is the speed at the back end of the Camel Straight. Number two is actually not something that you're looking at on the map. It's actually in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. 7.004 kilometers in track length. If you're going to save a lap worth of fuel, you have to save effectively an extra 7 kilometers worth of fuel to do that. Any other track, it's a lot simpler. Think of Bathurst, it's only 6.2 kilometers. That's an extra 800 meters you don't have to save in terms of fuel usage. So much on throttle time around here as well. Medium to high speed corners, a lot of wing, generally considered to be medium to high downforce kind of track as well. So important points to note.
And interesting that you mentioned that. It's the second longest circuit on the tour. The longest is the next stop, the Circuit de la Sarthe, Le Mans, France. And then, of course, behind Spa is the track you just mentioned, Mount Panorama Bathurst, all 6,213 metres of it in all of its glory here on November 21. We're very much looking forward to that. Live pictures coming into you now from the Spa Francorchamps circuit. 2 drivers needed, likely 2 pit stops in this race tonight, and a 20-minute qualifying session awaiting us. In fact, about to get underway. You can see the clock counting down on the end of practice in about 93 seconds time. And then a 20-minute qualifying session awaits. And whilst we haven't read too much into it throughout the course of the season so far, Scotty, qualifying has actually proven to be quite vitally important.
Yeah, I think qualifying is going to be a really, really big factor, I think, in the season moving forward. Spa is probably one of the rounds where it doesn't matter anywhere near as much. And the reason that it's not going to matter anywhere near as much is because of the overtaking potential that you have around here. When you look at a lot of the other tracks, Daytona is sort of similar, a lot of ability to get the overtakes done, do them quite willingly. But yeah, so at Spa, it's not necessarily maybe the same level. For me, yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to get qualifying wrong and still make your way through the field here. So definitely important. It's not as if you want to be a top 10 car and you want to be 25th and on backwards. That's certainly going to hamper your night. You're going to lose touch with that lead pack. So there is that element to it, but it's not the high stakes. You've got to stick the lap together and you're going to get the overtake done.
Indeed. Just having a look at a couple of things here. Firstly, the leaderboard for practice, which is a nice little indicator as to where we're going for qualifying. Great to see some Mustangs up there in the top 10, taking the fight to the McLarens and the Acuras. In fact, it's a McLaren-heavy top 10 at the moment. You've got to look all the way down to 18th to find the first of the Ferraris. There are some BMWs and a few others in the field as well. We'll get to that a little bit later. But the most interesting thing for mine, Scotty, a Lamborghini won the Real World Intercontinental GT Challenge 24 here last week at the Spa Francorchamps circuit. And Lamborghini was the only manufacturer not nominated by any team whatsoever in this GTPRO Invitational Series for our great friends at the Gamesman. So it's fascinating that Lamborghini is making some inroads in the real world, but no one wants to borrow them in the sim world. Hopefully in, the course of time with BOP updates and other things, that will change. And speaking of BOP updates, I believe there was some of that coming up. You mentioned it a few moments ago, directly linked to the Spa 24. So it'll be interesting to see whether that sways people back towards the Lamborghini and other servers. Of course, they don't get the chance to go and have a steer of it now in our series. You get to nominate your two manufacturers at the start of the season. That's it, as cars make their way onto the circuit for a vitally important and no doubt frantic 20-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, so the car selection, the thing is, it's come up every single time that we've talked about this series, and I really like the rules. I'm going to continue to stand by that rules, and a lot of people will be sitting there going, well, yeah, you kind of paid by this. There's nothing in that. This is a unique ruling. Now, it comes with two bits and pieces. If there was no major overhaul to the category, but we received a new car, would you be allowed to go and pick a new car? No, absolutely you wouldn't. And again, it's that same sort of thing. We're just sticking with two cars. You pick two cars that are available at the start of the year and you stick with them no matter what changes. You are basically saying, we like this car, we like this package, we like this one where we don't like the other one. We think this is the best two ways forward. That is just how it is. And to be perfectly honest, I'm going to stand by it. There was a couple of people going, oh, we don't necessarily like it. Do we get a free opportunity to pick out two new cars? No, you picked them, you stuck with them. And
good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Well, it's not even good luck. I think your car selections come with consequences. Is the big, if you're in a real world team and you bought a Ferrari, well, you got a Ferrari. You can't just jump halfway through the season into a Porsche. That's just not going to happen. So
no. And there's a couple of other questions that I want to ask you here, mate, but I just want to quickly get some stats away. You saw on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there a few moments ago. Right now, you can see just how busy a track map that is. Earlier, you saw the track and weather conditions. Of course, nice, sunny, 21 the ambient, 30, what have we got? Just over 30 degrees on track right now as well. Don't you hate it when a Discord notification pops up right in your view on your PC as you're trying to commentate, ladies and gentlemen? 39 degrees the track temperature, cloudy conditions, 17 km/h winds at 59% humidity. That's why we love live broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. No, the point I wanted to make here, Scott, is when you have a look, car 397's run into trouble on the outlap here. Let's have a look at this. On the white lines down at the end of the Camel Straight. Uh-oh. Bang. Cold tyres, Scott.
Yeah, that's just bringing them in. So we'll be talking about the update to the package and everything that's going on and moving forwards. But one of the bigger things is that new tyre model. So cold tyres in this car were adjusted a while back, and they didn't sort of come into it until that sort of lap 2 of the run, which, starting to build towards there. There's actually some debate that the best lap on the tyre now might be lap 3, might be lap 4, might be lap 5. So around a longer track, it could be lap 3. Shorter tracks, you might not see it until lap 5. But the other big advantage is that you can have a little bit of a slide of the rear tyres, of the front tyres. Previously, that would have peaked the tyre temperatures and they never would have come back to you. That was a little bit of a fallback in the sim. So that's gaming. That's one of the things, is that it isn't real life. At the same time, we're attempting to mimic that, but the system is going to have some uniqueness to it. They've gotten a lot closer though, so you can have a slide, the car will stay underneath you. There used to be a way that you drove these GT cars whereby you get them to approximately the limit and then bring them back from the limit a little bit, and the reason wasn't necessarily to drive the car at 98, 99%. It was to not slide the tyres at all, because any temperature in them would stay in the tyre. That would ruin the tyre for the rest of the run. So it was prevent the slip angle in the tyre at any cost. That was the worst possible thing you could do to a car.
A couple of interesting things here, just as we await about 35 seconds and the start of lap times coming in thick and fast here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 15 minutes and 40 seconds left in the qualifying session. Winning margin in round 1 was 7.73 seconds. Winning margin in round 2, 5.86. So, I mean, you're still looking at 7.73 and 5.8. So we're talking 13.5. So you're still talking 6.75 seconds is the average winning margin through the first 2 rounds of the series. It'll be interesting to see if it's smaller or larger than that threshold after 3 hours here tonight. Time's coming in now. You'll see him on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Damon Woods, not surprisingly. Oh, trouble here for Hamish Cleland in the Ferrari, the 197, I should say. And he'll be limping back to pit lane. And there's already been 2 cars trip up on both the formation lap or the sighting lap and, of course, that first flyer as well. Damon Woods, unsurprisingly, Scotty, picking up where he left off a few weeks ago when we reconvened for Fuji, round 2 of the championship, of course. Zach Ratway-White and Alexander Bird, the early pace setters here after the first flying lap. 2:16.727, the pace is hot right off the top. This is interesting, though, isn't it? Because one of the points of interest within regards to what we were talking about off the top of the show, the reinvention of, or the revolution of GT3 racing within the iRacing platform, as we see yet another replay. The replay is coming in thick and fast. Drivers tripping up. This is one of the juiced entries at Blanchimont, and that was the replay of that Hamish Cleland incident. So we caught the back end of that for the Ferrari, and that was how it happened for you, ladies and gentlemen. The discussion was all around McLaren and Acura when we were at Fuji, and we were wondering if the overhaul of GT3 racing within iRacing itself would change that. And would it appear not at this early point? Acura, McLaren still prominent in the top 6, but good to see a little bit of a fight back from a couple of Mustang entries early on.
Yeah, so I was digging through that data, remember, because we're heading into the Spa 24 hours. Now, again, for the Spa 24 hours in sim, you can select any car that you want. There's no restrictions on that. The series doesn't have that application to it. But some of the data that I was looking at from the iRacing side, we've already received an early balance of performance. Of course, this series runs no balance of performance. The Acura got 10 kilograms worth of weight thrown at it and 1% worth of power taken away from it. The McLaren, however, 5 kilograms of weight added, no power adjustment. But if you have a look at those top 4 cars, they're all McLarens at the moment. And those are all teams that I'm pretty sure where their selections were Acura and McLaren. So that's 4 cars basically. They're going, well, that data that iRacing's got thus far and the adjustments that they've made, that's not technically correct for how we see the cars. McLaren's a really, really balanced dynamic package. I've actually done some testing in it around here. I haven't actually driven any other cars. I've only driven the McLaren so far because it's a little bit limited on time. But the McLaren felt very nice, very pointy, balanced at the same time. It wasn't on edge, and that's a really good starting point for that car.
That's right, on board with the Vermilion Esports entry, Toyota Rhino, just relegated to 22nd position, 2.6 off the pace on the first flying lap. Let's wait and see if he can improve on that, 2:18.832. Remembering that the benchmark is now Zach Ratway-White, 2:16.209, and Ryan Bettis is up in the second spot. Damon Wood's second flying lap has been relegated to 3rd. Here comes Teo Serrano up onto the main straight. Can he find his way up the order from 26th? He should be able to, 2:17.10. And he'll... No. Ooh, okay, interesting. So that gives you an indication as to how hot the pace is at the moment out there. My goodness. That Teo Serrano still finds himself that far down the order. 2.623 seconds off the pace at the moment. And 0.028 covering first and second. And top 13 covered by less than a second. But the interesting thing is, Scotty, there's still 11 and a half minutes to go, which at 2:16 a lap, well, let's face it, you've got at best 5 or 6 laps if you want to go all guns blazing, all out, right off the outset and just go hell for leather and not come back into the pit lane, reset, regroup. I think if we're being more realistic about it, you don't have 6 laps up your sleeve.
No, you definitely don't. And like I said, I think the best laps are going to come out of lap 3, lap 4 on the tyre. I think what's going to happen is maybe you'll go for a 1-lap push, 1-lap cool, but it's not going to be a dramatic. You're going to get right out of it to cool the tyre off. You're going to trundle around at maybe 80%, basically just making sure the tyre's still up, but it's not hard pressed. What I'm seeing from Alex Bird at the moment is behind the wheel of this car. Just having a quick look at his qualifying times. He's on 3 back-to-back push laps, and push lap number 2 was actually the best of the lot of it. He's getting a huge toe from Blake Urquhart here, but the problem is he's not going to get there early enough, and that's going to cost them both time, that tip in right there. And that's bravery, a little bit of contact between the two of them, and that'll cancel the lap time from the pair of them. So
unlucky. Reset, go again. Do you want clear air at this point, or do you not mind having a dance partner, Scott?
Dance partner for the straights, but a dance partner that's willing to work with you and let you go as soon as you get to the back end of the straights. But then, for my money, I think you need a dance partner that then, okay, you've played the game with them, they've given you the huge toe, it's then your turn, but you've got to keep up through the middle sector. Middle sectors of the lap is where you need the downforce, and it's also where you're going to suffer from the dirty air effects.
Our little graphics sheet on the right-hand side of the screen at the start of the qualifying session. Byron Pierce at the second, if you don't mind. Ho-ho! Shots fired. Ryan Bettis to the top. The Arexi Esports entry. It's a Mustang 1-2. I'm not sure if we saw that one coming. What will the McLaren's Alpha up in response to that? We'll wait and see. 2:16.07. 2:16.07. The standing lap time at the moment. These are phenomenal lap times in this qualifying session. Is there a 15 in this track? The Mustangs are 1 and 2 on a 34-degree circuit. So that has dropped 5 degrees. That's dropped 5 degrees during this session alone. And the Mustangs have made the most of it. 1 Performance Racing and Arexi Esports, 1-2 at the halfway mark of qualifying, and Zach Ratwave White in third. 0.138 covers third and first, and 0.002 covers third and fourth at the moment. 3 manufacturers in the top 4. That's what we like to see.
Remember how I said that you want to stay away from that Chevy? Well, have a look at it. It's only 3.5 tenths off the space down in P10. So it's actually a lot further up than I necessarily expected from it. So they've found a really good stable set for that car. The biggest attribute for the Chevy, I think, was its straight line speed back at Daytona, which is why you saw it on top. They trimmed that thing right out, and it seemed to work quite well. Again, new platform, new aero platform, new tyre platform. So, but from Job Stewart, the lap time has been good thus far. Reese Goosel moves the Acura to P1. So Mustangs, the biggest thing in the data that I was looking at was the Mustang had 15 kilos and 1.5% worth of power taken away from it in the iRacing bot for Spa for next weekend. Now again, that's not a final bot, so that's their first numbers that they put out. They'll get a little bit of data come back to them after they throw that performance adjustment out there. So that won't be a final balance, but what it does do is it gives us a really good marker of where we expect the manufacturers to be, and we're starting to see that. Guys that have access to the Mustang jumped over there. And the other thing was the other car that received the same power reduction, Mercedes, 1.5% power, but it only received 5 kilos added to it. So the Mustang was the heavy. If you think about it, one of those giant big squeaky air hammers, the Mustang got whacked with one of them a few times.
0.385 covers the top 11 in qualifying right now. This is going in the right direction of being the closest qualifying session of the season so far. Extraordinary times here, and I think it's highlighting the importance of this series, the intensity of this series, and everybody that has a point to prove after maybe not necessarily achieving what they're hoping to through the first 2 rounds have come back with vengeance and with redemption in mind as we arrive at the Spa Francorchamps circuit. Scotty, one thing that I didn't get to ask you yet, mate, and I'm hoping that nothing happens on screen for the next 30 seconds that I get to, because every time I've gone to talk about it, something's happened. We ride on board with Zach Ratway White. Let's watch that clock down the bottom of the screen. Scotty, the graphics sheet that we saw there on the right-hand side of the screen suggested likely a 2-stop race, but we thought that at Daytona it ended up being 3, so we probably can't yet rule that out either.
Well, yeah, it'll matter about how much that you can sort of tow up, because these guys will be running a fair bit of wing, and won't necessarily be the most triggered in terms of the draft will offer a little bit more support when you've got that much amount of wing. And have a look at the steering angle that Ratchet White's. I would expect it to be a 2-stop race. You can save quite aggressively, but the big key is the pace of the race. If this temperature continues to drop up, pace of the race goes up, fuel burn goes up as well. We're seeing that. The other thing to consider, it's not a confirmed dry race. I don't
Yes.
think it'll rain. I don't think we'll get to a wet tyre, but the clouds are lurking and they are dark.
And it is Belgium after all. I've seen this track throw up some spectacular wet weather in the past, whether we were expecting it or not. One thing I'm grateful that we haven't seen yet, fog. And with the track temperature and the ambient temperature the way it is and the time of day the way it is, I think we're safe from a repeat of the farcical scenes of a Formula 1 Grand Prix there a few years ago. Reese Goussel, Evolution Racing, P1 at the moment. The OPR entry of Ryan Bettis second, Areti Esports, Byron Pierce third, Zach Ratway-White fourth, and Josh Perwin there in fifth place. 5 different teams in the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. Acura, Mustang, McLaren, and Chevy in 7th through Job Stewart. Last round's winner, Damon Woods, in 6th. And it's great to see 4 different manufacturers in the top 10. We were worried about it being the Acura Cup or Acura v McLaren again. Chevy, Mustang, standing up in qualifying and saying, hey, don't forget about us. Here's Daniel Poulton now in the Acura 13th, trying to get into the top 10. But we've already seen, Scott, just how difficult an assignment that is, considering that it's 0.421, the deficit between 1st and 13th at the moment. Sun poking back through as well, so that'll bring with it a potential increase in track temperature before this qualifying session is done. 4 minutes to go.
Yep. So just keeping a fair bit of an eye on a few bits and pieces that are going on at the moment. Poulton's still pressing on in this Acura for the meantime. 12th place is the first of the Audis as well in Lachlan Capel's hands, and they weren't particularly happy about the options that they had available to them. It was either Audi, I believe, or Chevy. So that's a tough pill to swallow. Jackson Rehana is the first of the Ferraris, all the way down in 16th spot at the point in time. They're 8/10 off overall pole, and well, Zach, you wanted to see a 15? There it is.
There it is, right on cue. And Reese Goussel and Zach Ratway-White, so 2 of them, 2:15.84 and 2:15.96 for Evolution and Eclipse. So Zach Ratway-White displaces Ryan Bettis, moves up to 2nd. Reese Goussel improves, retains provisional pole, and we're on to probably our second to last flying lap here, ladies and gentlemen. We've picked up the Synergy Sim Racing entry of Ewan Baker. Now we've picked up Lockhart Brownlee, aggressively weaving to try and get some heat into those tyres in the Orbit Drop Bear entry as they make their way down to the bottom of the lap. Now, Eclipse 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Damon Woods to 2nd. We've got another one in the 15s. We've now got 4 in the 15s, if you don't mind, because Byron Phillips is squeezed in there as well. 0.143 covering 1st and 4th. Extraordinarily tight session, this one, ladies and gentlemen. All these men leaving nothing on the table. Madison Downs moved his way up into 7th for Trans-Tasman Racing as well. It is all going off here at the final point of qualifying. Some of these guys will now be starting their last flying lap. Goussel, Woods, Ratway-White, Byron Phillips, Ryan Bettis. Here is Benjamin Brook in 32nd. What can he muster up? Nothing this time round. In fact, he's done. Benny Brook is done.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on a couple of cars. Worthwhile noting as well, that sun came back out. So track temp got down as low as 31.1. That sun's been back out for what, a minute? 90 seconds? 32.8. So swinging aggressively at the moment with the amount of cloud cover we're receiving. You could actively see how much brighter it is right out there. We've come out of that gloom.
Here's Byron Pierce, looking to improve on 8th. Won't do it this time round. Off on his last flying lap. So too Lockhart Brownlee now. Reese Goussel, he's out to try and retain that pole position time of 2:15.843, even improve on it and make it harder for the likes of Damon Woods, Zach Ratway-White and Byron Phillips. Zach Ratway-White to P1 and to 15.6. He's put 1/4 of a second on the field at just the right point of the session. Everybody gets one last opportunity to try and pip him, but Zach Ratway-White may have just put Eclipse Sim Sport on pole.
Oh, that was a lap. That was a stonking lap from Harrison Lillis as well. He jumps all the way up inside the top 10, so that was time for that lap. This is it. This is it. This is the big one. You haven't got any more time that you can wait. You've got to sort of be on the lap right now. 45 seconds left to get back to the start-finish line. Great Head's going to come through. He's going to get another opportunity to go up there. I've just seen another car improve. I think Byron Phillips just put in another stonker lap, so he's just gone to third. They're all coming out deep in this session. You know, I don't think the track temperature is one of the key factors here, Zach. I want to say it's rubber on the track.
Yeah, grip. Absolutely. The grip is coming to them, Scott. I agree with you. Checkered flags, 19 seconds off flying. We've got our Gamesman grid walk for you in just a few moments' time, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to go back and acknowledge our OG Gear hard charger from the last round of the championship as well. We'll do all of that before we go green. In the meantime, here's Alexander Bird trying to improve on 6th. He will get a chance to go again. Checkered flag is out. Qualifying is done. These are the last laps of the session, the defining moments, and Teo Sorono is trying to improve on a 2:16.733.
Yeah, and critically, did you see right where Brady Myers was right up in behind the Van der Waal sim racing car? So he's going to be trying his absolute best to be getting a monster of a toe off Alexander Bird at the moment as well. Sorono's going to bite back into pit lane. Have a look at them all.
So is Adam Hughes. Byron Pierce. Let's go onto the main straight. Let's wait and see who can do what here on the run to the line. Can anyone pip Zach Ratway White's 2:15.604? Not at this point in time. Reese Goosell's second. Pierce moves up to 6th. Burden down, relegated to 7th and 8th. Harrison Lewis remains in 9th. There goes Lockhart Brownlee. Forget about him. Not going to improve on that run to the line. Reese Goosell's parked up and done as well. Zach Ratway White looking good here to claim pole position. Harrison Lewis, what has he got left in the tank? Can he improve on 9th? 2:16.170. The pace at this session has been relentless, ladies and gentlemen. Main straight, checkered flag. Harrison Lewis, 2:16.3. No improvement there. But if they can match this with race pace, we're in for a thriller tonight. Brenton Hobson! The experienced hand of the 88 into P6.
Really
All-class
session.
Brenton Hobson. How about that?
And you know what, Zach? The track's still climbing. We're up into the 36-degree marker at this point in time. So it is cooked. This track is starting to go away from these drivers. Greg Patrick's going to abandon his final lap as well. The 952 Benefield will be here. I think he'd be expecting to be a little bit higher up. There's nothing in it for him. Madison down still on a flying up. But remember, I reckon that track's just gone off. Myers got a huge toe from the source all the way to the Camel, and then Alexander Bird. Remember, we were talking about you need downforce in that middle sector. Bird dived out of the way. So he got all the toe that he needed, didn't get any of the penalty from the dirty air, but is the lap there with him?
No. No is the short answer. Wowee. The versatile brilliance of Brenton Hobson, he's been chipping away at this GT car and this GT caper all season. He's now bagged himself at outside of the third row starting position for the next 3 hours. What a lap from him. Byron Pierce, 7th. Alexander Bird, Madison Down, and Ewan Baker, the top 10. But Zach Ratway White, the number 17, has scored himself pole position for round 3 of the 2025 Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series across the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and also Sim Speed. It's great to have your company, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to hear from some drivers on the grid. We're going for a grid walk tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to hear from 1st, 15th, our round 1 winner, Lockie Capel, and 25th, Lockhart Brownlee as well. But we'll be chatting to Zach Ratway White in just a moment, and I'm looking forward to that immensely. The session is done. We will have the qualifying results there for you in just a moment. Scotty, qualifying lived up to the hype and then some. If they can match that in the next 3 hours and produce a race anywhere near as intense as what we've just seen over the first 20 minutes of the night, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because you saw the pace sort of come and go. And remember, those Mustangs in the hotter conditions right at the start of the session, they weren't quick, but then the pace came to them. And you know what? They never even ended up on the front row. So it's going to be McLaren from Acura on the front row, Zach.
Indeed. Zach Ratway White and Reese Goosell. Eclipse versus Evolution to the first turn. And those two teams have both got an outright win to their name so far this season. Byron Phillips is continuing the Eclipse Sim Sport run, and Damon Woods and all Eclipse second row there third and fourth. And just look at those margins, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Bettis and Brenton Hobson. That's a great result for Hobbo. That's Mustang of his flying with the bright red that you'd more commonly associate with Ferrari tonight. They're going to share the third row. Fourth row will be Byron Pierce and Alexander Bird. So Aretti and Vendaval on that fourth row of the grid. And rounding up the top 10, Madison Down. Great to see the experienced hand of one of our V8 legends, our supercar favourites for Trans-Tasman Racing in there alongside Ewan Baker for Synergy Sim Racing. So Synergy have 2 in the top 10. That's a great result for them. 0.5 covered the top 10. Scott, let's have a look at 11 through 20.
Yeah, Josh Perwine, one of the Vermilion Esports McLarens, is going to get in there from the Orbit Drop Jupiter car of Harrison Lillers. Job Stewart, he was inside the top 10 and the best performing Corvette for a bulk of that session. He falls just outside the 10. And Andrew Skoldilis in the Frogley juicing black Mustang at a 14th spot. The 31 car, the first of the Audis, all the way down in 15th, and it's going to be an unloved child, I think, here tonight for Lachlan Capel. They're going to be fighting with the pointiness of that car. Reese Wakefield with the Acura will line up alongside that 16th. Ninth row of the grid is going to be that of Brady Myers and Simrigs.com Trans-Tasman machine in the 22 car. That car fell through the field after being quick early on. Sam Chapman will line up alongside of him. Vermilion Esports McLaren, all McLaren row number 9. Final row inside of the top 20 is going to be Mustang of Adam Hughes and One Performance Racing car. They were quick early on in the session, fell back nearly immediately once the track started to quicken up, and Jackson Rayhana, the first of the Ferraris. There is a couple in the field, and that's the first.
Dean Mackay is going to share row 11 with Joshua Andrew, another one of the Summit entries, of course. The 12th row will be that of the Iridium Sim Sport entry of Logan Howard from 23rd and Sebastian Vandel for Vermilion from 24th. Those Vermilion entries scattered right throughout the field tonight. 13th row, Lockhart Brownlee, who you're about to hear from, and Ben Jeffrey alongside him for the Bluebell Racing team. 14th row is where you find Wayne Burke, again another Vermilion entry alongside the Momentum Motorsport entry of Tim Hancock. And the 15th row, and yes, they keep on coming, ladies and gentlemen, Devon Stove alongside Matt Arnold for TriStar Racing. And Scott, I'll let you bring it home.
Ocean Coliangelo deep in the field. She'll be out there for Team Max Boost tonight. She has had a change of organisation. We'll be working with Evolution Racing Team moving forward, but this was prior to that arrangement. We'll complete the season for Team Max Boost. Brody Sentence will be outside on 32nd. 33rd is Daniel Benefield in the 9.5 Sim Sports Ferrari, off alongside of Benjamin Brook in the Mustang. Look for that car to be nice and quick early on. Ryan Mueller is going to be one of the few BMWs listed in the field here for 35th spot, 2.5 seconds off the pace. So some work to do for these guys. Luke Swan to line up alongside in the 36th place Ferrari for 9.5 Sim Sports. Last car I said at the time was Nick Kearney in the Full Send Motorsports Porsche. Before we get back to a couple cars failing to set times, Hamish Cleland was one of those in 39th spot, and I am showing a Evolution Racing Team 462 entry in the server, but I'm seeing no further action from that, so I'm not 100% confident. It was Daniel Hall that was registered in the one, so I don't believe that's actually a racing car, but that one won't turn a lap. So
that news also, Scotty, at the top of the screen. I missed the second number, but 953 and 397 cars 953 and 397 will find themselves starting from the pit lane for qualifying infractions. The gamesman grid walk now as we welcome in our pole sitter, Zach Ratway White. What a night for you blokes. I mean, we already detailed it off the top that Jamie Christensen's a little bit sore, and we know the reason for that. We've already elaborated on that. You've got one hell of a reserve sub driver up your sleeve in Gianni Latsu, but you've led from the front, young man. What a scintillating lap in qualifying to earn yourself the right to lead the field to green. Well played.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good lap. I didn't quite expect it to be that much of a margin, but I'll take it.
Were you as surprised as we were at the intense pace and just the tightness of margins car to car in that qualifying session? And also the second part of the question here, Zach, what are your overall thoughts on the changes to the GT3 formula thrown at us by iRacing in the last 7 weeks between the last time we raced in the GT Pro Caper?
But I feel like the track tent was kind of the big factor there. You kind of just needed to be out and circulating at the right time, and we had a run plan sorted because we knew we couldn't get 2 3-lap runs in, or at least we thought we all had to tow at the end. But yeah, the new GT3s is what it is. I quite like them. Some people don't, but that's their opinion. I like the cold tire aspect. It makes it a little bit tricky. I think there might be a couple people that get caught out on this first lap, maybe up the top of the hill, but I don't know.
Last one before we let you go, Zach, because we've got Jay now here giving us the hurry up here and letting us know that we've got about 4 minutes before you guys are going to be released behind the pace car there to get the race underway, mate. What's the plan of attack here, and will you use all 3 drivers at some point tonight?
Just try and stay alive for the first lap. That would be pretty handy. That would be good if Jamie doesn't fence it and make it 2 cars in a row that he's ruined. And no, we will not be seeing Gianni tonight. We just wanted them as a sub, just in case that Jamie didn't want to drive tonight. But it looks like it's just going to be us 2.
That's a drive-by that I wasn't expecting so early on a Friday night, Zach. Well played. Poor Jamie. We're glad that he's okay. That's the main thing. Yes, he's a little bit sore, but he's okay. Go well tonight, mate. Hopefully we're talking to you at the end. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Scott Rankin, we're going to head down to 15th now, where you're going to have a chat with our round 1 winner, Lockie Capel.
Yeah, Lucky, obviously change of the cars moving into tonight, update to that package, and you guys really seem as if you're one of the teams that's most affected by it. Different outlook for the car that's ahead of you, though. The number 7 car, they've actually elected to move on with the Corvette. Not feeling as comfortable with that. You feel like the Audi's just a little bit better than the Corvette at the moment. We've already documented quite heavily that Corvette's at the moment. It's just not the loved child in this category.
If it's the fact that it's not loved, or the fact that when I tried to drive it, it tried to kill me on every corner. So I chose the safer option. I've got Bowen with me tonight. Not as many laps really at all, but none of us, we're just going in for a little bit of fun. We obviously want to see if we can get a good result for the team, especially how we picked up well at the start of the season. But I think our car choices aren't the best. As even though this bop change has been useful, we should have picked the front engine car. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, okay, so difficult to work with moving forwards. Obviously, I'm sure the stability is going to come back into that car in later patches at the moment. What's the run plan tonight? Is it going to be 2 stops? Who's going to be doing the bulk of the driving for you guys?
Be most likely me. We might see if we try and get Bo in the middle. Otherwise, Bo will finish it out. Hopefully, we can have a good result.
All right, mate. Well, congratulations on at least being inside the top 15. Best of the Arties, and get the head down.
Thank you.
Right.
Very nicely done. From the round 1 winner, we're going to go down to 25th position. We're going to find Lockhart Brownlee, who joins us in the booth now. Lockhart, it's Zach in the booth, mate. Good evening to you. Very quickly, sum it up for us. What went wrong in qualifying, and what are you hoping to do to turn it around in terms of overall performance over the next 3 hours?
Didn't get the lap together, ran into a bit of traffic, ran a bit into skill problems as well. So yeah, it just wasn't me. Wasn't my quality, I guess. So yeah, just got to knuckle down, keep it out of drama for the I'm sure there's going to be someone spinning at a Rouge here, so back it off the car in front or something, and make sure I get through lap 1 and then see how we go. So that's the game plan.
Sum it up for me in 30 seconds, mate. Your thoughts on the overhaul of the GT3 from your perspective? We've had 3 weeks to get used to it now.
Yeah, I haven't had 3 weeks. I've been doing majors and a P2, and then I've been doing scops and stuff. So I haven't had the best prep time for this, but I mean, yeah, I've got plenty of time in the future to get ready and used to them, and they seem pretty okay on the get-go. So no, we'll see how we go, and good luck to everyone else in the race.
And good luck to you as well, mate. The safety car's about to head off towards the pit lane, and we're about to green flag this thing and release you guys in anger for the next 3 hours. Go well.
Thank you.
Scotty Rankin, some final thoughts from you before we get this thing underway. A tip and why?
I'm having a look at that front row. You just said Jamie Christensen's going to be talking to Zach about that pole position car. Their goal is to survive lap 1. That sort of says the level of difficulty that these cars with a full fuel tank are going to have getting through and surviving that first lap. There could be some surprises here. Realistically, the fact that those Mustangs fell away a little bit, they may be better in race trim. So, look, I'm probably looking at one of the Mustangs to be strong. At the moment, the leading Mustang's the One Performance Racing number 43. Keep your eye on that 5th, 6th, and 7th cars, so 43, 88, and 79.
Agreed. It's very hard to pick between, I mean, considering how tight that qualifying session was, but the boys nailed the point. It's about survival. And there are some teams that need a result tonight, because if they don't bag a decent result here, they can just about kiss their championship hopes goodbye. Such has been the intensity, such has been the drama associated with the first 6 hours of racing we've seen so far in 2025. We're a third of the way through the season, 2 rounds down, 4 rounds to go. One of the most prestigious, legendary, famed, historic circuits on the tour will get us to the halfway mark of the campaign. It'll be Jamie Christensen starting the Eclipse SimSport entry. The 456 alongside him. Track temperature is sitting steady at 33 degrees. Ambient temperature at 20 degrees. 11 minutes past 2. A local server time. It's 24 minutes to 9 on the East Coast. 24 minutes to 7 on the West Coast. 24 minutes to 11 in New Zealand. And we are getting ready to rock and roll for the next 3 hours. Round 3 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Live, loud and free on a Friday night. Let's go to work at Spa.
Here we go.
Start. And intense off the line. This first corner is tricky, Scott.
Dylan Shepherd got down the inside. First in the cars to spin was Damon Woods. He actually got straightened back out and survived. Have a look at the scramble fest. 3 wide, elbows out, paint traded. And remember, I was talking about that OPR car. They've got their nose into 3rd place. 2 by 2 as they fire into Eau Rouge Radion for the first time for 3 hours worth of racing. Oh, the OPR car's in the fence. It's going to bounce across the track. Somehow they all got away.
How? We'll never know. Dylan Shepherd's night is just about done from the outset. Can you believe that? Zach Ratway-White mentioned the potential for drama. Lockhart Brownlee mentioned someone spinning at a Rouge and Radion. They nailed the point. They saw it coming. I might get them to pick my lotto numbers next week with that sort of prediction, that sort of accuracy. It's very disappointing for Dylan Shepherd. It's a long night from there for those guys. And we had 38 starters tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Benefield also sitting down there in trouble. In fact, there it is on screen. Daniel Benefield. No, sorry, that's Ben Jeffrey in 36th. Benefield is also in trouble further behind. There he is. So he struck issue on the first lap as well. And we've got remember the 953 entry of Luke Swan started from pit lane. He's up there in 34th now as a result of all the attrition we've seen so far. Extraordinary drama here, but at the front, Jamie Christensen controlled this race from Byron Phillips and John Peasnick. Byron Pearson, Brenton Hobson's moved up into the top 5. Damon Woods back to 6th in the early stages. Replay of the start. OG Gear replay.
Check this out. So, is it getting loose yet? Loose all on his own from number 5 entry. And that had Damon Woods behind the wheel. It got a little bit straightened out. Then they get down here. We've actually just had a tow request from that Dylan Shepherd car, by the way. So this is how he's ended up in the position that he's in. And watch, it's all the way out and over the curbs.
How did he miss everybody more to the point?
There was just a gap for him to feed through.
So there is the Shepherd entry parked up. And you know what that's probably going to result in, don't you?
Potentially safety
car. Not be surprised if we hear the call safety car boards and flags next time around. And that would be the earliest safety car in the series. It would only be the second of the entire campaign. We only had one at Fuji. We went caution free at the Daytona International Speedway. There it is, safety car boards and flags. And it's to put the Dylan Shepherd OPR number 43 entry on a tow rope. Such an unfortunate start for him. And the number 44 Evolution Racing entry also showing a lap down at this point as well. If we can get a look at that. It's not starting. I'm just hearing in my earpiece as well. So that means that we'll be down to 37 already, gentlemen.
So the reason for that, that car's actually registered incorrectly. It is a safety car that's actually going to be out there. I believe it'll be driven by Dan Hall. Safety car here tonight. And keep your eyes on that Mercedes at the moment, because that's the car that also is heavily damaged. It's 3 wide through the chicane. There was a McLaren fed off. I think that one might have been one of the Vermilion entries. And have a look at this, Biffo. We didn't see this.
No.
Where do you go?
Oh. Right. So the field will make its way back around to the control line, and it will meet the safety car on the Endurance main straight, because it will exit from pit lane of the Grand Prix configuration and pick the team up out of La Source. So we've already seen such drama here, Scott. We've already seen quite a few cars banged and clanged, a bit of battle wounds already evident. And therefore there's a few people chasing their tail for the balance of the evening, not least Luke Swan, of course, in the 953 entry, having started from pit lane. Daniel Benefield, let's have a look at this replay of the number 25 getting caught up in this garbage. There's the first point of contact. So race control's got a fair bit of sorting to do after all of that, I would imagine.
Look at the Porsche that got fed in the fence, and the other McLaren as well.
Race control will be scurrying through that footage to adjudicate on whether it's going to be deemed a racing incident or whether somebody's going to be hurled across the coals, I would imagine. Scott, there's our safety car out on circuit. And no surprise to see a couple of people taking advantage of the early caution to go and top up the fuel tank. Wayne Burke being one of them, Josh Andrew the other. And I dare say there'll be a few more where that came from. Just updating you as well, folks, we also saw Josh Andrew in the 25 Summit SimSport entry. He's on pit lane right now. Ben Jeffrey did jump into pit lane as well. Dylan Shepherd will be there for a while because his night is done. So I'm actually a little bit surprised, Scott, that we didn't see more cars that were caught up in that contretemps make their way into pit lane as well. Maybe they're able to carry on with very minimal compromisation courtesy of the damage that they've sustained.
So you remember seeing the 2 Summit SimSports cars, basically Linus Stern and the Ferraris. That is the 525 of Ben Jeffrey. It's been in the pit lane for a very long time. They've actually fallen off the lead lap at this point in time. So that's a lot of damage. You can see the nose of it just starting to pop back out right now. So they did drive around and get back to the pit lane, but they're off the lead lap. So effectively their night, they're relying on another safety car to get them back into this one potentially. Other cars worth talking about: Daniel Benefield in the 952 Summit SimSport, 95 SimSports 952 and 95 SimSports 953. 2 Ferraris at the tail end of the field. They've both been for extended stays on pit lane. Damage repair for both of those guys. The other one of the cars I did see died to pit lane was another one of the Mustangs. It was a 397 car. Now, if you remember correctly, that 397 car was one of the cars that was to start from pit lane, and I believe the 953 of Luke Swan was the other one.
Yep.
The thing is, Zach, when you're at the back end of the field and we've potentially got ourselves a fuel race in the hand, why not? I'm actually surprised there wasn't more cars dive in, because there was definitely cars with damage. Great opportunity to clear that damage out and get back out there after you've handled all of that. But there's not been a lot of take it, so track position is definitely important. 1 safety car might be enough to eliminate that extra stop too. So if it was required, I would take it off the table now.
There's a couple of things here too. Safety cars breed safety cars. However, we're not expecting anywhere near as frantic a start this time round, whether it's this time by or next. We're not sure, but we're waiting for clarification on whether it'll be this time by or next, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We're only 8 minutes into this car race. This is the 3rd lap, of course, at a fairly moderate tempo compared to the previous 2. And the interesting thing here in all of that, Scott, when we talk about the long game here, mates, yes, there are some guys that'll be out there saving the tank. saving the fuel. There'll be others praying for another safety car. There'll be others expecting another safety car. The field being bunched up again certainly adds to the likelihood, the potential for it. Safety cars breed safety cars is the age-old adage, but at least this time round, the benefit for all and sundry is that we'll come back to the line single file.
Yeah, yes, that's going to be a huge benefit. Who's made the most ground, though, in those opening couple of laps? Well, we're talking about some of the one-performance racing cars, OPR as they're more colloquially known, in the Mustangs, them having a lot of ability. Adam Hughes started out a 19th spot. He's gained 9 spots, sits at the back end of the top 10. So in terms of gains, he's not necessarily the biggest gainer there, but I think he's the biggest gainer in terms of at the pointy end of the field. He's one of the guys that's absolutely gone out there and made big gains. The Elite Esports 79 gained 3 spots in the opening lap, also inside the top 10. Ryan Mueller gained 12 spots on lap number 1 in Carnival 35. So he's been the biggest gainer thus far. Started way out the back in 35th, all the way up to 23rd. I'm going to go ahead and say probably don't expect him to hang on to a bunch of those positions. That's potentially just the BMW being a little bit better on colder tyres. And remember, we were talking about cars that were able to bring their tyres up. For me, I think maybe the Mustang doesn't fire its tyres up as nicely in the first couple of laps, whereas those McLarens were there on lap 2. So we could see a little bit of that. I'm not confident in one of the things I was sort of looking at in the last time I was actually out and doing some racing was different cars within the GTP category firing their tyres up at different rates. But worthwhile pointing out, I just got a new delivery actually of my new OG Gear gloves. Big fan of those. Literally the only reason I had to buy a new set, my dog loves them so much she chewed a couple of holes in them. And I actually spoke to Paul from OG Gear and I said, hey, I'm really enjoying these fingerless gloves. They're starting to fall to bits because my dog's chewed the seams out of them. Do you mind sending me a new pair? And what are your thoughts on potentially doing fingerless gloves in the future? So there was a little bit of product discussion going on there. I can tell you they've actually got a new line on the way for the OG Gear guys as well. So keep your eyes out on their social medias as they're looking at bringing some new gloves. And I've trialed a prototype for them. There's some work to be done on that product. But yeah, so I love the chatter with Paul Thompson from OG Gear. He's a lovely fella, and he loves talking about racing. He loves talking about his products as well. So he will chew your ear off, but he's one of those guys that you'll let do it any day of the week.
I'm going to say 2 things right there, Scotty. Look at you entering your entrepreneurial phase, right? Fantastic, right? And no doubt there'll be people within the Australian Sim Racing Group ranks asking for 10% of the cut. But secondly, more to the point, maybe find, safe keep areas to hide potential,
Well, the gloves actually come with a washing bag for them. You know how you get your delicates bags for washing bits and pieces? The gloves actually come with them. And I was reading the instructions that came with my new set, which I didn't read the first time, but they actually are a washing bag, which I thought they were just a storage bag, a nice little feature. No, they're actually a washing bag. So there you go.
Maybe high up in the cupboard, a lockable cupboard.
Away,
maybe. Just out of harm's way. Safety car will be heading back to pit lane right now. Secondly, you just saw Brenton Hobson on screen there. He's carried on that form from the last time round where he picked up the OG Gear Hard Charger Award by charging into the top 10 in qualifying. So he's a man on a mission at the moment. It'll be interesting to see who wins the OG Gear Hard Charger Award this time round. Secondly, as you get a reminder of who we are, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Cabe and Scott Rankin with you and Jay Kennedy in production for us tonight for round 3 of the games from the GTPRO Invitational Series. Nice to have you along for the ride. We're here till midnight Eastern Standard Time. I hope you can stay with us for the duration. I don't want to put too fine a point on it because I think as luck would have it, it'll be the only time this season I can actually say it and it be accurate. Safety cars led the most laps so far tonight. That'll be 3, led by the safety car when it comes back to pit lane that time round. Only 1 lap down on the field at this particular point in time. Let's hope it's the last time we see it. Back to green we go at Circuit de Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. And it's Jamie Christensen leading the field. Byron Phillips chasing. Great restart from the Eclipse Sim Sport duo on the run down to turn 1. Peasnick's in there as well. 2 McLarens, an Acura and 2 Mustangs in the top 5. Then it's a swarm of McLarens. You've got to look outside the top 11 to find something that isn't a McLaren, an Acura or a Mustang. And now look at this further back in the field.
Oh boy.
Summit Sim Sport entry down the inside, making moves early.
Yeah, that's a big old send from them. They get it parked up on the apex. Still 3 wide as he on the other side. Contact door to door. The Porsche involved. The Mustang too. Right, 2 Ferraris go barreling on through this little battle pack. They'll go down to Eau Rouge. They'll climb out to Radion out the other side. And paint traded. A lot of paint traded in the early stages of this one. I can tell you, there's a change for third as well.
Yep, Piers and Piesnik are side by side and squabbling their way through, using all the real estate and a little bit more. The Eclipse duo take off. Christensen leads Phillips. Christensen holding on to the outright lead here. Sebastian Vandel's got himself a black flag as well. Sebastian Vandel, black flag. And that will be to do with the incidents on the opening lap, I'm sure you'll find.
Yep, so it's contact
number
25. Yeah, is what we're hearing.
Adjudication. And of course, the 25 is Joshua Andrew. So Sebastian Vandel's currently sitting 20th for Vermilion. He will be making his way down pit line. Hobo's in trouble! The rear wing of Brenton Hobson's Mustang has parted company with the rest of the car. And how has that happened? More to the point, as he drops down the leaderboard to 16th. And more trouble there as well. That's Piesnik, who was running in the top 5. Scott Rankin. Safety cars breed safety cars. Trouble in the early stages for quite a few.
Well, that was the car that started third. That was the Acura, John Piesnik, who was third after that restart. So he's gone into the barriers, unfortunately. And we'll see it here. Is he going to wobble on? Do it all on his own? No, it's just loses the rear end as they come around Pouon. So cold tyres. So what happens to Hobson then?
We'll find out in a moment. Jay will be working on that as we speak. Damon Wood's fastest lap of the race, 2:18.648. And here is what happened to Brenton Hobson for you, ladies and gentlemen, coming through Pouon.
Same spot.
Sympathy spin. Bang. He got the front left and the rear left of the car on the follow through with the concrete. Now, will he be able to continue on? Do you reckon it was a reaction, Scott?
I don't know. I'm just going to go back and have a little bit of a look and see what I can find.
Copy.
Oh, he lift. It was a lift. So what happened was, as he was going through Pouon, he actually comes off the throttle, and that's where the diff basically starts to come into things, and you can get what they call lift-off oversteer, but I didn't think that was as strong in the Mustang, and gee whiz.
Job Stewart has capitalised. Ewan Baker is under the pump at the moment. He's got Sam Blacklock trying to find his way around the outside. Have a look at that. They're rubbing panels. Blacklock and also Baker. And in behind that is Lockie Capel, and Sam Chapman's not too far off it as well. Great start for Chapman, up to 13th already as they make their way through. We're right on board with Lachlan Capel now. Early stages, 16 and a half minutes gone, and action everywhere you look on the racetrack here at Spa.
Yeah,
Friday night motorsport at its very best, boys.
So what happened to Hobo? The diff's gotten involved there and unfortunately swung the rear end of that car around. But check this out. Run down the end of the Camel Straight, into the Combe Chicane. Oh, just barely missed getting into your teammate, and then the Porsche goes around as well.
I'm not sure. When you look through the history of the series thus far, and we're 6 hours and 17 minutes worth of racing done, right? I don't think we've had a more frantic 6 or 7 minutes than what we've just seen off the restart here. Quite extraordinary in the early stages of round 3 of the championship. Has someone not sent out the memo tonight to remind these blokes that it is 3 hours, it's not 30 minutes? Have a look at that. The contact there on the inside. And Damon Woods lowers the benchmark as well, down into the 2:17s that time through. So he is sitting fourth at the moment, 2:17.006.
It's worthwhile pointing out at this point in time, we were talking that there might be an opportunity to rain. Those clouds have gone the opposite direction, so they're no longer swirling about in the area. We expect there to be no rain. It seems to be fine all the way in the end. It's low chance. Around goes another Acura. I think at the moment, it's just keep the thing on the island.
Well done, Reece Rugfield. That was a great save. It was a pirouette, a full 360. and then put the boot into it and off you go. Oh, boy.
All of a sudden, starting to wonder whether or not you just crank the traction control. Because we've just seen so many cars come around. So many cars. It's just weird.
Mate, we're wondering whether we're going to get something similar to what you guys had with the supercars a couple of weeks ago. I would argue that we've had more action in the first 15 minutes than what you guys had all night a couple of weeks ago at Spa with the latest round of the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Supercar Series. And of course, that continues on the platforms of SimSpeed and the ASRG throughout the rest of the year as well. Remember, our grand finale and their Bathurst 1000, same weekend. Us on the Friday night and them on the Sunday in November, plus the first test of the Ashes from Optus Stadium in Perth as well. So no shortage of sport that weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, once we're done here tonight, Wimbledon continuing as well. Good on Alex Demonor getting the job done last night. The cricket, of course, at midnight. Anyone here got a Disney Plus subscription, or is it just me? Jamie Christensen leading at the moment and doing a very nice job of it from his teammate Byron Phillips. But now it's about controlling this, isn't it, Scott? Because you've got the ability to lead and defend here, because these two can work together as teammates to keep Byron Pearce at bay. And I mean, really, to be fair, he is the odd one out because Damon Woods is sitting in there in 4th position as well. He would no doubt like to make it an eclipse 1, 2, 3, so that they can really cement their dominance, their ascendancy at the top end of the leaderboard going into the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, Damon Woods is creeping up. So because he's the last car in that train as well, he's getting the most benefit from the draft. So let's talk about lap times. All 4 of the top 4 cars setting their personal bests on that lap. 2:17.252, 2:17.197, 2:17.154, 2:16.798. So a lot of speed in the trailing McLaren at the moment, with all of that air that's being pushed out of the way for him. Car feeding back in, so that's the 41 of Sebastian Vettel. I was just about to say, I think he has to serve at this lap or else he's going to get disqualified. Just keeping an eye on that story a little bit further down. So they wanted that one looked at as well, so hence not serving it immediately. And yeah, Ego's dropping through.
So the game changes again. The big story there is Brenton Hobson. You just saw him still on pit road. Oh, geez. Such an unlucky... There he is, back out on the racetrack now. But so unlucky to see their charge undone so early in the piece. And 2 laps down, they find themselves. Scott, they need 2 safety cars to get back in the fight.
Yes, I just don't see that happening. I think that's done. I think at this point it's just circulating. Put points on the board. That's about it. So the big thing for them will be make sure that you get all your driver hours, get potentially Hobson through the car, get his sim out of the way, hand it over, make sure that you check all of those boxes, which will be absolutely critical. Keeping an eye. So remember we were talking earlier on about how we like the way that Mustang is balanced. Well, I've just had some discussion sort of pass through my inboxes at the moment about setups, because again, the big teams are all the big major setup companies at the moment are working on setups for the Spa 24 Hour next weekend. You can do some tinkering with this thing, but it's worthwhile noting that one of the things that has happened in years gone by has been the arms race of how little wing that you can get away with. Are the spins that we're seeing a lack of downforce on the rear of the cars as they come through pull-on? That would be quite critical. If you go too far on the wing, you don't have enough weight over the rear end of the car. Remember, you can't adjust your front splitter and the amount of downforce it's generating. This is going to be an overtaking position. I was keeping an eye on this one. I think this might just be a lift and let go. If you take too much wing off the rear end, that makes the car nice and pointy. The car will want to rotate, but there's not enough glue underneath the rear tires when you get to the high speed. The rear end just comes around on you. That could be one of the things. But particularly for the Peasnick Acura, potentially too low on the rear wing. And the other side of that coin is for Hobson. I think that one might have been lifted off because you did hear him crack the throttle. As soon as he cracked the throttle, the rear of the car went away. So there is a couple of points in there about what do you do. One of the things, like I said, the chess game historically has been run minimum wing, and it's always been the arms race of minimum wing, particularly when we get to Bathurst. Where are all your overtaking zones? On the big old straights at Bathurst. So if you have too much wing on, you can't ever overtake at Bathurst because you just can never get alongside at the critical opportunities. So the new GT3, and remember, it wasn't just a tire model, it was an aero model upgrade as well. there was a lot of discussion about medium downforce, mid-corner speed is actually the way to go moving forward. So remember, your old heads in terms of car racing will want to trim the thing out. That's not necessarily the way to go moving forwards.
Side by side down the Camel Straight. Danny Christensen leading the race, Byron Phillips is second, Damon Woods and then Byron Pearce, and more tit for tat there with the Vermilion Esports entry, the 89 making its way through on the inside. So that was for position number 18. Wayne Burke on Dylan O'Shea, 9.5 Simsport there in behind as we go back now to this battle, cracking battle too between Madison Down and Josh Purwin. Byron Pearce, the fact that he just let Damon Woods through, he can still go with these guys and maybe save a little bit of fuel as a result. As Purwin, oh my God, Purwin and Downs! Purwin and Downs! That'll be 2 wrecked race cars. Can you believe that? Contact coming into the final sector. Wowee! Down is able to get back going. Purwin is parked. He's limping away from the scene. They'll limp it back to pit lane. They'll keep us green. But what a moment that was.
Well, hang on. So
Jackson Rayhana simultaneously on the OG Gear replay, Scott.
And I just heard a request to tow. So this car's done, and the rear end of it's gone.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, that car will be towing back to pit lane. That may trigger a second safety car of the night.
It will. Even with these two driving away from the scene of this. Oh, nothing Madison Down could do there. The Vermilion entry got checked up, lost it, and went straight into his line of sight. Unbelievable.
Curb. The 228 machine hit the curb on the inside. Safety car, second safety car of the night's been deployed. Check this replay out. Just keep your eyes. We're not so much looking at this because Down's given a heap of space here. He's given a ton of room, way more than he ever needed to. Keep your eyes on the 228. Watch the curb at the left at Blanchimont.
Rides it, and sometimes you can be a little bit too greedy with them, and they don't like it. And bang. So the curb's unsettled him, taking him straight into the path of Down, and chaos ensues, and Down, you can see him basically intertwined with the race car. Know where they were heading, bar that gravel trap and that tyre wall. And I'm amazed that Down continued on for another lap. Purwin, no surprise that he's gone straight to pit lane.
Yeah, he's done for the day.
Safety car boards and flags for the second time tonight. And Rayhana will be done as well. Casualties are plenty, and this race is only 26 minutes old, Scott.
Well, the thing is, what do you do in terms of strategy now? Because you are 26
Correct.
minutes into the race. So you'd be close to half a fuel tank. You'd probably only be a third of a fuel tank out of the way at the moment because remember, we've already had one safety car. So thinking about that, you are a third of the tank away. That is a huge chunk of time that you can get out done in the pit lane. Madison Down, who get in there, he got as much of that car repaired as he physically can because that'll be costing a significant amount of time. None of them dive in.
No. So
Position.
it looks as though they're going to A, go for track position, but B, play the long game. So some of the guys outside the top 5 are diving in, but the guys at the front are playing the long game and trying to ensure that this is a two-stopper for them. Track position is king.
Look at the
There's
split.
no doubt about that.
Look at the split. It's nearly half the field. It's nearly a 50-50 split.
If we can get a pit lane shot, just to illustrate to everybody at home exactly how many cars are on pit road at the moment, have a look at that. It's like a car park, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I reckon I can count at least 13, but there's probably more than that.
Well, okay, so let's count the cars that stayed out. 17, 69, 5, and 79. That was your front 4 cars. They all stayed out. I believe the next car was actually the Vanderbilt Racing car, also stayed out of Jake Burton. One Performance Racing, 606 Adam Hughes stayed out. Joe Stewart stayed out. 14 stayed out. There's quite a few at the front end of this one stayed out. The first car that came to the pit lane was Sam Blacklock. So he goes back to 16th spot, which is actually, it's not, he's only lost a couple spots here. So there's only a couple cars behind him that actually elected to stay out. Now, I agree with that decision. For the cars at the back of the field, if the bulk of the field pits, you stay out. Again, big track position gain for those guys. If none of the field pits, you come in. Because again, you get the opportunity to take a look at what is everyone else doing, and you go, we stay out, we stay in. You get to do the opposite. You create an advantage in that space. Is it going to be massive? No. And if we have a look at the pit stop times for a bunch of these cars, you're going to see it's not a hefty drop in terms of pit stops. It's only going to be an average, a short pit stop for these cars. In fact, you wouldn't even take tyres, and I don't think there's enough time there to grab 4 tyres. There's not enough fuel drained from the tank to take 4 tyres.
Rough week for Jackson Rayhana. Got taken out whilst in contention for the Australian Open World Nationals, the Interclub Challenge between the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club and SRW earlier in the week. Of course, on the back of winning the SFL Championship with the GSRC a couple of weeks ago. And now his race ends early in round 3 of the GTPRO Invitational Series at the Spa Francorchamps circuit as well. Jamie Christensen, Byron Phillips, Damon Woods, Byron Pearce, the top 4 at the moment. Jake Burton moves up into 5th again as a direct consequence of the divide between those that did stop for their first splash and dash and those that did not. It'd be interesting to see as well if there's been any driver changes this early in the piece as well, Scott, noting full well that we're probably not at the point in which those drivers can jump aboard and take it to the checkered flag. The 88 has had a driver swap. That's a Synergy Sim Racing entry, of course. Now, that's Brenton Hobson out and Damon Mulqueen in. So we would expect Hobbo to be back in a little bit later on in the piece. Wowee. It's hard to know where to go, where to look at the moment with regards. There's the dejected Brenton Hobson. You have to feel for him too. It was such a good run for those guys in qualifying. And you very rarely see Hobbo looking that shattered.
They're 3 laps down
in a car race.
So.
And they're 3 laps down as well, Scott. It's a long road back from there.
And Damon Mulqueen normally laughs about it in the team. That's normally his role, putting it the fence. Thank you. So Brenton Hobson's taken on that role. But there are a couple of driver swaps. So Andre Heimgartner's jumped behind the wheel of this car. They're going to tear around. They are 3/4 of a lap down on the field at the moment. So they're going to tear around. They've gotten a significant chunk of that car repaired. They'll stay on the lead lap. And they've gotten a ton of repairs out of the way. So they stay relevant to the race.
Absolutely. Safety car is going to take this field around another time through. We start lap 12. 2 hours and 29 minutes to rock and roll still, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying what we've brought you so far and hope you'll stay with us for what's to come. I mean, there's so much to pick apart here already. The intensity of the first half hour matches anything we've seen at any other point throughout the course of the season. The new tyre model, the new changes within GT racing, within iRacing itself, all on show for everybody to see, the good and bad of it so far tonight. Just extraordinary, the attrition that we're seeing already. A couple of very big shunts, and it was interesting, Scott. I was only thinking about it on the way down in the car from Cessnock to Grenfell this morning. I was like, geez, the driving standards have been really, really good so far this season. It's been relatively clean racing, and then Spa happens.
So, do we blame this all on you?
No, possibly. There's Zach Ratway-White. I didn't vocalise it until just now, though, so it's not my fault. Zach Ratway-White, I don't know how he's feeling at the moment. Does he look stressed? Does he look worried? Does he look relaxed? What's going through his mind at this point, knowing full well that he's got no control of what happens for the next short while until he jumps behind the wheel of the thing?
So I think he's just taking an opportunity to take stock of the situation. So let's sort of talk to everyone about exactly what's going on in this race right now. So top 15 cars elected to stay out of the pits. First car that has taken a pit stop under this safety car. That happened at the end of lap 10. They all dived into the pit lane here. It is the 16th place Sam Blacklock 862 car. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter is the team name on board that one. They've taken a reasonable dump worth of fuel and they've filled themselves all the way back up to the brim. Well, guess what? We've had about 20 or so minutes worth of green flag racing plus some pacing go on as well. Reasonable chunk out of the tank. What does that mean? That car is probably okay to drive all the way through to probably about the hour and 25 minute marker in this race. Probably about 50 to 55 minutes away from now. That's going to get basically to the halfway mark. If they get one more safety car in their window, they can get home. Everyone else will have to pit. If we get a safety car around probably an hour and 5 minutes, everyone will try and fuel safe, get the thing home. That's what we're looking for in terms of those sorts of things. But for everyone else that's ahead of them, well, they've probably only got another half hour worth of fuel on board their cars. We're expecting them to come in anytime from an hour to an hour and 5 minutes, I would say, is probably when that window opens. So the 20-minute marker there, where the other guys will have lighter fuel, they'll have fresh... all the guys that have pit now, maybe not necessarily throwing tyres at their car, they might suffer because they're going to have to do an hour and a half on a set of tyres here. So that could be a point of contention. The other thing is to think about in terms of the pit stops to come. The guys are at the front. They're probably going to have 2 chunky pit stops. That means 2 pit stops where they definitely will take tyres. So the guys that have pit right now might only get 1 set of tyres between now and the rest of the race because the pit stops just aren't going to line themselves up nice and cleanly. They may get it in if they do some finagling in terms of the pit. If they plan things out, do things accurately, there will be an opportunity to do so. We get another safety car in an awkward time, they won't get that opportunity.
Josh Purwin trying to get back out of the race as well. Very quickly before these cars get back to the start-finish line, Scott, going to ask you this. Would you prefer old, worn rubber or cold tyres? Because there's pros and cons to both.
It's a risk, but I wouldn't be one. It's the back end of the stint. So you're paying with a lot of risk up front for safety later on and pace later on. I would be probably looking, just with what we've seen, I would hit the tyres on. I'd be minimising the amount of time we spend on cold tyres.
Eclipse Sim Sport 1, 2, 3 as we resume. Restart number 2 here, and we're only 35 minutes into the car race, ladies and gentlemen. Back to green at the Spa Francorchamps circuit. The Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, round 3 of the 2025 campaign. Beautiful restart from Jamie Christensen, Byron Phillips there. On the inside is Damon Woods. Have a look at this. Tied by side of the early stages. Woods goes through. Here comes Pierce making a run as well, but he tucks back in. And in behind them is Jake Burton for Vendeval. Adam Hughes is in the fight. So too Job Stewart. To Eau Rouge we go. Through and up the Camel Straight one more time. Can everybody get through here cleanly off the restart? Let's keep our fingers crossed. We don't want another safety car deployment. Down the Camel Straight. Look at Byron Pierce pushing Byron Phillips along. And this is the point. Pierce is the best placed of those that are not Eclipse Sim Sport at the moment. That's the interesting point for mine, Scotty Rankin, because unfortunately for everybody else in the field, Eclipse have sort of put in place this massive wall of defence. 1, 2, and 3. It's going to be very hard to break through that at any point tonight.
Yeah, but you strategize, you think your way forward. You don't just go out there and do it. You're asking questions of that driver at all bits and pieces. And again, how are the tyres bringing themselves? You see them are actually looking for a little bit more tyre temperature. They're not necessarily got the tyres underneath them that they want. The big thing is I can already hear those Mustangs. You can just hear them from a mile away. There's now 2 of them inside the top 6, and they're now back and attached to each other. Keep your eyes on Job Stewart as well. That Corvette is a handful, but it's still quick. It's still inside the top 7.
Nicholas Garriosh is going to get a 10-second time penalty for that earlier incident, 397 on 324. So Garriosh, a 10-second penalty, unfortunately, for him to serve. An invoice that you probably don't want this early in the night. 2 hours, 23 minutes and 23 seconds to go as they make their way through. And we're watching the first of the Mustangs there in 4th, chasing down the Eclipse Sim Sport stable, who are dominating this championship at the moment. And now we ride with Adam Hughes in the Mustang there. Damon Woods to the inside of Jamie Christensen. Damon Woods has gone from 3rd to 1st on the first lap of this 3rd stanza of the car race. Brilliant charge. No wonder he is the man to beat at the moment, the form man in this championship. What a restart it's been from him.
Yep, and now it'll be, can they go with him? And there's a car round. Out of the last corner, Daniel Benefield. I just heard him on the radio as well. There was contact as a part of that one. And I thought there was a bent panel front left corner of that car as well. So that's had some assistance there, Zach.
It's the 2nd time he's been in trouble tonight. And the other point as well, boys, have you noticed that the headlights are taking over? The artificial light is taking over. It's very dark there at the moment. The sun has disappeared. The cloud cover reigning supreme at the moment. Here is the incident that Daniel Benefield was radioing in about.
So he's okay
car
there.
On the inside behind him.
And then,
bang.
yeah, laid in for the Frog Leap Juice Racing 197. And,
Hamish Cleland.
yeah, behind the wheel.
Look at this train of cars at the moment. 20 degrees the ambient, so that's dropped. 30 degrees the on-track. Cloudy conditions. Northerly winds to the tune of 18 kilometres an hour at the moment. 2:50 in the afternoon. Server time, of course. It's 9:15 on the East Coast and of course, 8:45 in central parts of Australia, 7:15 on the West Coast at the moment as we bring you live, exclusive and free coverage. Loud in every sense of the word. Friday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed as well. We've got another incident under investigation. That is Wayne Burke and Josh Perwin and Andre Heimgartner and Daniel Benefield, and also there's a couple of others there too. Of course, the 197 of Hamish Cleland will have an asterisk next to his name, no doubt, very shortly too, for his involvement in the incident with Daniel Benefield as they make their way around. 2 hours 21 to go, 39 minutes gone, and Eclipse have picked up exactly where they left off in the Land of the Rising Sun at the Fuji International Speedway 7 weeks ago. Don't forget, these guys' next round of the championship is the home of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe, and we'll bring it to you late August. More details on that one a little bit later on. Damon Woods, Jamie Christensen, Byron Phillips. Damon Woods improves on his previously set fastest lap of the motor race, 2:16.646. And here on the inside, Sam Blacklock under pressure on the outside. Matt Arnold, Hamish Cleland. And Matt Arnold is trying to get the job done. No, Blacklock's going to power around the outside and keep him at bay. And here comes the 222 as well, and behind that, we ride on board with Wayne Burke in 16th place. So Matt Arnold just ahead. Have a look at the sparks off Arnold's machine. And Blacklock just ahead of them as well. So far, so good. 3 times through off the restart through Rouge and Radion. And we've got through cleanly so far.
So the front group up to 11th spot are all sticking together at the moment. I've just seen Matt Arnold look to try and fuel save a whole bunch.
Burke to the inside, Scotty. Burke to the inside. Gets by on Matt Arnold. So up into 15th now.
Yeah, Matt Arnold's on a fuel saver. He actually lifted out and let Burke have that one. So there was no fighting in that one. So he's trying to play this, you know, being a little bit conservative in terms of that one. And the reason for that is Matt Arnold's one of the trailing cars that stayed out under that safety car period. So he's sort of in amongst all the cars that came in. So ahead of those cars, Sam Blacklock, Wayne Burke have now gone through. So they're up to effectively 14th and 15th in those cars. They've gained 1 spot, 2 spots since restarting this one. Just
have a look at this down the back straights. This was the 101 up on the outside. And I'm loving the fact that I'm getting explanations on the go here, ladies and gentlemen, as to the amount of data I have at my disposal on the timing screen here. The 101 off the road on the exit of the Camel Straight. Currently, race control, I've got their hands full, Scott.
Yeah, Andre Heimgartner, remember?
Night for them.
Yeah, that 228 car, remember? Got into them, so that's being reviewed. Drive-through penalty, I think, for the 197. One car, so that's the 197 that's actually dived into the lane to cert their penalty straight away. So that's why they've dived in out of sequence.
The 101 for clarification was Sam Chapman down to 27th in the running order at the moment. Damon Woods leads Jamie Christensen, Byron Phillips, Byron Pearce and Jake Burton, the top 5. If we have a look at that from a manufacturer standpoint, you'll still see that we've got at least 3, possibly even 4 manufacturers in the top 10 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, there we go. In fact, make it 5. So you got the McLaren in there. You got the... Actually, no Acura's in the top 10 at this point. So it is 4. McLaren... Oh, trouble. Brady Myers coming down to Eau Rouge. Now, how has that happened more to the point? McLaren 1, 2, 3, then Ford. You've got a Chev in there, and also Lachlan Capel in the Audi. They're going all right at the moment, but again, we've got 2 different varying strategies at play here. First of the Acuras in 12th right now, and the first of the Ferraris in 17th. This is a strange one. Let's have a look at it, Scott.
Yeah, so under a little source, He's going to be off the line. I'm wondering whether or not there might have been a hardware failure bottled up in this one somewhere. So there's been an issue. So that's Dylan O'Shea that's in behind him at the moment. O'Shea's got a fair bit of damage to the left rear corner of that car at the moment. He's just trying to circulate, just keep that thing going. Yeah, that's a hardware failure. I reckon he's lost screens.
Oh boy, the mechanical issues of the sim world. We talk about it all the time. It's the little 1%ers, isn't it? And thankfully, it's only a 5 or 10 second interruption, but it has massive implications. It's a long road back for those guys. I mean, one safety car brings them back to a point, but they've still got all that track position to try and recapture. Now, it's going to be easier said than done in a field as competitive as this guy.
If there's one spot on this track where you don't want it to happen, it's going through Eau Rouge Radion, right?
Exactly.
And he's at least managed to be able to go, I think there's a gap across the left-hand side here and not impact someone. That's the biggest benefit.
Fastest lap of the race again, no surprise. Damon Woods 2:16.167. So we're not quite at the magical 15 territory that we saw in qualifying, but we're edging ever so close and on full or near enough to full tanks, at least a quarter, maybe a third empty now. That is a scintillating lap time. The pace overall has been so impressive tonight. Sebastian Vandel at the moment in the thick of it there, a battle for 18th. He's got Luke Swan just ahead of him. He's got Josh Andrew just behind him. We're riding on board with Andrew now in the Ferrari as they make their way down towards Eau Rouge. And again, just recapping, folks, we're 45 minutes into this race. So we're about a quarter of the way through proceedings. We're on lap 17. Damon Woods, the race leader, down the Camel Straight. There is a move on the inside. No, blocked off, covered off. Luke Swan was there trying to get by Sebastian Vandel, I think you'll find, and he wasn't able to do it. We continue to ride on board with the 25 in behind them. And it's a logjam at the moment. You've got a Merc in there as well. Down the inside, the Ferrari, trouble and gone. Who didn't see that one coming, unfortunately? Luke Swan in the kitty litter. More work for race control.
Yeah, unfortunately for him. Not a huge deal he can do at the moment, though. Get back out there, give the stewards another thing to go out and worry about.
They're going to be doing some overtime tonight.
Yeah, there's been so much paint traded, but I think the thing is, guys are just wanting to get on with their lives. They want to get on with their races and work on it. Just keep an eye on this lead battle pack too. Originally, battle pack started out just after the safety car and a couple laps in. It was 11 cars in that one. It's starting to split up now. It's the top 7 that are still connected, top 8 that are all still connected back up to each other. And that's starting to break up a little bit more. 9th and 10th have dropped off the back a little bit, which is the Evolution Racing Team Audi number 31 and the 999 McLaren of TriStar Racing have managed to stay together. Lockhart Brownlee has dropped off the back of these guys. Orbit drop there. Remember, we've got to keep an eye on that car. They're up to 13th because they're the leaders, the guys that have stopped. The big factor here is how much time were they static in their pit stop for? And this is where we'll sort of have to have a look at what the differences in pit times were, because if that's a 20-second stop, effectively right now, they're going to be 8 seconds in the lead at the moment. But we'll see that see and saw because their lap times are not great right now because they're carrying a hefty load of fuel. That will swing. Remember, we've got that 20-minute overcut that they're going to have at the back end of this stint, so they will be quick during that phase and close the margin down then as well.
That's a vast discrepancy in pit stop times, not least. Here we go. No further action on the incident between 77 and 228 as well. Folks, make a note of that. That discrepancy, Scott, that we've got going on, not just with regards to those that have stopped, but also those that haven't stopped. Would you argue that those that have stopped have now committed to a 3-stopper?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You won't get home in less than 2 green flag stops from here. So, air quotes, 3-stopper, 2 green flag stops, but I would say the entire field's on 2 green flag stops at the moment. So, realistically, it just means that their 2 stops are going to be shorter.
Correct.
So, yeah, that's what we're sort of keeping an eye on.
The invoice is the sacrificial track position. And, hang on, 10-second time penalty for car 41. So that's the Vermilion Esports entry, Sebastian Vandel.
Oh,
Vandel's
no.
got the 10-second time penalty.
The other Summer Sim Sports car, I think, is in the fence. So I think neither of those cars are going to finish the race.
That is the second. So that's the 25 of Joshua Andrew. Can you believe the night that Summit Sim Sport have had?
You'll see the field dive in now. Wow.
Absolutely, you will.
Here's the
That
thing.
will be your that'll be your third safety car in only 50 minutes of racing, Scott. Do they dive in now, or do they wait for the call?
100%
Yes,
dive in
there
there.
they
It's
are.
already been called.
In they go.
Yeah, so the problem is the car's already been called, so it's waiting down in the pit lane to grab anyone that comes through. You know what? That orbit drop bear car's anyone who pitted into that previous safety car should go through here, and they will potentially become new race leaders. And there was a lot of them that weren't all that far off the race lead. I reckon they're now in a prime position. I think this is flipped and flopped. I reckon there should have been a lot more cars pit into that last safety car number 2.
Wow. We had one safety car in 6 hours of racing, and we've had 3 in 49 minutes here at Spa. So the stakes have been raised. You can tell that there are a lot of drivers out there, ladies and gentlemen, trying their heart out, leaving nothing on the table. Some unfortunate incidents, absolutely. Some driver error, sure. Some technical problems, absolutely as well.
Yep.
It's extraordinary the change in the narrative round to round, the fact that we've had so much attrition, so much drama here. But if it was going to be anywhere, you would argue that it was going to be Spa, and probably where we go for the grand finale, Mount Panorama as well. Oh, geez, that's unlucky.
Little slide, micro catch, and it just bites.
And the rear left again, parts company with the motor car. Exactly the same as what happened to Jackson Rayhana.
I've been commentating some Thailand GT3 stuff already this weekend, and then there's been some major accidents over in Thailand. I think it's just one of those weeks. I tell you what, for the fans that haven't seen it, watching along at home, there was a McLaren at Blanchimont without power in the Spa 24-hour last weekend. It was just crawling its way back to pit lane. It just got driven through, absolutely driven, because it's realistically the Kemmel Straight's the fastest point on the racetrack, but Blanchimont's not much slower than it, and it's when you're coming through a corner at 280 clicks, and you're coming across a car that's doing 50, 60, you got no reaction time. It was one of the biggest incidents, and the fact that everyone walked away from it relatively unscathed is such a comment on driver safety and evolution of those cars as we've gone forward.
Scott Rankin, of course, commentating real world GT racing as well as sim racing this weekend. Yours truly commentating real world karting as well as sim racing this weekend. Double duty for the pair of us. It's a busy time of the year. There's no doubt about that. Pit lane also very busy at the moment. Blake Urquhart, first time I've had a chance to mention the Pacific Esports Racing entry tonight, and Andre Heimgartner. They're both on pit lane. Heimgartner, of course, just continuing to repair the car as best you can under safety car. After the incident for Madison down earlier in the piece. Blake Urquhart, 35, also on pit lane.
That looks like nearly a picture-perfect McLaren again. I reckon they've got that car back to new, brand spanking new. Keep an eye on them cutting their way through the field.
Now, will we see the safety car go around one more time, or will we go back to green this time, folks? Let's wait and see for that. Can you believe we're almost at the end of lap 20 this time through? And that changing of the narrative, as evidenced by who pitted where and when. Track position is king at the moment. So this is now not so much a strategy race, it's a track position race. And it's going to be interesting to follow the course of the evening and how it all plays out, Scott, to see if you zigged and zagged, which one was the better option. Was the gamble to go early the one that pays off? Because it's all right to be on the same strategy now, because essentially the field is cleansed first time through. We're probably looking at a 3-stop race. Potentially. We could yet still get it done on 2. But the problem we've got is A, how many more safety cars are we going to see? And B, you know, just because you're on the same strategy, the trouble that you've got is where you are in the field and how much of an invoice you have in terms of how much track position you've got to make up. So it's all right to be the OPR entry, say, of Stuart Ellis down there in 13, right? But compare that to, say, one of the guys that stopped early on. Damon Woods is impressive. He's back out in 6th spot, but compare him to all the top there. that's leading the race. And of course, that's Sammy Blacklock, as we have a look at the incident again from on board this time
Just
for
let's
Summit
go.
Sim. Oh, jeez. Yeah, and it snapped one way and went straight back the other. And that made it hurt and sting even more for those guys. 2 written off cars for Summit Sim Sport tonight. A shocking night at the office for those. Gentlemen, they'll regroup. They'll bounce back, but they'll have to wait until Le Mans at the end of August to do so. But yes, talk me through this, Scott. Sam Blacklock, one strategy, and then Damon Woods another. 5 cars between them on the racetrack. I mean, Damon Woods' racecraft, it speaks for itself, but does it balance out in the long form? And how does it apply to the guys that are spread throughout the field?
Have a look at the ordering of the cars that have actually pit a second under this most recent safety car. So there you got your top 5 here. These guys all pit under the previous safety car, so they definitely have a fuel deficit here. But interesting to note is actually have a look at Damon Woods has got the lead of the cars that have just pit. Job Stewart sits second in this queue, so he's been actively, aggressively fuel saving this whole time. And then Zach Rattray White is P3 in that queue. So they've been shaken up. And I just reckon, I'm just looking at Damon Woods' pit stop was 6 seconds shorter than Zach Rattray White's. Stewart's was 4 seconds shorter. There's cars in this order that have underfilled. There's a bunch of cars on different fuel strategies. I don't think we've got the bulk of the field on the same strategy now. I reckon, basically, you've got to... The tricky part here, and I'm not going to be able to sort of explain this one out to you guys quickly and efficiently. I'm sort of just going to have to go, I reckon this car's here, I reckon this car's here, because we're going to be guessing at that for the remainder of the race.
Absolutely.
I think a full tank of fuel there was about a 51-second transit time from entry to exit. I'm showing Zach Rattray White and Marino Morella in the 79er eSports car as the first 2 cars that have done that. Lachlan Cowie in the 69 car, the Eclipse Sim Sports McLaren. So there's 2 cars there that have done that. And I think that was the critical message that we just received, was driver changes. Now, driver changes are about a 25-second change, I believe, in terms of the pit stops. It's somewhere 20 to 25 seconds. Anyone who swapped a driver there had to sit and wait for the driver to go in the car. Not fuel, not tyres. That's the critical factor that I was missing. So anyone who's lost ground here has done a driver swap.
Copy. Safety car pulling away from the field. We're going to go back to green again. Trying to make sense of it on the hop, skip and jump here, folks. I'm glad that Scotty Rankin's across the analytical side of it, more so than yours truly, quite frankly, at this point in time. But it's all but drop bear that have brought track position that are going to lead this field back to green. I'm very interested to see whether the underfueling is going to mean we are going to go into the pit lane the 3rd time, or whether these guys can still get it done on 2. There's so much to play out here. The guys that are, employed, engaged to do the strategy for these teams tonight, earning their keep and then some. A magnificent flyover shot overlooking that run from the main straight back to the bus stop to get stanza 4 of this race underway. We're at 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. It feels as though 3 hours worth of action and drama has played out, and yet we're only at the end of the 1st hour of proceedings. 4th start of the night. 3rd safety car done. Chapter 4, let's go. Run down towards turn 1. Wayne Burke down there on the outside. The orbit drop there entry of Sam Blacklock wants to defend on the inside. They're weaving from left to right to try and warm the tyres up, Scott, to try and keep these things on the bitumen, on the real estate. It was highlighted at the start of this race just how important a component of the night that would be. And so far, Zach Rattray White and co have done a good job of that. Up through Rouge and ready on. Once more we go. 21 laps done. Let's go down the back straight.
Yeah, so critical phase number 1, get through Rouge, get through Radion. Critical phase number 2 is Pouon. Once you get out the other side of there, you should be relatively okay. They're still going at it. Look at them still chasing tyre temperatures. I cannot tell you, Zach, that's not been a thing. That has not been something we've seen in the history of GT3 racing. They're all like, normally, you might see it once, you might see it twice, that'll be it. But they're weaving aggressively. That's how risky and on edge these cars are on cold tyres.
Trouble for Brady Myers. He's dropped down. He's lost out to Job Stewart, and also Damon Woods up into 5th spot now. And have a look at him side by side to the left-hander. And on the way up to Pouon they go. There was a bit of argy-bargy there. Yes, it was Myers that got hung out to dry in the 22 around the outside. The Mustang now, it's turned to be hung out to dry.
This is Benjamin Brook in the 297 Frogleaf Juice racing car. Yeah. So he's one of the guys that stayed out because he pit under the last safety car. So remember, there was 5 cars. Myers was the one at the tail end of the field after he dropped all that time. Remember, pulling off to the side of the racetrack. And the 297 is the other one that was sort of stuck around trying to grab some track position. So they've gained track position, but right now they're in the thick and amongst it. And they're about to just get boxed and beaten a bit because, well, they've got a race of their own going on. And I don't hate this decision from them, but where do you put the car and how far do you feel free falling? Because you want to keep as far up the field as you possibly can because you've got a fuel deficit.
Exactly. It's a game of cat and mouse tonight. No doubt about that. Bad sportsmanship flag for weaving after the safety car pulled away for the 12. So race control cracking down on all sorts of things tonight right now as well. Jay Kennedy raising a very good point. I don't know who the 12 is. Oh no, the orbit drop air entry looking very much worse for wear. That is heading to pit lane. That is our mate Dan Yeaman, recent winner of the GSRC Indy 500k. Yeaman on pit road. We'll find out how that happened more to the point. As he pulls in, he's now plummeting outside the top 30. And interesting to note that we've still got 34 cars in the motor race. Oh no, it was not just Yeaman. It wasn't a standalone incident. There was another car involved in that. Stuart Ellis it was. And Ellis has been able to get himself back. Or has he been able to get back to pit lane, or is he still there requesting a tow? Yeah. He's stranded. Safety car number 4, gentlemen. This could well be.
That's the second of the One Performance Racing Mustangs. Both of them cold tyre drama.
Shepherd on the first lap. Yeaman went with him in sympathy. Not a coming together. Instead, a bit like the incident we saw of Brenton Hobson earlier in the piece. Oh no!
Helped.
Lachlan Cowie now pointing the wrong way as well. Go for it, Scott. Sorry.
Yeaman got helped. He did get a help, but it was all the checkup trying to get around and provide the space. So, yeah, that's one of those ones that you sit there and you look at it and go, yeah, was there contact? Yeah, but was there anything more that, was it reasonable? No, well, that's lifting off on a straight, really. So, which, yeah, that's issues. 606 is going to be requesting a tow, so we're waiting on the next call for the safety car.
And therefore, I'm in the safety car. Our good mate Dan Hall is earning his keep tonight. There's no doubt about that. He's 15 laps down on the leader, so he's only done 7 laps, but he's been out there for 3 runs already. It's about to be a 4th, and what does this mean with regards to do you zig, do you zag, do you go to pit lane, do you not? The cat and mouse games are about to resume once more. Back to the main straight. Yes, here we go. First evidence of that, the Vermilion Esports entry of Wayne Burke dives to pit lane. Safety car back out on the circuit.
I really don't like this call. So this is the cars that stayed out under that most recent safety car, because if you're not pitting from that far up the field, the problem for these guys is that they're only going to have maybe an 8-lap fuel off cut. There is 11-lap difference in between when they pitted, but there's been safety cars in the middle of that. So it's really going to be only a 7 to 8 lap differential between the pit stop timers. The critical timer, though, for these guys, look where we've just ticked over on the timing chart at the moment. We've just ticked beyond the 1 hour marker in terms of the in-sim time. The reason those guys are diving to pit lane, we've hit a fuel window. Yes. Now, everyone that pitted under the most recent safety car might not make that fuel window. The guys that pit right now, definitely in that fuel window. The guys that pit under a future safety car, definitely in that window. So this will be to get home on a one-stop strategy from here. The reason that the guys at the front are staying out is they've committed to this strategy. There's not enough of an offset. There's not enough of an advantage. They would lose out relative to the entire field for a gain of nothing. That's why they're staying out here.
Timing screen says 23 laps completed, Scotty. So I'm just confirming that we are on the 24th lap at the moment, or are we on the 23rd? I just want to confirm that. It is the 24th. So 23 complete. We're on 24. And it is Sam Blacklock, Reese Wakefield, the Eclipse Sim Sport entry of Damon Woods. No, it is the 23rd. That's what, yeah. No, thank you, Jay. No, I did think that was the case. So, oh boy, Orbit Drop Bear, Sam Blacklock leads the way so far. Reese Wakefield, Damon Woods, Job Stewart, Zach Ratway White, and Marino Morella at this point. Now, the hard charger at this rate on our screen there, Reese Wakefield. What a run from him so far for Antic Motorsport. And also, of course, we should acknowledge the driver of the day at the last round, Scotty Rankin at the Fuji International Speedway. And it's going to be very interesting to see who wins the driver of the day vote this time round, because it's purely to be nominated. It's going to be a case of surviving.
Yeah. Well, you got to get to the back end of the race, but you've got to also craft your way there. So what are the critical windows that we're starting to look at and starting to talk about? Well, for me, critical window to get home, 56 minutes to go. You get there, you're definitely going to get home. If you're thinking about it a little bit of a risk and you're thinking about maybe chugging a little bit less juice, that tends to happen in my case because I've got to pay my own fuel bill. I try to burn as little juice as possible. I'm looking about the hour marker. I'm confident that I can get there. I can do the fuel saving to get home, particularly should we see some more safety cars. For the guys that are in the middle, risk. When can you make an advantage? The guys that I'm looking at, remember, we've had 2 cars abandon that strategy that they were on, whereby they stayed out under the most recent safety car. The problem for those guys, they go to the back when they pit here, and they've only gained a couple laps in terms of fuel mileage. This is really, really relevant right here. When we look at Sam Blacklock, he leads the way at the moment because he pit all the way back on lap 10. P2 also pit all the way back on lap 10. That's the 994 car. So we're missing them in the mix of this picture. So there's a lot of strategy games going on right now, but there's actually a couple cars there. Have a look at Sebastian Vandel. His pit stop on lap 7, drive-through penalty. Pit stop on lap 10, that was actively a pit stop. He's pit twice. Have a look at the other car that's in this mix that's already pit twice. Dylan O'Shea. There was damage on that car. That's a Ferrari. We have seen a lot of issues for the Ferraris so far tonight in terms of trying to keep them moving forwards. We've already seen both the Summit Sim Sports Ferraris done for the day. So there's a lot to take in this. Strategies, right, there's a lot of different strategy games going on right now. And realistically, if you're back into the field, you've got a lot that you can gain. So what you're trying to do, basically, if you're at the front, you want to stay up front. If you're at the back, let's play some games. Let's do some things, which is what's happened in the case of Dylan O'Shea. He's been twice in the middle of those packs there because he was at the back and things weren't going their way and they had a bit of damage to repair off that car, so they've made some gains from that.
We're rumming and ahhing earlier in the night. We're wondering whether it was going to be a tame or processional sort of race and emulate what you guys were dealing with the supercars a couple of weeks ago. Of course, fuel-saving circumstances did somewhat, influence that. But to this point, we've had no shortage of content to work with. So well done to all and sundry. Hard luck to those that have bitten the dust so far, but plenty to pick apart in the post-mortems here in this round of the championship. Scotty, I don't know if I did a good enough job of articulating it earlier, but again, we're having that discussion, aren't we, about what game you want to play, what strategy you want to run, but it's more with regards to what I'm trying to paint the picture of here is how much traffic do you want to contend with? How much, how far back in the queue do you want to be? And how far is too far in terms of trying to make a play for it?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a picture. The big thing we're sort of starting to see now, though, is the bulk of the cars are starting to coalesce back onto the same strategy. There's still some stragglers. So still got 2 cars up the pointy end. Interesting to note in terms of this queue at the moment. Have a look at that Mercedes that sits 3rd in the queue. Now, if you have a look at the timing tower, you won't actually see them. And the reason for that is they're off the lead lap. It's the 525 car of Ben Jeffrey that sits just ahead of Damon Woods right now. They're here in search for their lap, and they're 3rd place in the queue. Don't give it to them. Just give it to them because they're right there and in amongst that lead lap fight. They were hoping, they were ahead of all the cars that had pit under the most recent safety car period, but they're behind the cars that stayed out. So what they were hoping was that all the cars ahead of them were going to pit, and then they would get effectively their lap back. So they've had damage, they've had drama, and they clawed their way back on the lead lap. That's not happened. They're going to be asked to get out of the way here and blue flag. So that's going to be tricky to manage. And the problem is Woods and Job Stewart and Zach Ratway White, those next 3 cars, a huge amount of pace. They are not long for their opportunity to get their lap back. This is actually a real smart play by them. They've done everything they possibly can to try and earn a lap back. I can't fault this effort. They've had a crack at it. But yeah, boys, it's time to just sort of stand aside a bit, I think.
68 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen. 68 minutes played. The last time around was a 4:02.515 on the lap sheets, and the best pace we've seen so far has been in the low 2:16s, to give you an indication as to how much time we lose behind the safety car. And that's important for a number of different reasons. As the safety car makes its way back to pit lane once more, restart number 4 coming up. It's because we're talking now about how far we're going to run. This race will probably cover less track distance, race distance, than the first 2 rounds because of the amount of times we've seen the safety car present on the racetrack. And that has permutations and ramifications with regards to the games these guys are playing, as Scott has been talking it through, with regards to how many laps you've got to get out of your fuel tank, how much time you've got to get out of your fuel tank, and how much fuel you can save. And we're not too sure how much you're able to save per lap compared to a full flat-out qualifying run per se on the fuel tank, how much you're saving behind the safety car. But you can see here how Sam Blacklock has control of the field, bringing him back at a moderate tempo. That's in the name of doing a little bit more fuel saving as well, leaking a little bit more time off the clock. And maybe it's the difference between, pick a number out of thin air at the moment. I'm not sure how far this thing's going to run, but it could be the difference between 66 laps and 65 laps, and that 7 kilometres could make all the difference. Let's try again, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll have a good, solid, flat-out green flag run here for a change of pace tonight. Back to green we go at the Spa Francorchamps circuit. Round 3 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Blacklock, Wakefield, Woods to the first turn. Yeah, hold your breath, Scotty. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything.
They're going to cut their way through. I've also just noted Dan Yeaman's gotten himself back out of the pit lane, stayed on the lead lap. He's 31st at the moment. He's only about 47 seconds ahead of our race leaders. So that's enough time for him to play with. Hope for a little bit more safety car intervention. Potentially get himself back into this one, which will be huge for that outfit if they can stay on the lead lap and get something go their way. This is the 666 machine who's going to get a little bit racy at the moment. Sorry, it's 666, my apologies. Meant the 999 machine inside the top 10. So they have got a huge amount of speed at the moment. And Alexander Bird, not going to give it to him.
Not yet, at least. Forces him wide on the inside at the end of the back straight. Bo Albert around the outside of Sebastian Vandel as well. Stays 10th for Evolution Racing. So Luke Swan back up to 14th. Geez, he's been up and down like a yo-yo all throughout the course of the evening. Remembering that car started from pit lane, if I did my homework correctly.
Urquhart's one of those other ones that's been an extended time on pit lane. Keep your eye on the 77 machine as well. They're back up to 24th. Andre Heimgartner behind the wheel, and they're actually in behind the 22 machine. Emily Jones has jumped behind the wheel of that one at the moment, sharing with Brady Myers. They're back in the mid-20s at the moment, so some work to do for those guys. But I said that 525 car, you might see them drop off. They're not. They're actually hanging win.
They are holding their own at the moment. It's impressive to see. Replay here. This was the move that Zach Ratway-White put on Job Stewart. An impressive move heading up to Pouillon, and it moves the pole sitter back to 4th.
Yeah, so a little bit of diving, and that's cold tyres. Got to get aggressive with the cold tyres as well. The other thing about the 525 car right now, they're light on fuel. They've actually done a 22-lap stint, so they are very, very light on fuel. They've hung it once they had their demo.
Oh, no!
No!
Rick Kuznetsov. Is he going to be able to drive that thing away? Yes. Thank goodness. So we failed to get through a lap cleanly, and Sebastian Vandel's now crashed as well. Oh dear. So 2 victims again on the first green flag lap after a restart. Are you kidding me? So we'll have a look at what happened to Vandel in a moment. That was almost a very, very nasty rejoin. And Vandel has done exactly what the Summit Simsport boys did, but got away with a little bit less damage for his efforts. And he'll be able to move his way to, well, I would assume pit lane. He might be able to push on with it for a little bit, though. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, Orbit Drop Bear continue to lead. It's Sam Blacklock leading the way. The Antic Motorsport entry, Reese Wakefield. What a great charge from them in second. McLaren, Acura, McLaren, Chev the top 5. The first of the Mustangs is 6th at the moment. And you got Bo Albert down there in 10th as well, having a great run. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different manufacturers in the top 10 at the 1 hour and 13 minute mark of proceedings here. Damon Wood, Zach Ratway, White, Job Stewart, all in close tow. Geez, we've got some big guns in the cockpit at the moment, Scotty. Some of the big time players both here and in the V8 series that the ASRG, of course, operate right there front and center when the whips are cracking.
Yeah, I don't think I just have a sneaking suspicion we mightn't be done with safety cars yet. Don't tell me this is the 88 car back out there and turning laps again. Oh boy.
Centimetre perfect, as an AFL commentator once said. Speaking of the AFL, 2 games on there tonight, 1 in the NRL as well. If we get another safety car, we might go around the grounds just to keep you up to date with what's going on there. Pit lane's very busy at the moment, with Teo Serrano and Byron Phillips on there. Now, just having a look at some of the other incidents that have unfolded. Let's have a look at Reece Wakefield, actually 3rd at the moment. Damien Woods has gone through to 2nd. That's what's gone on there. The Aretti Esports entry is about to be gobbled up and he's about to get by Alexander Bird. Yes, on the exit of the bus stop. And Bird now back down the inside, not wanting to have a bar of it. Can he get the job done? Get the elbows out, force his way through? No. They'll go side by side on the line. Run down to Eau Rouge? No, Bird backs out of it.
So he's just going to slot in, do what he can. Marino Morello in the Mustang. And a few extra ponies under the hood for the Mustang, by the look of things. Doing a great job at the moment, though. I think the biggest thing is just how many manufacturers, this is uncommon to see this many manufacturers this high up. They're fuel saving in that Mustang. They are massively fuel saving. You see that?
Big clutch. No doubt about that. Now, just trying to get my bearings right here as well, boys, with regards to the cars on pit lane. Obviously, we know that Stewie Ellis is done for the night. He was the one that had to request the tow. Of those guys that were just involved in the incident, it was the 41 Vermilion Esports entry, wasn't it, that we saw back on pit road. So Teo Serrano's now back behind the wheel of that car, having taken over. So they're back out there. They were on pit lane for about 1:55 last time through. Robert Crisdale there down battling for 25th with Blake Urquhart, who's also back on the track now as well. Dan Yeaman back in 29th position, benefiting from that skirmish for the 41 Vermilion Esports entry as well.
Man, I tell you what, I look at the timing sheets at the moment, and there's 1 hour and 15 minutes that's been involved in this race. And I go, are you sure? Because it feels like we've been here for 5 hours already with the amount that's going on.
Well, yeah, I'm right there with you. We're doing our own 24 at the moment, aren't we? we're cramming 24 hours worth of entertainment into 4.5 on the broadcast for you, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. Down to the bus stop once more, back to the main straight. So we're on lap 28 now for Sam Blacklock, who leads from Damien Woods and Zach Ratway White. So again, the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter entry now with clear air, but Damien Woods breathing down his neck. So these are the 2 different strategies at play, going toe to toe for the outright race lead for now. Damien Woods having got to the 9th lap of his stint. Blacklock on the 17th lap of his stint. Reece Wakefield and Job Stewart arguing over 4th on the racetrack. That's the battle we've picked up down the back straight. They'll weave from right to left. Stewart to the outside, and Wakefield's going to let him go.
Yep, smart. He's playing a game at the moment in terms of their fuel mileage, fuel consumption. Just trying to keep themselves in the window. And the other thing to consider for that car as well is they're massively up and massively out of sequence in terms of their fuel strategy. This is a really interesting one to note. I've dug back through. I can't see a penalty for car 228. So that was, remember that huge moment at Blanchimont touching the curb on the inside? I think it's been called no further action.
No further action was taken. Yeah, extraordinary, really, to be fair with you. Um,
I'm massively
but
disappointed
then
with
again,
that one. Yeah.
at the same time, I can understand it being a racing incident because it was a ripple strip that, you know, kind of set off the chain reaction. It wasn't intentional. It was the
Well, it
impact
doesn't
of
matter.
the momentum of bouncing off the ripple strip. I get that it's wrecked the 77's night. It's wrecked theirs as well. But yeah, no further action. It is a little surprising. But then again, I mean, race control are dealing with so much at the moment. I'm sure they're happy to sweep a couple under the carpet.
Well,
Just
yeah,
to get
that one's not
themselves
gonna
out of here
swept
before
under the
6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Scott, instead of
well,
6 o'clock tomorrow night.
but the big key for me is you touch the
Yes,
curb
mate.
on the inside, you turned in, you touch that curb, therefore you're the car at fault in that incident. If you jump a curb, you shoot across the track, which is, for me, that's what happened. You know, I don't know what the viewing on that was, and that would be worth a little bit of discussion. But that's one of those ones where I go, hey, look, I disagree. At the end of the day, I'm going to leave the stewards to it because that's there. But yeah, I'm just scratching my head a little bit on that one. But Perwine's recovering back through the field. Andre Heiming up. I mean, they've got a clean race car again. It's a big key with the amount of safety car intervention that we've had. So
Yeah.
it's not ruined their night. Their night's not over. But I really don't see without touching that curb how that contact would have been instigated, and that's the point I'm sort of trying to make. This is actually
Here
a
he
battle for
is.
the overall lead.
Damon Woods in the slipstream of Sammy Blacklock. I'm coming back to that point, Scott. I want to elaborate on that. I want to keep pursuing it down the inside. Blacklock lets him go. Woods is going to lead this one from the front, and Blacklock will tuck in and follow and try and save some fuel out of the slipstream benefit. So Woods to the lead. Eclipse resuming familiar territory for them. They've been prominent at the pointy end of town right throughout the course of this series. We pick up the battle between the team's Max Boost entry around the outside of Matty Johnson. That was Oisin Colangelo, and Josh Perwin's in there as well.
I think that's actually Josh Perwine actually redressing. So there was contact between Perwine and Colangelo into the Lacombe chicane at the end of the Camel.
Copy.
And it was Perwine that went in a little bit deep. So I think that was actually a redress. He recognised, yeah, you'll get an opportunity to see it here. There was no overlap at the turn-in point, and that's the point will be redress, carry on with it.
I just wanted on the record as well that we got some intel before we got on air tonight as well, Scott. I'm not sure if you were here at this particular point or whether you were getting yourself organised for the broadcast, but playing steward tonight, as he put it, is my co-commentator from the opening round of the series, your good mate Brenton O'Brien.
Playing steward. Yeah, he loves playing with all the toys, doesn't he?
But of course, he's an integral part of everything we do here at the Australian Sim Racing Group. So well done to Brenton, well done to the entire crew putting this one together. You have to feel though for other members of the organisation committee, Sean McNamara, and also, hang on, is that a car parked? Yes, it is. Can you believe that? Teo Sorono. It's the same point of the circuit. It's the other side of the road. That one will be a tow job. This will be safety car number 5. Bang. Oh.
And
So-
they were all going around at that point.
If it wasn't bad enough when Vandel found the concrete on the left side of the track, Sorono's finished the job. And now the game changes again. We're only on lap 30 and we're at the 1 hour 38 minute mark to go. So we've only been racing for an hour 21 and a half, 81 and a half minutes. We're not yet at halfway, and this is a sprint race interrupted with, you know, a bit of neutralisation. This is just a series of sprints that we're watching play out here. We haven't had a decent, elongated green flag run yet. Oh, the intensity, the
weird.
velocity of that snap.
It's just weird, isn't it? Because the cars, you can see the slides start to happen and then it just grips immediately. Like it's just a violent bite too. Safety car's been deployed, so we will get that one here.
Can't say I'm surprised by that one, Scotty.
No, yeah, I mean that's on consistency as well. Gee whiz. Well, I mean, I'm starting to sit down, watch, and take notes. And for me as a social driver, I guess realistically, if I had the money, I'd be one of those so-called gentleman drivers. I'm not in the right industry to be appropriately called a dentist, but I'm taking notes for Spa 24 Hour next weekend. And the first thing I'm looking at is just go, let's have a car that we know that we can drive for 24 hours, because if the pros are driving it this way, what hope have I got?
So you are having a steer next weekend, mate?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just stupid enough to do so. Yeah.
We all love a night owl. Into pit lane comes the 862. So that is Sammy Blacklock. And probably not surprising given that he was 19 laps into his stint. To pit lane he comes.
Wakefield
follows him in.
2 cars left on that strategy. And again, they're further into the range. So the interesting thing for those guys is they've gone far enough into their range that they should not have to wait on the driver swap.
So in other words, there's no invoice. It'll be the amount of time they're fueling up will be the amount of time that it takes to switch over the drivers.
Yeah.
There we go. So those driver changes are complete. Damon Wood, Zach Ratway, White sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. And then Job Stewart as well.
Remember how we were just saying that there was an Eclipse car at the head of the field that was about to go a lap down? That was that car being released. So
there we go. All right, that makes a lot more sense.
Look at the penalties.
These boys are more experienced than to know that, aren't they? So, yeah. That would be Byron Phillips making his way around.
I'm seeing penalties on the board for Daniel Boswell, though, and that's copy. Okay. So it's a 10-second time penalty for Daniel Boswell. That's what I was looking at it. I went scrolling through the server to see what I could find, and I wasn't actually able to find anything in the session. It's actually an admin issued penalty, 10-second time penalty. Tell you what, we're nearly on the halfway marker.
So
you know what?
95 minutes to go, 85 minutes played, gentlemen. It's extraordinary what's happened, what's unfolded so far, and one must wonder what's still to come, really. But at the moment, irrespective of the strategy play that's going on, Scotty Rankin, the Eclipse Sim Sport boys still find a way to be at the top of the summit.
But they haven't looked flappable all night long. They've had a really, really nice car, right amount of point in it, not too much point. They haven't looked unsteady. We've only seen one of their cars have a mistake on cold tyres. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling confident. Zach Ratchrow White, remember, has jumped into the 17 car. They've ticked off enough laps now for the injured Jamie Christensen. He did a phenomenal... For a guy that's recovering from... The notes that I saw was a couple potential broken fingers, potential cracked ribs, potential injuries to legs and stuff as well. He's actually done a phenomenal job to not only take on the pressure handed to him by qualifying the 17 car on pole position, he did the bulk of that first stint inside the top couple cars.
Yep.
And then he's job done, right? So exactly. The big thing for him walking into tonight would have been, your job is just survived. There would have been no pressure put on him. It's just tick the laps up, right? That's it. There would have been no number put on him. He personally would have been sitting in the sim going, well, you put the damn thing on pole. Could you have picked another night to do that?
However, let's just also reiterate here and highlight that there's no way in hell Jamie Christensen would have got clearance to go and do this if it was a real-world
100%,
event.
100%.
Right there, right now, the benefits of this being a SimWorld event, and we hope that, you know, Jamie makes a swift, nice, clean, smooth recovery. There's no doubt about that. But very nice of Gianni Latsu to be on standby had the pressure, had the pain been too much for him to bear with, to support Zach Ratway White. Job Stewart third, Alex Bird fourth. I mean, there's so many surprising elements to this race, Scott, but of those that have been able to survive the challenge here, who's impressed you most so far?
Yeah, Right now, it's probably Job Stewart, Alex Bird, Marino Morella. They're all three of those guys are sitting in very quick cars. I'm very happy watching Dean Mackay go after his work as well. This is a guy, in terms of ratings in the sessions as well, you have a look at all the guys he's up around. The lowest rating inside the top 8 is 5.9k, and he's 3.4, right?
Yep.
So he's done phenomenal with where that car's placed at the moment. So that says to him that he's really switched on and enjoying things, and he's actually been a big purveyor of that McLaren in every series I've seen him in prior to the update. So he's right there and amongst it in a great spot. The Luke Swan car, 36th spot to 10th, worthwhile keeping an eye on. They're in a really, really good spot at the moment. They're mid-stint here as well, but yeah, there's a couple cars now that are back in amongst it, can give themselves an opportunity to get deeper into the race. So the Dan Yeaman, Lockhart, Brownlee cars back into the pit lane for more repairs. So that car should be in a lot better place now as well. So there's actually been a fair bit going on in this one. They took off more laps for Yeaman in that car. They might have done, actually.
I think it's a fair thing to say. Thank goodness it didn't rain. Could you imagine how much more of a spanner in the works that would be when we really don't need one? It's probably a good thing that rain turned around and went in the other direction. If you're just joining us, the casualty list is growing.
Well, let's run through.
Rono, Ellis, Andrew, Rayhana, Peasnick, Shepherd on the very opening lap of the car race, of course. Our safety car driver is up to 36th in the field at the moment. I mean, such is the run that he's getting tonight. He's had more laps tonight than he'll have all year. Has our good mate Dan Hall from Logitech. Does a great job, of course. Decked me out with some great broadcast equipment for this series, most of which had to stay home in Ipswich, unfortunately, because it just was not portable to Grenfell. I'm on the backup set tonight, courtesy of my radio colleagues at West Bremer. And, of course, on the back end of that, we should also mention that there's also Brenton Hobson still out there limping around, 3 laps down at the moment. Adam Jepson still a lap down. Everybody else, Scotty, on the lead lap. The longer this thing goes with, safety car intervention, the more contenders are going to stay in contention on the lead lap. 30 cars on the lead lap at this point in time, as we finally tick past halfway. There's that magic number come and gone, ladies and gentlemen. 9 minutes down, 9 minutes to go. And we are on lap 32. So if we keep going at this rate, we're only going 64 laps tonight. We're looking at a potential 80-lap race. Not going to happen. But if we do manage to get an elongated green flag run, maybe we bump that up to 66, 67, 68 laps. Time will tell. What is interesting, Scott, is who dives to the pit lane and when, and if they only do it once.
Yeah, I think, well, from here you can absolutely get home on one more stop. That's confirmed. It's just how long that stop's going to be. And critically, I'm just sort of taking a look down the rear end of the field. There's actually not a lot of cars that came to the pit lane or that most recent caution. Emily Jones, I think, is might be the highest running. No, Harrison Lillis was, remember, our race leader in the 862 car. So they, look at them weaving. Oh, there's a car around before we even get out of the bus stop.
Wow. So that was Matt Howard in 26th position, now plummeting down the order. He'll be down below Rick Kuznetsov, Brody Sentence most likely as well. So Howard, that's a costly invoice for him for Iridium Sim Sport. Now we make our way through our Rouge and Radion once more. Can we get through cleanly, unscathed, scot-free? Let's wait and see. Alex Bird up to 4th place. Marino Morella 5th. Dean Mackay 6th. Adam Briggs 7th. Bo Albert 8th. Names that we haven't mentioned at the pointy end of the field for a little while throughout the course of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Damon Wood, Zach Ratway White, Job Stewart. We've talked about them all season long. They're right there when the whips are cracking. They will be in 90 minutes' time if they can keep it clean. But Bird, Morella, Mackay stand there on the verge of being able to get in their way. That was the replay of the incident for, of course, the entry down outside the top 25 now, Matt Howard. And we go back to the Evolution Racing team entry. So actually important to note in all of that, we mentioned earlier in the piece, didn't we, as Perwin and Colin Gilo resume their dual 11th and 12th on the racetrack, and joining them for good measure is Matthew Johnson in 13th. Daniel Boswell's not too far back in 14th either. When we talk about the 7, Job Stewart's got Ethan Grigalt with him for company tonight, I'm reliably informed. Brenton O'Brien, of course, the ERT team manager, as well as the head honcho of everything we do here at the ASRG. He said there's a 2-time XL national champion on the grid tonight, Zach, and I know how much you love the XL racing. He does too. Yes, Ethan Griggold is out there, which is great to see. The second of the ERT entries, we talked to Lachlan Cable before the race got underway. I'm just having a look down the leaderboard to have a look at where they've got to, and they're sitting 8th at the moment with Bo Albert, of course, behind the wheel. So they're having a solid run, and they needed to after the misfortunes of Fuji and trouble at the end of the Camel Straight.
But the 525 is actually off the lead lap, so that car's, actually not racing those cars for position. So might do something about it, might not. Just in the case whereby I have a fair idea that there should be something done about blue flags. That's the trickiest part about being in that spot, that 525 car. But remember, they were 2 cars ahead of them,
by the way,
pitting away from being back on the lead lap too, so they were so close to that.
And now that seems like a distant memory. Have a look at the flamethrower down the back straight. We're riding on board with the 17 of Zach Ratway White to the end of the back straight, to the end of the Camel Straight. Matt Johnson's got by Colin Gilo for 12 as well down the Camel. Woods the leader, controlling it nicely. It's in Eclipse 1-2. They did this in Japan. Stewart there in third, leading the fight, leading the charge for those looking to knock Eclipse off the top step of the summit. But we've got the 2 teams that have netted the 2 overall wins so far, dominating the podium, locking it out at the moment. Vendeval in 4th through Alex Burt. Aretti through Marino Morello in 5th, TriStar 6th, Synergy 7th. Great to see the sister car of Brenton Hobson's team, the 14, having a good run despite the early demise of the team captain. And they will be filthy about that one for a while, I'm sure. Harrison Lillis has got up to 20th as well, getting by Greg Patrick in the full send Sim Sport entry. So Lillis back into 20th. Again, we're keeping an eye on that with regards to that was the entry that pitted from the lead of the car race during that previous caution period. There have been 5 of them who've been racing 95 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And we've managed to get through a second lap of this stint without incident. So we're about to complete lap 34. So we've clocked somewhere in the vicinity of 238 kilometres, Scott. So a long way to go.
Yep, still a very, very long way to go, and we're still waiting for that extended green flag run that we've been hoping for at any stage of this event. Andre Heimgartner, don't forget that 77 car, he's sharing with Madison Down. They're back to 15th spot as well. And we thought they might be done for the days, but no, they've managed to get that car repaired and start cutting their way back through the order. So they're actually starting to catch up. I would say they're not done for a top 10 finish yet. I have a feeling they're right in that window.
And if anything, that'll be an early nomination for Driver of the Day, to get that thing back from where it was in the kitty litter, crunched up to a top 10 finish. It's a great recovery already, but the icing goes on the recovery cake if they can get it into the top 10. And there's still plenty of potential for that to come their way with 83 minutes to play. You're watching SimSpeed's coverage of the Australian Racing Group, the Australian Sim Racing Groups rather, coverage of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, Round 3, Circuit of Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. And it's great to have you along for the ride this Friday night, the first Friday night of the second half of the year, the first Friday night of July, the second month of winter. Thankfully, it's nice and warm inside the control tower here at the Grenfell Kart Club, where I'm broadcasting to you from this evening, but it's very bitter and crisp and chilly outside. Not looking forward to the walk to the car, or least of all the drive back to the accommodation once this thing's done just after midnight Eastern. But hope you can stay with us for that. And if you happen to be heading out this way, you're in our central west, southwest New South Wales area, and you happen to be in the vicinity and want to come out and say good day this weekend, do yourself a favour. It'll be a great weekend of racing out here in Grenfell. Round 4 of the Kart Stars for Karting New South Wales. Round we go. Damon Woods controlling it nicely from the pole sitter. That pace was rapid in qualifying. And we've got an onboard OG gear replay coming your way here with the 862 of Harrison Lewis. And this is a magnificent overtake, but heart in mouth sort of moment for Harrison Lewis, diving down on the inside at Puyong and got the job done and did it cleanly, Scott.
Yeah, but did you see that lack of visibility from where that rear wing was placed? Well, guess what? The rear view mirror picks up just about nothing. Luke Swan gets rotated at the bus stop chicane, and there is a host of cars that are just about to feed in here. So he's got to rejoin. We're hearing it might have been just a touch of contact that kicked that one off.
Just if race control had run out of things to adjudicate on or observe or dabble over, they've now got more paperwork on their desk. So they're very much occupied for the balance of the evening. There's no doubt about that. Greg Patrick there in 22nd at the moment. So already you can see that gap forming between those in the top 20 and those outside. This field is starting to slowly spread out. We might show you a track map shortly just to show you how they have spread out around the racetrack since the restart. Here's Byron Phillips trying to work his way back into the top 20 on the inside of Greg Patrick. He goes up into 21st now. Luke Swan relegated. And Luke Swan goes through to 22nd, I should say, and Greg Patrick to 23rd. So that's very nicely done from the 69 as he tries to get back into the top 20. Next target, 1.5 seconds up the road, Emily Jones. So, yes, you can see that big gap between Puyong, really, between the first and second crops of this field. And only the 44, the safety car, sitting there lonely on pit lane at the moment. Hold your breath, 2x2 through Puyong.
Well, yeah, out the other side and still trying to hang on to it. Just keeping half an eye on Byron Phillips, just climbed back on board the number 69 car. Remember when he was up in the top 5, and unfortunately for that car, a few moments, but the same sort of story as the 77. Lachlan Cowie's had a disastrous race for that car, but I think he's ticked off enough laps that they might just not put him back in the car, and now Phillips is going to try and climb back through. Sam Chapman just gained a spot over Bo Albert, I saw as well.
Yep, so he's gone up into 9th, Scott, but Job Stewart's been relegated. Alex Bird's gone to 3rd. The Vendaval entry has gone to 3rd on the inside of Job Stewart. So Bird to the potential podium position. It's a long way to go, but it's the best place he's been all night. Got the job done on the run to the bus stop.
Yeah, and he'll just get helped here. Yeah, Stewart's just recognised. He's on the inside, and the big thing for these guys will be they want to maintain the draft of the cars ahead. So sure, we could fight this one, but if we do, we're now fighting for 3rd. We're not fighting for 2nd and 1st. And you'll actually see, yeah, a little bit of drafting help as well, bump drafting as well, pushing down the straight, trying to reconnect with those cars ahead. Indeed.
And that's the thing as well. Byron Phillips, 15-second penalty. Wow, for contact with the 525. So Byron Phillips, we were only talking about him a few moments ago, trying to get his way back into the top 20. That's not going to help. Contact with the 525, who's 31st at the moment, Adam Jepson. And that 15 seconds will not be the greatest welcomed anchor invoice on the back of what's been a challenging night for those guys. They were looking good in the early stages, but it's gone south very quickly. This is the incident that we were talking about. Sorry, no, my apologies. That's Bo Albert conceding, if nothing else, on the Vermilion entry. And Scott did correctly pick that one up. That was Sam Chapman going on by into 9th. The 101 Vermilion Esports entry. Now, he's a man possessed when it comes to a fuel save race, is Sam Chapman. So watch him when the whips are cracking at the back end of proceedings here. Lockhart Brownlee and Greg Patrick! Ooh. Contact! They get away with it. Brownlee lives to fight another day. Oh, it doesn't matter where you look in this field at the moment, Scott. The elbows are out.
Yeah, it's turn up the afterburners point in the race too. And that was Brownlee starting to cut his way back through the field. And he's going to sort of get on with it a little bit because he's trying to crawl back through as best as he possibly can. Yeah. He's just...
It's funny though, Scott, isn't it? When you look at the amount of elbows out driving we're seeing, like that, door to door, through the bus stop, hold your breath, back to the main straight. Blake Urquhart trying to capitalise here, move up to 28. Oh no, 3-1 down the main straight. Let's go! Why not? Last of the late breakers to La Source. And down the inside, Urquhart will try and get the up and under. No, had to move across to cover off the car in behind. Matthew Johnson gets a 15-second penalty for contact earlier in the race as well. He's got Brody Sentence there for company at the moment. Does the 29th place number 35 entry as they make their way up the Camel Straight once more. Extraordinary entertainment here. And again, we reiterate, we've got 76.5 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Drag race down the Camel Straight, which brings me back to the point, Scott. There's been a lot of argy-bargy tonight, but also a fair bit of gentlemanly etiquette as well in the way of, in the name of gamesmanship, the guys that have been happily conceding position in the name of the fuel save.
Yeah, this is the incident. We're just saying the 467 car has been issued a 15-second penalty. Remember how we had a car up and over the curbs? That'll be why.
That will be why indeed. All happening here at the circuit of Spa Francorchamps in Belgium.
Oh, word, look at the number of cars that have just been tagged up. Penalties, unfortunately.
I'm just having a look at... I'm just having a look through the analytics of this, boys, and the penalties and everything else that's going on. It's extraordinary. I don't think we've seen a run sheet quite like this season, and I don't think we will see a run sheet quite like this for the rest of the season either. Quite extraordinary what's unfolding here in round 3 of the championship. The gloves were bound to come off eventually, and what a way to do it at Spa to launch what is the second half of the calendar year and what is the race that gets us to halfway. You mentioned Emily Jones earlier, Scotty Rankin. There she is. She's got Byron Phillips for company, but she doesn't need to worry too much about him because he's got a 15-second invoice coming as well.
Yep. So, but, you know, it'll be follow Phillips through the field, I think. Let him go. He's definitely got the speed. He's been tracking her down. But you won't want to make this too difficult for him. Use him as a draft. Pull your way through, And that's the thinking that tends to go on up at the pointy end of these sorts of things is, am I going to be able to hold this guy off? Yes, but we're still over an hour from the finish, and I'm not going to be able to hold him off for an hour. So what you'll see here is Emmy will just roll off. Yep, there it is. Nice and easily done. I do want to fight it, but maybe in the last 20 minutes, maybe in the last half hour. It's just too early to hold off a car with that much of a pace advantage. When you're a little bit deeper in the field, we've seen that the Blake Urquhart battle pack, the 35 machine, that group of cars, they're all together on pace. So fighting it for them is very important. That's the 77 machine with Andre Helmgartner having a little bit of an issue at the rear end of that McLaren.
Hold your breath. Side by side to Puyong. They're okay for the moment. Spotter will be in the ears. Yep. A little bit of caution taken there to avoid potential contact through the second part of Puyong. So very nicely done. That was, of course, the 77 of Andre Heimgartner. And we've got a replay here thanks to OG Gear Oz as well. And a little bit of a tank slapper you're going to see. Just have a look at the super slow-mo at work. Well done, Jay Kennedy. Look at that for a little bit of drift work and traction. And what a save as well. There have been some moments tonight where you haven't been able to save it. Once it started to go, you haven't been able to save it. A few drivers have ridden their luck.
I'm just thinking and looking at that and going, is that the suspension in the rear end? Is that because they're running maybe softer anti-roll bars and all the other cars that we've seen snap are much, much stiffer? So that when they do grab, they grab quite quickly. Whereas there's a little bit of sag, a little bit of roll in this car, and it's a little bit more comfortable with that. Would be one of the things that I'm thinking about.
How much time was invested in fine-tuning and manipulating those setups that you mentioned, Scott? You can tell that it's been the 1%ers that have been the difference tonight. And then you go back to Dean Mackay, who has clear air around him at the moment, no real pressure. Perwin has Briggs within vicinity. Chapman and Albert are having a good scrap. And then Johnson, Colin Gilo are somewhat spread out, and Heimgartner finds himself in 13th at the moment. Byron Phillips up into 18th, but when you take that 15 seconds into account, it's 25th. Or it's net 25th on the racetrack. However, there are other penalties also to be applied that may impact that as well. I apologise, Scott. I've had a complete, total roadblock mind blank. I was thinking of something to segue into the conversation here, and it's just escaped from the brain dialogue for the moment. So as soon as I think of that, I'll come back to you. Let's ride on board with Marino Maroma for the moment and have a listen to that thing hard at work. 79 to the right-hander to the bus stop. This has been a terrific performance from these guys so far. They're right there within a real crack, with a real shot at getting onto the podium. If a couple of, I's are dotted and T's are crossed, and a couple of little 1%ers fall their way. Zach Ratway White, fastest lap of the race, 2:16.076 right on cue.
Yeah, so that sort of says what they're trying to do. They're not hanging around at the front of the race. They're trying to press on and disappear down the road. So the critical thing is, I think Damon Woods has actually done every lap of the race so far for the 56 car. So they're going to have to do a driver swap at their next pit stop. They won't have any other opportunities, I don't think. I've already seen a drive-through penalty for the 525 car, which is the Mercedes that's now off the lead lap. I think I've just seen another one for the 324 full send sim sports car. Greg Patrick was behind the wheel of that one. There's actually been nothing issued in the sim by any administrative bodies. But remember, Spa is one of those tracks whereby it's always been challenging to manage your incident point counts. You get 30 for the 3 hours. So you effectively get 10 an hour without a penalty. Well, sorry, you get 2.9 an hour without a penalty. You're allowed 29. You're not allowed the 30th point. So, yeah, it's awkward that that's coming before we've even encountered the last hour for a couple of those cars.
Absolutely, it is. But again, it's a hallmark of the kind of race it's been. That biff and barge, that evasive action that's been taken, those incidents that have unfolded. So probably not necessarily a surprise to see some penalties, but hopefully they're not going to spend the next 70 minutes burning another 30 and getting another drive through. That would really just add insult to injury.
So remember that battle pack I was telling you was with the Pacific Sim Sports car? This is it. Blake Hurkart's behind the wheel at the moment.
Right up the outside.
Gets it 90% of the way done. Just can't pull the car up. And Ferrari's a little bit better balanced on the way through the comb chicane at the end of the Kemmel.
And that's a hard thing as well, isn't it? We're just getting confirmation through the 952 95 SimSport entry has retired from the race as well, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Benefield is parked up and is done for the night. That'll leave us with 32 cars in the motor race, and Brenton Hobson will eventually, when he unlaps himself on Benefield, move up into 32nd position as a result. Unfortunately, there were some drivers tonight kissing their championship contention, their aspirations, their hopes goodbye. Benefield's a good little peddler. He's had no luck in the 3 rounds so far of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Matt Howard and Blake Urquhart, that battle continues. Robert Crisdale and Luke Swan is the battle we're watching at the moment. Swan in 22nd, Crisdale 23rd, and still 67 minutes to play. We're getting ever so closer to being in that window, Scott.
Yeah.
That's vitally important final pit stop for the run to the line.
Very close to that at the moment. Remember that everyone on the field can actually carry on beyond that marker now. So just because of the time in the safety cars, so it's guaranteed one stop. But how early on that window do you come? Now, if you're ailing a little bit on tyres, you haven't been able to take them, you're probably going to come very, very early in terms of the window. I'm looking probably about 56 minutes to go. Remember, that's probably my marker for being able to get home with comfort. So probably with about 50 minutes to go is if you're ailing on tyres, you're starting to struggle a little bit in terms of pace, you're looking to come about that marker. So keep your eye on that just a little bit.
Lap 42 for you, ladies and gentlemen. P1 and 2 both on your screen on track and on board in the bottom right-hand side of your screen as well. Damon Woods versus Zach Ratway White. And a picture of concentration, if ever you've seen one, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at them. Eyes forward, firmly on the task at hand. They're building that gap. They're building that buffer between themselves and Alexander Bird at the moment. It stands at 3.3 as they come back to the main straight to complete lap 42.
Well, one of the big things, I'm actually just watching his eyes, so a little bit of a blink there, but you can see how much he's focusing. One of the big things is when you look at professional racing drivers, they don't blink all that often because the adrenaline, basically, they're just so wired on it, they don't blink all that often. And it's one of the few things, normally, you blink quite a lot, but when you're under the pump in sim racing and there's a lot happening, the eyes go wider and you don't blink all that often as well. So just watch the difference between both of those guys and how often they blink. It's to do with where they're positioning their eyes. When you're just that hunkered down and you're in the zone, you've got your eyes that far through the corner, you're thinking about things, you're really switched on, you won't blink. It's just a natural response to the human body. When you're in the zone, when you're really fired up, when you're moving, you need your vision at all times, and the body just doesn't blink all that much. And that was the big thing I noticed about Rattray White as he come through Blanchimont there. Whereas if you have a look at Damon Woods, Rattray White's energetic, left, right, look at something, twiddle with a knob on the steering wheel. Damon Woods is just cool, calm. I have a feeling at some points he's about to fall asleep, just watching him. He's that calm and in control of the race car.
I was going to say, there are points where if this was a tamer sort of motor race, we could have easily called up and done the same thing, Scott. But there has not been a chance to switch off or take the eyes off the screen throughout the course of this evening so far. Lap 43 is what we're on at the moment, folks. Trying to gauge exactly how many laps are left in the car race is getting challenging because we just don't know when that next safety car is coming, if it's coming. But I guarantee you this, Scotty, I would not be surprised if we do get one in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Everyone dies.
Everyone will hit 100%. There'd be no reason not to.
Absolutely, so everybody.
I think we're just in a holding pattern, just waiting for that at the moment. When do you go? What do you do? That 862 drop bear car that's just ahead of these guys, ahead of this little battle pack. We're showing Colangelo. What Angel? When I read that one wrong 10 times, every single time I come across it, I'm just like, wait, I've got to say it in a specific manner. Colangelo, for the viewers watching along at home. And think about her, very, very young go-karter that got into sim racing.
Yeah.
Now have a look at her. She's been picked up by Evolution Racing Team. So like I said, this Max Boost, they taught her a lot last year. Daniel McCrowan put a fair bit of work into her alongside Kane Ryder and his brother as well.
Yep.
Put a lot of work
Vaughn's
into
in
her.
there as well.
Yeah, Vaughan and Kane Ryder. That's the two. Yeah. So they've put a lot of work into her, and it's all happened for. I guarantee that they're the kind of group of guys that they'd be looking around her, and you've got the opportunity to absolutely go for it. On to bigger and better things. But have a look at the guy that's behind her. Think about what's going through her mind and her life at the moment, and the gaps and the growth that she's going through. And she's got a supercars driver sitting in a rearview mirror. How's that for a vote of confidence for a young driver?
Pinching herself, I would think, Scott.
Yeah.
We'd be living the dream. So many people would envy where she is right now in that position. There's Heimgarten having a look right on cue on the inside. not able to get it done. But again, still a great recovery from those guys as well. Back to 14th. Andre playing a big role in that. And maybe we'll see Madison bring it home. Who knows? An hour and 2 minutes remain, folks. And I think I'm right in saying longest green flag run of the night.
What have you
so
done?
far.
What have you done? You didn't just say no.
Sorry,
No,
did I say
nearly
that out
crossed the
loud? Oh,
median-
sorry,
yeah.
I was only meant to think that. No, sorry. Actually, no, I deliberately said that. I absolutely said that on the record. There was a reason for it because it's the truth, you know. No point, you know, saying whether it's the commentator's curse or not. It's fundamental fact. It's proven. Let's have a look at this moment from Andre, by the way, Scott.
Yeah.
on
Hi,
the OG
Grenfell
gear
Karting
replay.
Club. Has anyone got bubble wrap? Perhaps some protective. We need bodyguards to live at the Grenfell Karting Club. And again, have a look at the rise up and over the curb. It jumps it. He's pressing on.
Oh, what a save.
Mate, you just told everyone where you're commentating from for the weekend. I swear to God, if you call another safety car, you're in trouble. They know where you are.
But I might be responsible for it unfolding and happening. Here we go. Adam brings
That's
the pit
early.
lane. 1 hour and 1 minute to go, Scott. So let's wait and see if that is early, as you say, or right on the money. Because, well, to be fair, if he does pit now and we do get the aforementioned, then, you know, it could well be a stroke of genius. Who would know? Lap 45 for you, ladies and gentlemen, as we edge closer to the end of the second hour, the second third of proceedings here. Friday Night Motorsport live for you from Grenfell and Grafton. The 2 Gs for you, with thanks to the Gamesman and the Australian Sim Racing Group and all of our commercial and corporate and business partners, our sponsors of this series. It's live on the platforms of SimSpeed. It's live across Facebook and YouTube. It's great to have you along for the ride. Damien Woods and Zach Ratway-White leading from the front, and the Eclipse Sim Sports stable continue to assert and cement their authority on this series. There's still a big 1 hour to go. Actually, important point to finish on O'Sheen as well, because you've obviously elaborated on her achievements, both real world and sim as well, Scott. It's important to note that the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is gentleman by name only, because O'Sheen's a member of our little operation over there as well. She's been racing in our Super Formula Light series, among other things, and great to see her involved, and great. I mean, I think we've only, over the course of time, had 2 or 3 female members, but we're all inclusive. GSRC was the name, but the girls are welcome to come and race, and they race hard, fair, and well, which is what we like to see, and looking forward to seeing O'Sheen back on track when our new term starts up on Monday night, of course. There we go, boys. 2/3 race distance has come and gone. 2/3 in terms of time. We'll see where the 2/3 marker is with regards to laps when we actually work out how many we've clocked throughout the course of the evening. Nowhere near as many as we were intending or hoping, because of, as Heimgartner now makes the move, makes it, gets it done, moves to 12th. Johnson gets by Albert at the same time, moves to 9th, because Albert's gone to pit lane. Follow Albert on pit road.
I've got some research to do. In terms of numbers, yeah, I've got to go and figure out
whether these are the right calls or not that are being made right here and now. These are defining moments of the car race. I'm going to let Scotty crunch the numbers. I'll do a little bit of chatterboxing at this point in time. Apparently, I'm reliably informed that I can talk under wet cement, among other things. That's what people have told me over the years. We're going to set out and try and prove it. Damon Woods, Zach Ratway-White, Alexander Bird, 1, 2, 3. We've picked up the battle between Dean Mackay and Josh Perwin right now. TriStar versus Vermilion. Vermilion having an all right night as well. 2 in the top 10. Chapman sitting there in 8th. That was the point. I didn't get back to finish that. Won the Australian Open Wheel Nationals on Wednesday night with a fuel safe strap. Won it by watching Marcus Watson cough and splutter over the line. Won it by a 1/10 of a second. He only led 15 metres of the car race. So if anyone is going to be a contender in a fuel race, keep an eye on Sam Chapman in 8th place. Scotty, what have you got for me?
So, going and chatting with the number 31 car, they are within their window. They are confident they'll make it home, not even a threat. Going and chatting to the Briggs and Ewan Baker entry in that Mustang, the Synergy Sim racing car, saving to do, but they can make it as well. So yeah, so the number for me, 56, is a confident number. So I would say basically 58 minutes onwards, anyone can make it home with confidence. And I'm working from last year's fuel numbers, by the way, when I talk from that. So remember, aero and tire update, that does throw a little bit of an extra spanner into the works. So we'll do bits and pieces, but yes, you can make it home from here.
Past 4 o'clock server time. Track temp 33 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees the ambient temp at the moment. Pit lane activity continuing now as Matthew Johnson makes his way down pit road. So too Marina Maruella and Josh Purwin. Who continues on? Dan Chapman. I was only just talking about him and fuel save capabilities. Here we go. Lockhart Brownlee in the thick of it as well. But this is a critical lap for several cars, it would seem, Scott. I mean, yes, we've only got 31 left in the car race now, with Brenton Hobson being the last of those, but quite a few making the run down pit lane this time through.
Yeah, and I think that's at the back end of fuel windows as well for a lot of those guys. Momentum Motorsports car was on 27 lap runs, so yeah, they've drained the tank quite deeply. But there's a lot of cars that are out there that are... Think about the 862 car as well. We were talking about Harrison Lewis and his progress back throughout the field. He's only been out there for 16 laps on that tank of fuel, so he can go another 10 laps. He's got a long way into this race that he necessarily can go. He's only about 20 seconds off the race lead. I would expect that car to pop out somewhere around the top 5 at the moment, just based upon the numbers that they're running. So it's tight, it's close. They're not going to necessarily pop back into the race lead. I think that's a little bit too far, and the pace has been good for the other cars. But the other thing to consider is that car's had to cut its way back through quite a number of cars out on track as well. So overall, that strategy's probably worked out for the 862.
Indeed. The question is, when are our leaders making that run down pit road? We picked them up, and again, it's half a second. The gap back to Bird continues to increase and extend out now 4.8. They're all on the 29th lap of the stint. Here we go to pit road. The top 2 are in for the final stop of the night. And there is Byron Pierce in 7-8 spot.
Critically, that 56 car has to do a driver swap on this final stop. 17's got Rattray right behind the wheel. They are good to go to the end. 56 is the number 5 car on the road is Eclipse Sim Sports number 56. Not currently numbered that way, numbered, but they hand over to Cody Deeth. And then remember, that's Cody Deeth's first laps in the session tonight. And just put a question mark over it because he's good enough to avoid it. But every time we've seen new drivers jump in, huge risk, cold tires, new session, he's good enough to drive around it. But that just worries me at the moment. That could be the source of our next safety car.
Yes. Now you've said the magic word as well. So you're with me in good company. And I appreciate the moral support, by the way. Harrison Lewis, Andre Heimgartner, Byron Phillips, Tom Freer, the top 4 at the moment. There are some names here that we just have not had a chance to mention tonight because we've been picking apart the ins and outs of the good and bad stories up and down the lane. And I would argue that if we haven't mentioned you tonight, you've had a clean run, well, that's a box ticked that many others would be envious of right now. Yes, you might not have, scored the finishing result you would have been hoping for. Yes, you might not have the championship points to show for what you were hoping to achieve. But to stay clean, to stay out of trouble, to see the checkered flag, to bag the points, it all adds up when we get to Bathurst in November. Daniel Poulton has Lockhart Brownlee for company now as they make their way through the second sector of this 7,004 metre lap at the circuit, the Spa Francorchamps. As Scott Rankin alluded to at the start of the night, Majors 24 here next weekend. The Real World was last weekend. The Fun Car Cup is there this weekend for 25 hours, because 24 is not enough. And, of course, Formula One's here in 3 weeks' time. And an exciting time to be an Australian fan of Formula 1 too, by the way, with Oscar Piastri doing what he's doing. 3 weeks' time, hopefully he'll nab a win at the circuit, the Spa Francorchamps, but he's got to get through Great Britain first this weekend. In the meantime, Tom Freer is crabbing. Tom Freer is crabbing. Can he crab it all the way home? Or is he going to park up and request a tow and give us safety car number 6? Tom Freer is done. Vermilion89 is done.
Yeah, he's going to park it up.
Safety car number 6 right there. And if you haven't already pitted, you're on the radio to your team now saying box, box, box. Unless you can limp it home. Bang. The first incident we've seen at that part of the circuit tonight. Oh. Jeez.
That was capable going through.
It's an effort if you can get it home from there, Scott.
He's trying. He's desperately, desperately trying. And I'm just starting to get flashbacks. The real Spa 24 and again that McLaren that just got utterly destroyed off of Blanchimont. He's got to drive up and through Blanchimont yet.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what? He might be
and it's crabbing to the left.
He's aiming it for a tyre barrier, and there's a gap in a wall where he's got in this car. They might just relinquish that car.
And if that's the case, then it will be, they'll say he's parked in a safe enough spot, they'll leave him be and we'll stay green. Is that what you're saying?
Just hanging. They're going to let him go. They're going to let him go, so there will be no safety car.
Okay. They're going to let, okay, righto. Good
and
call,
the reason
race control.
Will be, he's right there, he's off the track, he's in a safe spot. There was a gap in the traffic when he was coming, when they called for that one, and he was right next to an escape point out of the circuit. He was right next to an access road.
So we've got yet another retirement. That leaves us with just 30 in the race. We've picked up Ethan Greg Galt chasing Byron Pierce, 11th and 12th on the racetrack. Tense moments. Hearty-mouth stuff. There would have been a lot of people anxiously waiting for a potential safety car call there, including us in central commentary, and it hasn't come to pass. Poulton and Brownlee now arguing over 5th on the racetrack. And these guys are getting ever closer to the end of another of the stint as well. So Lillis, Gartner, Phillips, Jones all due on pit road. You're looking down as low as Cody Death in 8th place before you find someone that's good to go to the checkered flag. Phillips to the inside of Gartner. Gartner to pit lane. Now does Madison Down hop back into that race car?
So that's what we'll be waiting to find out. Jones has gone through as well, also not in the pit lane. So it's just that car in the lane at the moment. Yeah, there you go, driver swap done.
Down will bring it home. Lewis, Phillips, Jones, Poulton. It's fascinatingly tight at the top, this car race right now. Ratway White holding second effectively on the racetrack behind Cody Death. Lockhart Brownlee is 5th, chasing Poulton down the Camel Straight. Poulton will hold sway for the moment. And we are 48 minutes and 55 seconds from home. So we're 1/5 of the way, or but 50 seconds, through the final hour. As it reaches 10:48 on the East Coast and 8:48 on the West Coast and 12:48 a.m. on a Saturday morning in New Zealand. It is terrific to have you along wherever you're tuning in. The platforms are SimSpeed and also, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group. Live, exclusive and free coverage of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series across Facebook and YouTube. Don't forget, the next round of the series comes up the 22nd of August. Kane Ryder under pressure coming up the Camel Straight from Andrew Scordilis. He'll go to the inside. Scordilis on Ryder? No, Ryder holds on around the outside. Deeper under brakes and held it as well, Scott. Did well.
Yep. Pressing on. They'll be trying to bring their tyres up to temperature. Remember, the thing is, the longer you wait, they're actually great crisscross. Great drive, down the inside, Rivage, job done. You park the car up on the inside down there, and you just say, hey, look, you're gonna have to go offline, you're gonna have to go in marbles, you're gonna have to go the long way around. Good luck with that, and good decision by Ryder. Oh boy, that's some extraneous track activities.
Anxious moments, no doubt about that. I did want to mention too, I mean, we mentioned Ethan Griggold. He's now behind the wheel of number 7 too, by the way. The other ERT entry, Lachlan Capel, on to his final stint as well. The round 1 winner sitting down in 17th at the moment. We wanted to keep an eye on those guys, being the first Audi in the field, with respect to can they push their way up and bag a positive finishing result after the shocker they had at Fuji. There's Jacob O'Reilly and Brodie Sentence arguing over the same piece of real estate. Sentence will go through to 12th.
It's worthwhile pointing out that the 77 car has actually popped back out in a reasonable spot, because they're actually ahead of the 31 entry, so that's actually not too badly done for them, albeit Madison Downs dealing with a little bit of cold tyres at the moment.
And they've
And
got
that's Daniel Poulton rejoining.
Daniel Poulton. Yep, so he's gone and completed his final stop of the night as well. Willis Greathead's taken over from Sam Chapman too, by the way, in 14th place. So those guys are 3 laps into their final stint. They're on the run home. Chapman doing the bulk of the heavy lifting there so far this evening. Through the safety car periods. Down the Camel. Up the outside. Oh, it's anxious moments here. There is a little bit of hip and shoulder. But they get away with it. Capel and Down going toe-to-toe, door-to-door, in every sense of the word. And this is arguing over 16th on the racetrack. Again, everywhere you look, there's a battle playing out. And we are 45 and a half minutes from home.
And that is the difference between cold tire, well, warm tyres and hot tyres. Tyres are already up to temperature. Madison Downs, not an outlap, but he's on the second lap out of the pits. Those tyres aren't quite up to their full operating temperatures and pressures yet. Still some work to do to get them into their peak performance range, whereas Lachlan Capel's already there. He pit 4-5 laps ago. His tyres are all the way up, so that was the major difference there. And now this is Poulton on an outlap, so he's in trouble. He's ahead of these guys.
Have a look at this. We know the pedigree that Cody Death brings to the table. We know what Zach Ratway White was able to do in qualifying. We know there's a championship at stake here for the Eclipse Sim Sports stable.
Oh.
And yet there's perilously millimeters in it between it going well and going belly up. Right there, very nicely done. Jacob O'Reilly gets by the 9.5 SimSport entry of Brodie Sentence and moves up into 11th spot. Of course, coming into this round, Scott, we showed at the top of the broadcast the 25 championship points through 2 rounds. Eclipse 1, 2, 382 and 380, 56 and 17. And when you look at the timing totem pole tonight, when you talk about the 2 drivers that are at the top of the leaderboard, effectively on corrected order, 56 and 17. So, I mean, yes, it's showing as number 5 at the moment, but if you're the 17, if you're Zach Ratway White, you're trying to apply as much pressure as you can to one of the slickest operators in the business, Cody Death, to try and overturn the result, to try and jag one back, to try and take the ascendancy and the smallest bit of momentum and psychological advantage going into the second half of the season.
This will be this moment, and the slight loss of control from the rear end. Is there a crinkle in that rear wing? That's what I'm trying to decide at the moment. Or is that just the way that that's set up? No, there is a slight bit of damage on the rear end of that Ferrari at the moment, which might be hampering their rear performance, which means that slide make a little bit more sense. The big thing I think for these two at the moment is they'll be cleared to fight at some point, but it'll be first off, make sure it's a 2-horse race. Once it's definitely a 2-horse race, have a go at each other. Up until that point, it's more important to lock everyone out of the race. And you're seeing a little bit of that at the moment. He's just willing to be passive, willing to be patient. That's the second group of cars as well. Top 4 yet to pit.
Correct. And the question is when, not if, when. Are they waiting as long as they possibly can in the hope of buying a safety car and a free pass down pit lane? We wait and see. Down the inside, nicely done. So this Madison Down and Daniel Fulton arguing over the same piece of real estate, and also Lachlan Capel. So the three of them are engaged in a duel for 15th in the car race. Capel down inside. Momentarily 3 wide. Down gets by. Poulton hung out to dry. Scordilis is there as well. Oh boy, this is fantastic stuff. Great racing between these men down the back straight. So Poulton pushing down along. They're trying to stick with Lachlan Capel. Capel breathing ever so slightly easier at the moment, but he knows they're still within striking distance if he does slip up. Baker and Sentence have swapped around as well. Baker's moved up to 12th. Nice recovery from the Synergy Sim Racing entry, the number 14. We've still got 30 cars in the car race, ladies and gentlemen. We started with 38. We've still got 30. So we've lost nearly 25% of the field tonight, to give you an idea of some of the attrition we've witnessed. And that was the move from the Synergy Sim Racing entry down the Camel Straight.
And remember, that 14 car has to save a small amount of fuel. It's not massive, but it is a small amount of fuel. So they're also doing the overtake with that in mind. They've recognised that it's far more important to run their own pace, even with the fuel saving ahead of Brody Sentence 951. And Sentence is actually just let Lewis Greathead go as well.
Just wondering as well, when Cody Death and co come back to the line, that's going to give us an indication as to where we are with regards to laps to go. So here they come, coming back around onto the main straight. They're well picked up, Jay, thank you. In at 5th place at the moment. They've crossed the line. There's 40 1/4 on the clock. Now, the way I see it is if we round it back to 2 1/4, it just makes it easier. So 2 1/4 and 2 is 4 1/2. 2 makes 9, so that's 4 laps. We've got 36, so that's 16, 17, 18 to go. Are we liking that if we get a green flag run every step of the way?
That's exactly how my brain worked it out as well. And yeah, that's the number I came up with as well.
Yep.
So
we're looking at 71 if we get a green flag run every step of the way of what's left of the 40 minutes of the 3 hours of what has been a compelling, for very many different reasons to what the first two provided in terms of excitement and drama. Third round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series for 2025. Zach Caban, Scott Rankin, Jay Kennedy with you. Jay, of course, producing the pictures, directing the broadcast for us here on the platforms of SimSpeed. Late this Friday night, the 4th of July, 2025. There we go, right on cue. And we're here right throughout the course of the rest of the season as well. Don't forget, of course, post-race show still to come. A bit ambitious, thinking that it would only be 10 minutes, but because it is me and Scott Rankin that are anchoring the post-race show, of course. But we have a track record to keep or to maintain, to uphold. I've been able to say have a great morning to the audience every time so far throughout the course of the season. I think we've averaged about a 1:15 midnight finish, so it'll depend on how swift and how prompt the drivers are with coming in to chat to us post-racing, and it's going to be an interesting one to pick apart with them and get their thoughts on too, Scott, because it's been so very different to the way the first 2 rounds have played out. The guys that have done the strategy play tonight have really earned the keep.
yeah, it was about maximizing what you could. If you're down the back, you needed to make a play for a little bit of track position to move yourself up the order at some point in time, because you just wanted to be able to see where all your apexes were. You wanted to read the race, read what was going on. Oh, Adam Jepson's hard in the barrier, the 525 Mercedes.
Ooh, okay.
And he's got no drive at all.
There he is. Now, where is he parked? Is that on the way out of the second sector?
That is on the run up to Blanchimont.
Yep. So the end of the second sector, the run into the final sector, they're full throttle at that point. And let's have a look and see. He's reversing it.
Yeah.
He's reversing it. It's very different to the Tom Fear incident in the sense that he's reversing back towards the racetrack. It doesn't look as though he's going, oh no,
He's got no
bang.
drive.
It looks as though he's not going to be able to get it to that escape road, which is just, you can see it. It's right there within the shot. That this changes everything, because if he can't move that, that will be your sixth safety car. There goes your 71 lap limit, or maximum. We're potentially looking at 70 or 69.
He doesn't have the drive to get any further, and I reckon the
won't be
engine's
able to
about
move it.
blow in it. Yeah, so he's not going to be able to get it to those barriers. There's nothing that he can do. That car, after being so close to being back on the lead lap at one point in time, will not finish this race.
And I'm just waiting for the inevitable call, and the yellow flash graphic down the bottom of your screen there, ladies and gentlemen, of safety car boards and flags. And would you believe this car race? And we are going to go towards a grandstand finish and a sprint
He's not
race
done.
to the line if that car cannot move to safety. He is limping and limping and limping and crawling and trying and doing everything he possibly can to get that thing behind the barrier, in the same way that Tom Freer did a few moments ago.
The stewards are going to intervene at some point.
Well, that's exactly right. I don't see how.
For me, you've got to show
the lights flashing as well, Scott. So
for me, you've got to show some form of car control. I can't see that they have control over that car anymore.
So we will wait and see, but it's not looking good. It's sat there now for the better part of 3 minutes. We've watched another lap go by.
Stewards have taken it out of their hands and just deployed the safety car, which I think is the right decision. Yeah.
And if you're Harrison Lewis, Emily Jones, Lockhart, Brownlee, Cody, those three, you're potentially a little bit disappointed with how late they've left that call.
No. They're still all in the window. This changes nothing for that strategy game.
Okay.
All it means is that all three of those cars will just pit this time by.
And they are flying to the pit lane.
There is a window whereby the 862 car, it's going to be tight. I reckon they're going to be third.
Brody Sentence is in. Did they miss the boat by not going that time round? We will wait and see.
Well, we're only waiting for pit stops from three cars. We're only looking for 3 pit stops. It's the 862 of Harrison Lewis, 22 of Miller Jones, and the 692 of Lockhart Brownlee. Every other car has already done their not compulsory stops, because they're not compulsory stops, but fuel limited stops. So.
And is there a driver change coming on this car? Josh Banks or Matty Dench is one of those guys jumping in to bring it home. Actually, that's interesting, because I've called Harrison Lewis all night, but I'm just trying to remember. Was it Josh Banks that was teamed up with him? Sam Blacklock. So Sam Blacklock was not listed on my original run sheet at the start of the year. So he's obviously there. He's done his time. So maybe Harry does bring this to the checkered flag.
So there was some debate about this. That effectively, teams that picked 4 drivers at the start of the year, they were locked to only those 4 drivers. Teams that only brought 2 in, and then or 2 or 3, and then sort of had a flex slot, and then went, leverage. Yeah, they had the leverage to fill that roster out. But anyone that was locked at 4 drivers didn't. So you expect all 3 of these cars in, and then you watch and you wait, because now we're trying to time what happens to the number 5.
Ooh, interesting question being posed by Jay Kennedy as well. Under the iRacing fair driver, fair time rule, does Jan Yeaman have to drop back in?
Oh, that was contact!
Oh, trouble between the 2 teammates. Are you kidding me?
And guess what?
Advantage Harrison Lewis. Harrison Lewis is going to be thanking the Eclipse Sim Sports stable for the entire month of July. How does that happen? More to the point, Zach Ratway White and Cody Deep under safety car have made contact. It's been redressed, and the beneficiary is Harrison Lewis and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, who resume in the lead of the car race. Game-changing
looked.
moment.
I just had a quick look at the Zoom feed. Havoc, can we get both of those guys up? Because Damon Woods has had his hand on his head, and Zach Rattray White drove the entirety of the Kemmel Straight with his hand over his mouth, going, "What have I done?" He's having a laugh about it now because it's done. There's nothing you can do about it, but he's that's shock.
Oh boy. Game changer. Orbit drop there. Because of this contact here. Oh no. And because it was redressed on track, there'll be, I don't think race control bother having a look at it.
Well, they
But because
might.
it's happened under safety car, they might.
They might. So there's two things here. There's two things because it has effectively cost the number 5 track position. So there is actually a punishment, even though air quotes they've redressed it, nothing's happened, that car hasn't overtaken. It has actually cost them track position. Now, if put yourselves in, say, a Mark Dutton's shoes. Mark Dutton's shoes would be on a race control going, no, we want nothing happening here. Nothing happened. Don't do anything. Leave it alone. We don't want any penalty, right? But there's no opportunity for a team manager to be messaging race control and be like, no, please don't do anything about that. Just leave it. So, gee whiz. Well, if I'd have had a bingo card, and I haven't got a bingo card here tonight, that wasn't on it.
No, normally bingo's reserved for GSRC broadcasts, Scott. We play bingo there every Thursday night. Actually, they called it Zach Bingo. They actually designed, I'll have to show you a copy, Trent Davis, Chris Whitaker, and a few other would-be protagonists designed a Zach Bingo shirt. Apparently, I've become a little bit too predictable with my commentary, per se. And the sorts of things that we tick off, daylight saving references, etc., and so forth. It's a Zach Bingo GSRC thing, but we might have to adopt it for you as well. But yes, you wouldn't have had that on your bingo card. Absolutely not. Let's straighten up. Let's get back to the point at hand, the task at hand, the race at hand, because this has changed everything. Harrison Lewis is an extremely good operator. Recently won the GSRC GT3 Pro Series. Knocking his teammate Matty Dench off the top of the summit. Dench had won 13 consecutive titles in GSRC land. Harrison Lewis is a known, proven operator and performer in GT3 Pro. Has he got what it takes to withstand the pressure of the pole sitter in third, pending what happens with the investigation? As you can see, there's an asterisk next to them now. There's an exclamation mark next to them. That is being investigated by race control right now, ladies and gentlemen. The Zach Rattray White, Damon Woods incident. But more to the point, even if Rattray White gets rubbed out of it, can Lewis withstand the pressure of Cody Deeth? Even though Lewis is in the better position with the better rubber, the newer rubber, can he withstand the pressure that Cody Deeth is capable of applying with only 29.5 minutes to go? And it's not just that, Scott. It's every other positional battle inside the top 30. All the cars that are still on the lead lap, all the cars that are still in contention to improve their track position. We're going to have a sprint race to finish round 3 of the championship. It's going to be on.
Yep. Yeah. It's just... that's an interesting one. I'm just taking a look. Well, I can tell you it's been past the race control. The problem I have is that the team that's past it.
Yeah.
I actually don't know who that's been handed into race control at the moment. So Dominic Ferraris is a driver that's been reported by, and it was by Vanderwaal Sim Racing, which, I mean, they only stand to gain, right? So they don't stand to lose anything, so why not? That's just really putting your case forward, but that's an interesting one. Yeah, I don't know what to do, what to say, other than weave like mad, get some pressure in these babies, because we're about to go to green flag racing. How many times do you think Zach Rattray White is going to relive this?
Bang. Well, yeah, they'll have nightmares about this one tonight, I'm sure. Eventually, at the end of the season, if it makes no difference to the outright championship result, they will go back and laugh. But if it is the difference between first and second in the championship, for Zach Rattray White specifically, not least the team, for him the individual, yeah, it'll sting. There's no doubt about that, particularly if a penalty is handed down.
Oh, boy,
Can
oh
you
boy, oh
believe
boy.
this car race? What a night in the office. What a night in the booth. What a night to be in Grenfell, getting ready for karting commentary over the course of the weekend. They're going to have to do something incredible with the intensity of the racing here to top what we've seen tonight throughout the course of the weekend. And that is a challenge initiated and extended to the paddock here. It will be intense stuff here throughout the course of the weekend. Big fields, new track, extension of the old track, new bitumen, and the novelty of it having not been on the calendar for a while. The racing here will be fantastic and of a sprint variety, so a completely different beast to what we're going to witness here over the course of the next half an hour. It's been a survival of the fittest so far, but there have been a few spanners thrown in the works. There have been contenders bite the dust. There have been things that we wouldn't have anticipated unfolding and still happening. There is still potential for more spanners in the works, more stings in the tail, more nails in the coffin. But what you need to know is that Orbit Drop Bear, a formidable force in their own right, are going to lead this race back to green for, we hope, the 6th and final time. But you can guarantee the intensity, the stakes, everything lifts and rises right now, because now it matters more than anything. Now it's a race to the checkered flag. It's not about survival anymore. It's not about getting to the last 20 laps, buying your ticket to that last 30 minutes, as Neil Crompton would say. There's another one for your bingo card. It's about being there. It's now or never. This is going to be on like Donkey Kong from the Spa Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. Harrison Lewis, Orbit Drop Bear, lead us back to green. Let's go at Spa.
He's going to hold him, and he's going to hold him for a very, very long period of time because he wants to balk them up. He wants to bottle them up, right?
Now
he wants them to challenge each other.
And the weaving resumes, Scott.
Yep.
First move, down the inside.
And that's Ryan Mueller in the BMW. He's trying to get out of the way. There's a car out there in the fence. There's a 999 machine.
So Blake Neck has had a moment. He went hard right, and now he's got an Orbit Drop Bear entry down the inside 2x2 on the run through a Rouge and Radeon. Hold your breath.
Well, there they go.
Oi!
They've already cleared him. Oh, no!
Drive through
no
penalty,
way.
Zach Ratway White. Zach Ratway White's night is done. Contact under safety car, drive through penalty. Zach Ratway White is done. Can you believe that? And now it's a bottleneck later further down the order as well. Andrew Scordelis with a big send to go to 15th. So Cody Deep's in the box position now. He and Zach Ratway White have worked together to clear Harrison Lewis. Now it's Deep versus Lewis. But how much of a thorn in the side of Lewis will White be before he pulls off the pit lane to serve that drive-through?
He'll leave it as late as he possibly can. And the reason he'll leave it as late as he possibly can is field spread. He doesn't want to be behind potential guys on cold tyres with the issues with their tyres as we get back up to speed here. Whilst they're out in front, he hasn't got traffic to deal with, so he will leave this as long as he possibly can. So that this lap, he'll have the next lap, and at the end of the lap after that, he will have to box to serve that penalty. I was just thinking from a steward's perspective, their case will be saying it's contact under safety car. And I'd be saying, it will, has it cost them anything? Oh, no!
Alexander Bird. And that was a car that was in contention. Vendaval Sim Racing in contention for a top 5 finish at the very least. They bite the dust as well. As I said, there was more yet to be written in this narrative, in this story. And Bird, unfortunately, another casualty. And yet, of every restart we've had tonight, Scott, at least 2 contenders have run into trouble. At least.
I just can't believe where that's come out of. And that'll mean that Byron Pierce has probably got a penalty coming his way as well. Greg Galt's going to be up and inside the top 5.
Ethan Greg Galt, what a star performer this guy is. Having a field day out there right now. The number 7 is P6. But that's going to become P5 when Ratway White peels off.
Oh, it's
trouble.
still kicking off. We might be done yet.
No, I don't think so. Matt Arnold now drops outside the top 20. Oh, and gone. And gone. Now, will he be able to limp it home and get it back to pit lane?
No,
or
he's
is that going
towing
to
it from
punch
there.
up the field again?
20 minutes on the
Safety
clock.
car number 7. Let's hope it doesn't end under safety car, Scott. But given the night we've had, I wouldn't be surprised. Unbelievable. Let's have a look at it again. Oh.
That's a lapped car. That BMW is a lapped car, trying to get out of the way. Safety car's been deployed again.
Number 7. Number 7. And that doesn't necessarily do Zach Ratway White any favours.
Well,
Now, can he...
no, he can't.
He can't serve his drive-through
No.
under safety car, no. So he will have to wait until, well, essentially, he'll have to follow the safety car through, won't he? Oh, there you go. He's been given an iRacing black flag, so he has no choice. So he'll be going, I would assume, to the end of the line. Ethan Greg Gold has a top 5 spot. Ewan Baker goes to 6. So there is still a Synergy Sim Racing entry in the top 6, just not, unfortunately, our mate Brenton Hobson. And that is still a hard luck story of the night as far as I'm concerned. And there are so many of them.
I'm at the point, Zach, where I just don't know what to say anymore because it's
very rare that you're speechless.
But so much has happened tonight that we're just sitting here and like, this is the top level, right? You know, this is you don't get any higher than this, and all of them have had issues tonight.
Yep. Has there been anyone that has gone through completely unscathed? You would argue not.
And look at the time madness that just begins again. And by the way, procedurally, the instant the safety car pulls away from the field, everyone's to cease weaving. That will be looked at. I don't understand that there is any way the stewards can look at everything that's going on tonight, including the weaving after the safety car is pulled on. Would not surprise me that carries on into the week.
Again, get the coffee brewing, boys. You're going to be in race control in the stewards' room for the post-mortem. A lot longer than the previous 2 rounds. In fact, probably longer than the first 2 rounds combined. Unbelievable. Zach Ratway White. So you were asking me earlier. Will he be having nightmares about that one? Absolutely. Because of the drive-through. Yep, 100%. Let's hope it's not a championship-defining moment for him. I mean, yes, we were talking only moments before that happened about the importance of potentially beating Cody Death and Damon Woods tonight to overturn that 2-point deficit. But now that's going to be a lot more. It's going to be advantage Cody Death going into the second half of the campaign. And when you look at the results, I mean, round 1, the Eclipse Sim Sport boys were 3rd. The Eclipse Sim Sport boys then won the second round. You had a Vermilion Esports entry on the podium in the first round and the second round. The difference was the Eclipse 17 in the second round of the series was there on the podium at the expense of the Evolution Racing Team 31.
Zach, we're going to have 24 cars from 38 on the lead lap. We've lost 14 cars.
Well, yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, yes, there are still a couple out there that are a lap or 2 down, Scott, but 24 genuine on the league lap contenders. So there are still That's a good point as well. Jay Kennedy just reminds us that the Eclipse SimSport entry, number 69, Byron Phillips, still has a 15-second invoice coming his way. So that's advantage Byron Pierce, Ethan Grigg got, and just about everybody else at the moment as well. Madison down. You mentioned him and Andre Heimgartner. That's the driver of the night right there for mine. If they can hold on to that, they're ninth. They are ninth right now. And Lachlan Capel, the Audi, has got himself into the top 10 as well. But this is provisional because this is far from done, ladies and gentlemen. 17 minutes to go. So that's 8 laps if we manage to go green all the way. Truth be told, you wouldn't be backing that in given what we've seen so far tonight. Let's go again at Spa. Now the weaving resumes as they get back to the control line. Hobbo sitting down there in 29th at the moment. Ryan Mueller as well, 28th. They are back out on the racetrack. So at most, we're going to have 27 cars seeing the checkered flag.
Yep. Have a look at them all back in pit lane. Night's done. Night's done. And that 88 car has picked up so many spots just by being out there and continuing to circulate.
Yep. That's the consolation prize, really. But it says something about not giving in, not throwing in the towel, not parking up. It does have its benefits sometimes. You need a lot to go wrong and fall into your favour, and they just happened to ride that luck tonight, that they weren't written off to the point where they had to park up. It could be the difference at the back end of the season as far as their finishing position on the points table is concerned. Their teammates, however, they'll be cheering on this result, Scott. The fact that they're running 6th at the moment, that's fantastic.
Yeah, great job. Great job. So,
hard to know where to start when it comes to analysing this race.
Well, you got to look at Byron Phillips at the moment. Well, that car's got 15 seconds, so that's right now going to drop them back into the 20s. The whole field is covered by less than that at the moment. That's on the lead lap, so that is going to be a hefty penalty. There's some discussion about weaving under safety car restarts after the car's pulled away, and unfortunately, the car that's actually in question is actually our race leader at the moment. So this this is not going to be decided. This is going to sit here for a while, and it's
This will be unofficial at the finish line tonight. There's no doubt about that. It'll be provisional, and we'll have to report back most likely. When's the next V8 Pro round for you, Scott? You might be reporting the results of the winner in that.
Yeah, it might have to go to the midweek, but there's so much going on the field. Important to note, though, on that strategy graph was just that's the paths to victory for a bunch of these guys. Have a look at Madison down. Look at the number of pit stops they had to make to that car to get it repaired, get it back out there, and they're inside the top 10. So I count, 6 pit stops on that graph? 7? Yeah, 6. It is 6 pit stops on that number. Yep. Same for Jacob O'Reilly, because those were the 2 cars that were involved in that one, and they're both back up and inside the top 10. It's a clean nights when everyone's falling about the wayside. Very, very important.
Oh, right way wide down the outside of Madison down the Cumberland Straight for 9th. It's not done yet for Zach Ratway White. My goodness. What about the hip and shoulder on the way through? Ratway White's a man on a mission, and Madison has 2 wheels in the dirt, and Capel's down, he's inside as well. Capel's into the top 10, Down's outside. Zach Ratway White, now that's interesting as well, because the drive-through penalty being served because it was an iRacing black flag being served under the safety car. There'll be a few people raising eyebrows at that one as well. So this is definitely not over. When the checkered flag flies tonight, it's got Bathurst 2016 vibes written all over it.
Yeah, so you're right. Rattray White will have to, there'll be another penalty 100% for sure on that one, because you cannot serve it once the safety car's called. The problem is with that penalty mechanically within the server, once the penalty is issued, you have to serve it within 3 laps. Basically, the safety car got called just before they got to the bus stop chicane. They had to serve the penalty that lap. They had no choice. Their options were, if they didn't serve the penalty, iRacing DQ race done.
Yep.
So they were in between a box and a rock and a hard place, really. They were just in a box.
the hard thing is obviously being an iRacing, being once it's applied by Racing Control into the iRacing server, but also because it's a manual safety car in the eyes of iRacing as well. Now there's a move on the inside. So on the outside, on the inside, now remember Phillips is not in this fight. He's got 15 seconds coming his way, but he can make life difficult for Harrison Lewis and Byron Pierce in the meantime. Down the main straight we go. 12 and a half minutes on the clock. We're looking at no more than half a dozen laps from here, ladies and gentlemen. Lewis to the inside of Pierce, holds on to third. Phillips, but for how long? Pierce back down the outside, getting the toe from Phillips.
I'll tell you what, the front end of that Mustang is fairly punched in as well. It is not looking clean at the moment. It's had some wars to it here tonight. So it's not clean. The Byron Phillips car put a line through it. It's going to go, at the moment, outside of 20th position after its 15-second penalties applied. So they will not finish on the podium by any stretch of the imagination, barring major disaster to 90% of the field at this point in time. So effectively, that just moves Lillis off second step on the podium back to third. So he's still there. He's still in the fight. The problem for him now is he's got to have a think back about the ERT car in the rear view. And can they start to come up here and apply pressure? And Ewan Baker effectively inside the top 5.
Yeah. But the problem Ethan Greg Galt's got at the moment isn't that he's hoping that Harrison Lewis comes back to him. He's hoping to keep everybody behind him at bay and defend what will be 4th place for dear life. And Byron Phillips will be hoping that they continue to drop off and fall back, because that will help him potentially salvage something after that 15-second penalty is applied. I don't think it's the only post-race penalty we've got. So, yes, provisional results coming up in about 15 minutes' time for you, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be 5 laps at the line. It'll be Cody Death leading Byron Phillips. There's an asterisk next to all of it. Byron Pierce, Harrison Lewis. Sam Chapman got back to me earlier, and I do apologise for only seeing it just now, Chapo, about 30 minutes later. But he said that was a significantly longer stint for him. Remember, his co-driver is Lewis. Great head, Ewan Baker on Ethan Greg Galt. What a move to go up into effective P4. Greg Galt's going to try and fight back on the inside, but at the same time has to defend off Jacob O'Reilly, who's got Lewis Greathead for company. Look at the train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Little gap. 6, 7. It's on in earnest in the closing stages. Remember, Lewis Greathead is the teammate of, or the co-driver of Sam Chapman. And Chapo just said that was a significantly longer stint than expected. Greathead usually does the heavy lifting for that team. And then the second comment was the insert next word here is everyone doing tonight. So Chapo clearly frustrated by the amount of safety cars that have played out throughout the course of the evening as well.
Chaos.
Sorry, I had to clean that one up for broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Byron Pierce has got pace at the moment as well. They're both closing in on Cody Death. He's just trying to harass. Phillips is playing rear gunner at the moment. They will know. They will know that that car is penalised, and they know not to be too aggressive with it. But if they want to win this race and win it on the track, it's sort of get your elbows out, and it's not about necessarily going, you're not fighting that car. It's going, there's a result on the line. And we're under 10 minutes to go now too, so you're watching 2 battles on your screen, folks. 2 live battles. First 4, then the next batch. And it's interesting because the way the night started, we were talking about Byron Pierce trying to break down that wall of defence that was Eclipse Sim Sport. We end the night having the same discussion, Scotty Rankin, despite everything and the way in which this has ebbed and flowed and evolved and played out and swung around in 15 different bloody directions. We're still talking about the same thing at the end of the night, and that is the wall of Eclipse Sim Sport. And the fact that they could well bring this thing to the line 1-2, but then the rest is, unsolved business until after race control, the stewards, the officials review the tape. That's not the way that we like a race to end, but it's been that sort of night. We get it. Yeah. It's one of those nights where I don't think there's any way that you could do without. So next round for this series as well, not until August 22nd, and we'll head to Le Mans. And I was just checking in the calendar. We've got two more races in that hole for the V8 Pro Series. We're Road America on July 16th, and we're off to Jerez, which was a gangbusters race last year. on July 30th, and that race was marred by tyre issues. Restarts
of the race, if you don't mind. Byron Pierce on lap 65. Into the 15s in race trim for the first time tonight. Wowee.
Restarts are all going to be checked after the race, and there's multiple. There's not one car that they're looking at here. There's going to be a fair bit of the pack.
Indeed, and rightly so. Down the Camel, bump drafting now. So the Eclipse Sim Sport team clearly working in tandem. Racecraft, gamesmanship, it's all on show in the final 10 minutes. We're about to hit 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, and we're still none the wiser as to how this finishes. And it's fascinating, actually. It's actually nice to have a night where the result is going to be a lot closer than the first two rounds, and it's going to go down to the wire. Yes, it's going to be political and controversial, but we'll take it. We'll take a grandstand finish on a Friday night. It's been a while. Cody D currently controlling it. Oh, trouble. Off the road, but back on, and therefore the green flag remains in the air. Oh, okay. Zach Ratway-White's drive-through is considered not served in the eyes of the Australian Sim Racing Group race officials. The Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series official team have considered that that penalty has not been served, and therefore you can rub him out of the top 10 officially this time round. It will be a second trip down the pit lane, correctly called by Scott Rankin, for Zach Ratway-White, further adding insult to injury. Oh boy, can you believe this night? If you're a Hollywood scriptwriter, you'd be loving this. It's the same sort of unpredictability, drama, intensity, excitement, intrigue, compelling, captivating nature, or bottleneck coming up onto the main straight. They get away with it. But yeah, if you're a Hollywood scriptwriter, it's great. If you're a psychic, you've probably given up your craft, because no one saw any of this coming. It's just been phenomenal entertainment. And Scott Rankin, it's very rare that he admits to being speechless and not knowing what to say next. He's done that tonight. Tick that off the bingo card as well.
I was just looking at things. You can serve penalties in the pit stops as well, by the way. So if you have a time penalty and you take a pit stop not under a safety car, you can actually serve it. So to serve a penalty effectively, you take your pit stop, the car comes down off the jacks, and then you sit there for 15 seconds. That's you serving the penalty. But I've had no confirmations from the stewards about whether or not penalties have been served tonight. So I'm just looking at some of these time penalties. So Byron Phillips, I have a feeling Phillips hasn't served his penalties. So I'm not confident in that one either. Matt Johnson, I believe, has potentially served his, is the one that I'm sort of hearing a little bit piece about. But I have no update on that from the stewards, because the stewards do have to go back and check those manually.
Yep.
So that's not a we do know, we don't know. At the moment, we don't know.
Brody Sentence is copying an invoice as well. Drive-through penalty for overtaking before the restart. And we know that's a big no-no in the caper. So a Reggie Sim Sport, have a look at Pierce throwing the kitchen sink at this, and Lillis is there in support. They're trying to get by Byron Phillips, but you can tell now that the defence wall is firmly in the hands of Phillips. Pierce would be getting sick of it. He'd be getting ready to say Pierce off to Byron Phillips, and he's going to try and go around the outside. That's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. Harrison Lillis is right there for the company as well. Down the inside, look at the defence work. And race control that might even monitor this as well.
If they've got time.
If they've got resources. Yeah, if they've got time. Yeah, correct. Because there's a line between when the level of defence is acceptable or not as well. I get now we're inside 2 laps to go, so we're probably in the window where it will come to pass and be okay for Byron Phillips, but who knows? But Cody Death has brought the buffer required to bring it back to the checkered flag first. Whether he stays first remains in the hands of race control. Ethan Gringolt down the outside of Jacob O'Reilly to 6th, which we suspect is P5. Ratway White has not yet served his drive-through as well. So what happens there, Scott? Does that become a applied time penalty of pit lane transit if he doesn't serve it in regular time? Yeah.
Yeah, so there'll be a 30 or 40 second post race, something in
30.
around there. So
it's going to sting one way or the other for Zach Ratway White. Well, it's already stung, unfortunately. It's just going to sting twice. The Areti Sim Sport entry. Byron Pierce, what a great drive this has been. Great to see the Ford Mustang competitive tonight. And I don't say that with any team allegiances whatsoever. I just mean that from a manufacturer standpoint. We were all fearful that it was going to be the Acura and McLaren show again. And the Fords, they're going to run 3 and 5 at the line. And there's an Audi in the top 10 as well. It is a fantastic story. There's a Chevy in 7th place, which we think becomes 6th as well. So great to see 5 different manufacturers. It's been that sort of night. That manufacturer diversity is back in town. In the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. White flag in the air this time by the line, boys. Finally, the end is near.
Thanks for 24 hours of Spa here compressed into 3. Gee, there's just been so much.
Yeah. The only thing we didn't have was the weather transition, Scott, from night to day. Maybe we work that out for next year.
Yeah, and somebody down the side of the road throwing the sprinklers at 1 or 2 of the corners, that might work as well.
Yeah, 69 does still have that time penalty hanging over his head. Confirmation coming through from Brenton O'Brien right now. White flag in the air one more time around. And we still don't know what happens to Cody Death afterwards when they have a look at the tape with regards to the weaving off the restarts. And we're not saying that it's Death that's guilty of that. It could also be his co-driver as well, Damon Woods. So there's a lot of tape to be reviewed, and it's going to be scrutinised and gone over once, twice, 3 times maybe. 2:15.598 for Zach Ratway White, the fastest lap of the race. He's got a pit lane penalty, a transit time coming his way because he has not gone down pit lane that second time as it was the instruction from race control for him to do so.
It's not been issued, so he's not been given the instruction to serve that one in the sim, and it's too late to do so now.
Copy.
So
that will be applied post-race as well. Fascinating night here. We'll go 69 laps, ladies and gentlemen, around the circuit of Spa Francorchamps. Extraordinary, and it's not over yet. The battle continues down the order. Is there a sting in the tail? Ross Rizzo, Blake Neck, Matthew Johnson, Lockhart Brownlee down the inside. Johnson and Neck are side by side. Brownlee fancies a chance, but he might just be best off leaving them to it and capitalising.
Oh, boy.
When it goes belly up, and it just did, unfortunately. Bang, into the wall, Johnson. He's able to resume. Brownlee will have a crack at Neck. It's the final lap of the race. Alexander Bird has recovered to 16th after his incident late in the piece as well. A night of such drama, carnage, and chaos, to the point where as they come to the line, it's all provisional. It's all up in the air and unknown. But Cody Death and Damon Woods have essentially, for now, picked up where they left off at the Fuji International Speedway. Stoic defence from the teammate of Byron Phillips to keep Pierce and Willis at bay. And Eclipse Sim Sport will lead us to the control line after 69 unforgettable laps to conclude round 3 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series at the circuit of Spa Francorchamps. Well done, Cody Death and Damon Woods. Byron Phillips will get relegated. Byron Pierce, the 79 Areti Esports entry, will go second, and Harrison Lillis third for the Orbit Drop Bear stable. What about that? Ewan Baker and Synergy Sim Racing, that's an extraordinary story. And Ethan Grigg-Galt will therefore get a top 5 because Zach Ratway White came home 6th and has a pit lane penalty coming his way as well, a time penalty that is. So Byron Phillips, on my numbers, Scott, is dropping down in around that 15th position. And of course, Zach Ratway White's going to drop down as well. So Ethan Grigg-Galt will get that top 5 finish for the Evolution Racing team. And we have Therefore, as a result of that, I think 4 different manufacturers in the top 5 and 5 in the 10, and Madison Down will be, by default, getting himself that top 10, which is my nomination for driver of the day. Just simply extraordinary stuff tonight at Spa.
I am just completely lost for words, because the end result of this one is we actually can't call the result. The thing is, I don't even know that I can sit here and confidently say, because the problem is I haven't been watching the cars after the safety cars pulled away. I can't sit down and confidently say who would and wouldn't be getting a penalty. The entire field was desperate for tyre temperature, that they were willing to push margins. So
just extraordinary. 7.004 the circuit lap distance around here. Times that by 69. We went 483.276 kilometres tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And provisional results on your screen there after 69 laps. Cody Death for Eclipse Sim Sport ahead of Byron Pierce, Harrison Lewis. We know Byron Phillips has a penalty. We know that Zach Ray White has a penalty. So we can fundamentally confirm those for you. And therefore, it'll be Byron Pierce jumping in to join us for a post-race chat. So too Harrison Lewis. Ewan Baker will therefore go 4th, and Ethan Grigg go 5th. Lewis Greathead, Jacob O'Reilly, Lachlan Capel. The boys will slot in there somewhere beyond the top 10. That's a great result for Lachlan Capel. Even better recovery mission complete for Madison Down. And also Andre Heimgartner, who were classified 11th at the post. We've got an extraordinary lineup of drivers about to join us here for a post-race show, ladies and gentlemen. 20 to midnight Eastern Standard Time, I should say. Madison Down, Ross Rizzo, Blake Neck, Lockhart Brownlee, Andrew Scordilis, Alexander Bird, I should say, Logan Howard, Robert Crisdale, Matthew Johnson, and Simon Mesmo, the top 20. But again, a lot of that is provisional. We will come back to this at a later point. Devon Stove, Brodie Sentence, Kane Ryder, and Scott Hazler confirmed as the 24 cars that did cross the post on the lead lap. And then it gets trickier for race control, obviously, with regards to penalties and how they might be applied, because there's only so much they can do within the top 24, Scott. You can't drop beyond 24th because everyone beyond that's a lap down and then some. And just going back to cover off, 25th was Greg Patrick in the full send entry, Ryan Mueller, Brenton Hobson, Daniel Poulton was 3 laps down, Matt Arnold was one of the retirements late in the piece. That triggered the last safety car, of course. Adam Jepson, Tom Freer, Daniel Benefield, Teo Sorono, Stuart Ellis, Josh Andrew, Jackson Rayhana, John Peasnick, Dylan Shepherd. Geez, what a night. An unfortunate night for those guys. And well done to Daniel Hall. The safety car did 13 laps tonight. Can you believe that? He finished 56 laps down. He finished 36th on the racetrack. He won't be classified because obviously you've got to complete 75% of the motor race, but at the end of the day, he did lead more laps than he's led all season. We probably didn't see that many safety cars coming tonight, Scott. 7 of them in total in 3 unforgettable hours, but the story's not over and done with yet.
And I've just got my head. I think, ultimately it didn't affect the outcome, but that contact on the safety car did affect one team's outcome. So we could have been speaking about effectively and on the road Eclipse Sim Sport 1, 2, 3, albeit with the penalty hanging over the 69, and instead we were talking about the 862's ability to jump in there. All right, we're going to jump straight into the interviews and skip right through this because there's a lot to break down, Zach. But
indeed there is. And then we've got to look ahead to what's coming your way on the platforms of SimSpeed and the Australian Sim Racing Group as well. Let's bring in our, again, boys, I don't want to oversell this, but we've called it all provisional because there's a lot of tape that race control is going to go and review after the fact. But at the line, after 69 unforgettable laps, Cody Death and Damon Woods have got the job done. I'm going to start with Damon, and then we'll go and have a chat to Cody as well. You guys picked up where you left off. The pace was there exactly as it was 7 weeks ago at the Fuji International Speedway. Unfortunate, however, for the incident under safety car. I'll get Cody's thoughts on that in just a moment. Damon, you were watching on, helpless, unable to do anything about it as it unfolded. What was going through your mind at the time?
I mean, ZRW made a mistake. Yeah, I get that, but the decision from race control to give him a penalty is a bit ridiculous in my opinion. He completely, like, he gave the spot back, didn't take any advantage from it. I get there was contact on the safety car, and that's probably the ruling that they're going to go under. But I think it's just it's ruined the entire race really. Despite the fact that we straight up had the pace on everyone. So yeah, it's unfortunate. In the end, we ended up in the right position, but I think it's a bit of a joke on at least how I view it. So others can take it how it is, but yeah, not a fan. Let's just say that.
Copy that. And that's perfectly fair and reasonable. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I love that. Straight off the bat, straight out of the cockpit, you've been good enough to come in and pass on those comments, mate. We love it when drivers are passionate and unfiltered, and we can tell you're wearing your heart on your sleeve at the moment. Your own individual performance was formidable, though, on a night where it was very hard to gauge exactly how it was going to play out. Your strategists would have had their hair torn out, their work cut out for them, because that was an ever-evolving and changing narrative. No one saw 7 safety cars coming tonight.
Yeah, I mean, no one could really hack it on the cold tyres. I mean, obviously, a lot of these boys aren't, GT3 specialists. So, with the predominant kind of forte in supercars, with the tyres, golden as soon as you come out the pits, hopping on a new GT3 tyre that doesn't have the ability to be ragged as soon as you come out the pits. And after a safety car restart, everyone was making mistakes, and everyone makes mistakes, but to have 7 safety cars off the back of continuous restarts was just extremely annoying, especially knowing how strong our pace was going to be. And we proved it as well. As soon as we got to the front and there was a green flag period, we drove away. And yeah, to be honest, that probably should have been how majority of the race went, despite the first stint not really going to plan. But in the end, again, that's my own opinion. So we'll go from there. We'll see what happens for the next round.
Let me ask you this before I bring Cody into the conversation, and I do want to get his thoughts on a couple of things there, right? Firstly, the changing of the guard with regards to the way in which iRacing's given GT3 the makeover, the overhaul that it has done. Your thoughts on that, and secondly as well, when you talk about the stop-start nature of the night, did that continuous intervention of the safety car impact your strategy play at all with Cody?
No, I wouldn't say the stop-start nature really impacted the strategy at all. We're just keeping on top of our fuel and just made sure that was in the right window. But yeah, in regards to the GT3, I mean, I personally like it. I like the added challenge of having to actually bring the tyre up rather than being able to, gas it as soon as you get out of the box. And it clearly shown tonight that there's a lot of learning for people to do, especially at a high-speed track like Spa. So, yeah, for me, I like it. The car's really nice over a stint. We had it in an awesome window at the end of that second long run on the tyre. So, we were flying, and yeah, for me, it was pretty autopilot once we had it there, and we were able to maximise the pace.
Stay with me, mate. I want to come back to you in just a moment. Cody, let's bring you in at this particular point in time, because it was a phenomenal end to the race. Fascinating viewing, compelling from a commentary standpoint, no doubt intriguing from a driver's perspective as well. And the night started and finished the same way, in the sense that Byron Pierce was trying to break down the wall of defensive Eclipse, because Byron Phillips, even though with that 15-second penalty, and I want Damon's thoughts on that too, but I want your thoughts on the role that he played in keeping Byron Pierce and Harrison Lillis at bay, because they were right there and ready to pounce and ready to push their way through. They just couldn't break through Byron.
Yeah, it certainly helped. The new tyre that the other boys had on, like, I just couldn't fight it, to be honest. Like, the car was just nowhere near as good when the others had the new tyres on from the last pit stop. So it was a bit hard to try and break away, but Byron did a pretty good job, to be honest. Raced him fairly, raced him cleanly, and helped me out, break a bit of a gap, and was able to come home with the win. So yeah, pretty happy with that.
I was going to say I've obviously seen enough of your racing between here and Gents and other things as well. You didn't seem, was it purely because of the tyre that you weren't able to put a buffer between yourself and the rest of the field, or was it another factor?
Probably a part of it's probably the tyre. The other part's probably I just rock up and race. I let the boys do the setup for me, and I just rock up and do laps like an hour before the race. It was working tonight midway through the race. So
again.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Every Friday. Have full trust in Damo and the boys to sort everything out, and I just get in at the end and try and bring it home.
Damon, you got to love that rock and roll star kind of caper that Cody's rolling with there. I do. I'm a big fan of it, especially when he can hop in and perform so well, flying blind essentially. But your thoughts on how he goes about his business for one, and two, obviously disappointing for Byron to have that 15-second penalty, but he played an integral role in keeping you boys in the P1 spot, because there's no doubt that PS and Lillis were there and ready to fight for it.
I mean, with Deeth, I know he's super quick, so it doesn't really matter how many laps he does. He's always going to be on pace. So knowing that he's coming from work and then hopping into driver, it's not really a big concern. We both kind of had the same mentality with it because, obviously GT3 is our main thing, so we don't necessarily have to invest as much time as we do into supercars to really get on the pace. So, yeah, kind of a bit of a rock up and drive kind of thing. Not so much for me. I did a little bit more of the setup work with Zach, but more or less a lot less work went into it than Pro Series in the supercar. But yeah, in terms of Byron's penalty, I haven't seen the incident. Knowing how Byron drives, I wouldn't be surprised if it was an absolute send of a move that he was probably G'd up to do. So, look, I've got nothing to comment on it about.
Copy.
But props to him if he did generally make a decent move and kind of came out with a bit of a bad end to it. But he played a vital role at the end there. But in the end, he's fighting for P2 on the track. He's allowed to do it. So I have no problem with it. Got us the W. So we'll move on.
I guess the only positive out of the negative here with regards to your comments that you made on Zach Ratray White are that you guys go into the second half of the season with a little bit more of a buffer than what you had on your teammates coming into this round. It was only 2 points, and if you'd stayed on track in the same positions as you were, following one another home across the start-finish line, that would have been a lot tighter than what it's going to be. That could be to your advantage, and unfortunately not theirs when we get to Bathurst at the end of the season, mate.
We'll just run it up for the rest of the year. We'll see what happens. We'll be, up the front regardless. So we'll just see how everything unfolds. And when we get to Bathurst, and that's the points gap we got to play with.
I'm going to give Cody the chance to answer this one, and then I'm coming back to you for the thank yous. Cody, next round of the championship, Le Mans, Circuit de la Sarthe. Have you got the right package? Have you got the right car to get the job done there? And is the trick to success there going to be the straight line speed and taking advantage of the aerodynamics and the slipstreaming, or is it going to be a bit like tonight and just surviving?
Cody is gone.
Is Cody here?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's for you. Yes, that's for you. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very heavily towards having pretty much the lowest downforce you can get. But obviously there's going to be, I'd say, probably a few team games, considering I expect, and I think the other boys expect to be up the front, at least in the top 5 altogether. So there's going to be some interesting games to be played, I think, during the race. Which should make it fun, to be honest. I think it's going to be a bit like NASCAR, to be honest. So it should be good.
Before we release these guys, we'll get some thank yous from them in a moment. Any questions from you, Scott?
Oh, mate, I'm good. I think we covered it all.
Excellent, lovely. Damon and Cody, if Damon doesn't tick all the boxes for you, anyone that you guys want to thank for the performance tonight, for the success that you've enjoyed through the first half of the season on the way out?
I mean, just huge props to ZRW for putting in the work as well. Everyone at Eclipse for always backing us up. And 5-6 sim coaching and Lutsu drive performance for all the hot tips and tricks to get up to speed in the GT3 car. So, and yeah, we'll come back stronger for the next one, mate.
Indeed, you will. Cody, anything to add to that, mate?
Yeah, shout out to the Sim Speed and all the fellas behind that. Doing a really good job. Shout out to the commentators. Awesome job as always. Love the enthusiasm. Yeah, just honestly a good race. So, yeah, happy with that.
All right, mate. Very nicely done. Congratulations, boys. Well done. Enjoy the spoils. Look forward to seeing you in 7 weeks' time when we get to Le Mans. Rest up. Go well.
Cheers, boys.
See you later, fellas. Have a good one.
Okay, I'm going to catch my breath. Scotty Rankin is going to bring in our second place runners tonight. Of course, Byron Pierce and Marino Morella. What a great run from these guys, Scotty.
Whoop, sorry. Yeah, no, they have done a great job. And
I love
to
live
be there,
broadcasting at 5 minutes to midnight. Great.
yeah, I'm unfortunately my dog has barely beat me to the back door and caused some issues. I was just attempting to clean up nice and quickly. For Byron Pierce and Maria Morella, I mean, change your car, change your tyre compound, change of aerodynamics. That's nearly fallen in your favour. The car was quick tonight. It was quick at all the right points.
Gotta love the Ford.
In terms of the pace, looking forward to the rest of the season, I mean, we can go now from Spa. We're moving across to Le Mans. That car certainly showed itself to be nice and quick and pointing in a straight line. Are you feeling confident in sticking with the Mustang?
Yeah, no, I'm fully confident in the Mustang. If I could run it the entire season, I probably would. I don't know how it would go at Le Mans, but we'll find out closer to the date.
In terms of the remaining challenge left in terms of the championship as well, we've got Bathurst coming our way at the back end. I mean, like we said, new tire model. I think the biggest thing that everyone's looking at is just bringing the tyres in. Was the car a little bit on edge on those cold tyres? Was balancing it a problem? Because we saw the rest of the Mustangs really have major issues just bringing the tyre in.
Yeah, mainly through the middle of the track, it was a struggle. Like it would understeer through half the corners, and the rear would want to go, especially through Pouon. I had to go so much slower than the McLarens through there. Even on warm tyres, it just didn't have the grip. But as for the race cold tyres, I was able to bring them in fine. I was able to go flat through Eau Rouge and Blanchimont fine on the first lap. But qualifying is a different story. Just they haven't really got a clue what to do there.
Well, finally, boys, I'll leave the floor all yours to give the thank yous to the sponsors that make it possible for you, and congratulations on P2 here tonight.
Thank you. Thanks to P1 Docs for the setup. It was mighty nice when it got colder at the end.
And big thank you to the rest of the team, the rest of the OTD Sport team, and everyone of our competitors who raced here tonight. It was really good fun to be out there with some awesome boys. So thanks very much.
Well done, boys. Congratulations. I'll pick it up at this end and let Scott catch his breath. Byron, Marino, well done. Great work, boys. Great to see a Mustang on the podium, I think, for the first time this season in the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series. We'll bring our third place getters in now, if we can, please, Jay. We'll hear from Harrison Lillis and Sam Blacklock in just a moment. Two blokes that are no stranger to having a yarn with me, but it's normally after a GSRC outing, not a GT Pro. Orbit Drop Bear on the podium, and the first time this season that has been the case. Jesus, boys, what a night at the office, eh? What a night that was. Harrison, let's start with you. you wouldn't have been able to believe your luck when you came out there as the race leader after the last pit stop, considering that we saw the strategy play, the gamesmanship between you and the Eclipse boys, and you wouldn't have known until someone got in your ear to tell you that they'd made contact at La Source, and that gifted you the free kick that you needed to lead the field back to green for the final restart. Unfortunately, not able to keep them at bay, but at least you had the chance to lead the field to green to what was the final restart.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Best surprise ever, to be honest. Yeah, the boys just lit up on the voice chat. I saw the relative on my overlays. I was like, oh my God, this is real. I'm actually going to be in the lead. Obviously, those two top Eclipse cars, they just had insane pace as usual. Those guys are rapid. They figured something out with the car and the technique, and they just get it perfect every time. So obviously, it was sort of going to be a case of when, not if, they got back past. I was also going to give them my all, but it didn't take very long going up Eau Rouge. I just did not have the confidence to pin it on the first restart. And yeah, no, it was a great race, especially with Byron Pierce there as well in the Mustang. A bit of a front engine battle there. So yeah, no, it was a great race and awesome to be up the front.
Now, a couple of weeks ago, you guys hadn't yet had the chance to get your head around the new GT Pro makeover, the facelift that iRacing had given these cars. It's amazing what a couple of weeks difference makes when you've had the chance to reacquaint yourself and refamiliarize yourself and retrain yourself, mate.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was really difficult for me, to be honest, because I was actually going away on holiday basically immediately after the build. So right out the gate, I was sort of 3 or 4 days behind everybody. And obviously, that doesn't sort of feel like much, but it kind of is. Everyone's sort of like making steps towards figuring out the car, and you're sort of just hanging around, not really sort of getting a feel for it. But yeah, honestly, still GT3s haven't been the biggest thing on my radar. Obviously, very keen to get back to the pace I was before the change. But yeah, it was really sort of vindicating this afternoon to know that that pace is back. I think it was sort of really unnerving. There's obviously all the quick guys here in Oz that race here at the front, and in the qualifying I was 12th and I wasn't sure. But yeah, the race pace came through, and yeah, it was really sort of reassuring to know that I guess we're back.
By the way, congratulations on wrapping up that GSRC GT3 Pro Series championship, by the way. Hopefully, because we didn't get a chance to do the post-race championship interview because you retired on lap 1 at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, it wasn't a great night.
No, it wasn't, but I hope you're coming back to defend the title.
Yeah, I'll be giving it a go for sure. Definitely be back. Been having a chat with a few of the lads from the other teams, and yeah, sort of asking me what car I'm going to pick. I'm like, probably the Beamer, but I don't know. Like, we'll see. It's going to be a fun season for sure.
Indeed. Let's go back to matters at hand here, and that was the last 3 hours at Spa, mate. Topsy-turvy sort of night. As we said, the highlight being that you had the lead there going into the final stint. Cracking scrap with Byron Pierce, of course, but the defence that Byron Phillips put up, keeping his teammate safeguarded from you two, that was race-defining, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course. Like, it was... you obviously sort of always know there's going to be team tactics, and the defense was obviously always going to happen, but it was it all played out fair. I guess surprisingly, you know, like the moments like this sort of sometimes can boil over. So now I was just happy to get out of it with a good result. One thing, but also everyone sort of comes out clean enough. So yeah, fantastic afternoon.
I'm getting some chatter here from the boys with regards to the Caribbean Calypso, the second test and the continuation of that. So I'll go around the grounds as soon as we're done having a chat to you two before we get off air, by the way. There's still more to come in this post-race show. Don't worry about that, folks. Harry, the other point is, I guess, the general pace of the night. There was plenty of pace there. There was plenty of time in the track. The pace of, you know, the green flag runs was relentless. It was intense, but it ended up just being a night where we had predominantly a series of short sprints with the race so heavily compromised by the intervention and the deployment of the safety car. We probably didn't see that many safety car periods coming tonight. If we get that many at Le Mans, it's going to be a very long night. But in saying that, how did the ever-evolving, changing narrative of this race impact you guys and the way you went about your strategy and your business?
Yeah, I mean, you obviously just sort of play it by ear. The strategy side was all Sam Sutton. He was just an insane spotter, so he's sort of the brains of the plays to make there. But I guess, yeah, the track evolution was definitely pretty insane. Like, it got very quick there at the end. You're obviously sort of getting a feel for the car as well. The good thing about the tires here, it doesn't really feel like they're wearing all that much, just because as the fuel comes down, the car pace just sort of comes up naturally as well. As the tire wear goes away. So I mean, I think you obviously got to play it by ear, but with the safety car, you got to play with the cards you dealt, and we did that pretty well tonight.
And the role your teammate Sonny Blacklock played cannot go understated either. We'll bring him in. Stay with me, Harry. Coming back to you in a moment. Sam, good evening. Or actually, no, sorry. Good morning to you. 4 past midnight. There we go. Well done. Great performance. The first time that we've seen the Orbit Drop Bear stable on the podium this season, mate. A great drive from you and Harry on a night where just surviving was an achievement. It was intense. It was relentless. So many people come unstuck and tripped up tonight. The attrition rate, the highest we've seen all season. You had to be in it to win it. You guys got to the final 20 minutes. Harrison led the field back to green. You're sitting on, obviously helpless because he's bringing the car home, but you played a great role in keeping you guys in the hunt right throughout your stint as well, mate. Talk us through it. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. Honestly, what an awesome experience to be able to team up with Harry. My main competitor towards the end of that last GSRC season. Late call up, I guess. But honestly, just super stoked with the result. I definitely didn't expect this. I knew we'd be sort of, around the 10 somewhere, hopefully a bit better. But this result is just insanely awesome for the team, and both of us as well. And my job tonight was just to give the car to Harry in a good spot. No damage or anything like that. And I think I surprised myself a bit, had some good pace, led some laps as well, just with the way the strategy worked. And it's just so rewarding to spend 3 hours here, an hour and a half for myself in the car, and to come home with the podium is just, I think the only word to describe it's just awesome.
And a pivotal moment for you guys as well, because to be fair, the first 2 rounds of this series hadn't necessarily gone the team's way. To bag a podium result, that's a huge confidence and momentum changer and booster for you guys going into the second half of the season.
Yeah, exactly. And, maybe all it took was just to add a supercars wobbler in, or I don't know. I don't think I did that much tonight, but I'm almost shocked. It's, like I said, over at GSRC, GT's never really been my thing. I just try and jump in and have a bit of fun, and, to get in and be reasonably competitive. Obviously learning off Harry and stuff like that. It's super. It's just awesome. And I had a really, really great time racing. Obviously, Harry's already reflected on Sutton, our race engineer. He does a phenomenal job at pretty much everything he does. So, it's just a massive thanks to the whole team. Especially going into this round, it wasn't just me and Harry mucking around with setup stuff. There were other people getting involved, and that's as a team what you want, and it's just awesome.
Stay with me, mate. Harry, back to you. Obviously, Sam's done enough to earn a callback, I reckon, for Le Mans next time round, but we'll get to that in a moment. Talk me through what this means for the team at large, mate, because you look at how competitive this series is. You look at the ERT squad, you look at Eclipse, you look at so many others that you're going toe-to-toe with, and the fact that you're now there matching it with them, going punch for punch with them. How much work has to go in between now and Le Mans for you to be able to eclipse them, if you'll pardon the pun, and get to the top of the summit?
I will very barely pardon that pun, but yes, it's obviously it's probably the biggest thing about this whole result tonight is the mental for the whole team. Just sort of knowing that we are capable of results like this. You know, Spa is such a technical track, and a lot happened tonight. Sort of maybe that went our way, but the pace wise was insane. Obviously, Sam did a mega job with even some adversity at the start of the stint. You know, we sort of got very lucky for the car not to be damaged, but he just did exactly the role he needed to do. His pace was great. Gave me the car in a good spot, and I sort of love a chase as well. So when there's sort of something in front of me, I just love to get in the car and chase some people down. So yeah, I had a really sort of good time tonight, and I guess moving forward, it's really good to know that our pace is there and it can be moving forward.
All right, quickly from the pair of you, thoughts on the Circuit de la Sarthe, Le Mans, and the challenges that await there. Given the challenges we've had at Spa, we're going to an equally as notorious circuit and a high-risk one at that as well, because it does bite hard if you get it wrong as well.
Yeah, hate it in GT3. Personally, I don't know about Sam, but love it in my prototypes. But yeah, just snooze fest in GT3 for me, I think.
Fair enough.
I'd agree with that. I don't mind too much driving the GT3 around there. Good point. But driving the GTP during the majors Le Mans 24 really opened my eyes up to that sort of world, and I would definitely take that over GT. But I guess we'll see how our car lineup's looking for Le Mans, and if it's me in the car again, I'm all ears.
All right, on that subject, who do you guys want to thank before we let you go early on a Saturday morning? Harry?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I was caught up in my phone. I'm getting some drive-bys in the YouTube chat that I'm just getting caught up on here.
Do not doubt that. I know what you two are like and what your team's like, more to the point.
Yeah, but obviously big thanks to everyone at the team. There's so much work. Like Sam said before, like everybody was throwing stuff at the car for the past couple of weeks, figuring this thing out, and so many different iterations and trial and error, and eventually we've got a car that's pretty handy. So yeah, we'll obviously big thanks to everyone at the team, and we'll see if we can keep producing results like this that we deserve.
Sammy Blacklock, anyone you want to thank on the way out?
Just a big shout out to our sponsors, Revolution Race Gear and iLiveries. They obviously make our cars look pretty awesome, especially these GT cars. So big thanks to them. And also just a big thanks to my girlfriend for letting me race tonight and get on the beers. So
yeah.
Well done, you boys. Got the signed permission slip. Well played. And secondly, I was going to say I would be having happy hour beers as well right now if I were you two, considering the result tonight. So well done on that. I no doubt we'll see you both at some point next week on the platforms of the GSRC as well. Well done. Enjoy the spoils. See you at Le Mans.
Thanks, guys. Thanks to the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks, guys. See you.
And on that very subject, before we get some final thoughts from Scott Rankin, there is the next round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, round 4, the Circuit de la Sarthe at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the spiritual home of the twice round the clock classic, of course, that was held in the real world only a couple of months ago, or a couple of weeks ago, in fact. 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Make note of that. Friday, the 22nd of August. It'll be our last pre-daylight saving round of the campaign. So it'll be nice to be progressive and civilized for at least one more occasion this season. 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, the 22nd of August. And Scott, you mentioned July 16, the next time that we go around as far as the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercar Series is concerned. I believe you said Road America.
Heading off into stateside, I believe, for the next round of the supercars. It is Road America indeed on July the 16th. Sprint race formats, not super sprints that we've seen, all the Enduros, which are still yet to come. But off to Le Mans for the next round as well. There is some pre-data on the new tyre model as well for Le Mans in terms of GTs, and I'm expecting to see as many McLarens as we saw in the field tonight, if not more. Then again, that Job Stewart Chevy was rather quick at points in time, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. And by the way, folks, I am teaming up with the boys again. I'm joining them for the 1000 on the subject of the Supercar Enduros a little bit later on the season. I'm very much looking forward to doing so. We won't bother with championship points tonight, ladies and gentlemen, given how provisional everything is at the moment. But there it is, Wednesday, July 16. So Wednesday this week, State of Origin decider. Next week, boys, bringing you Supercars. Wednesday, July 16, coverage 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Thanks to the Gamesman, thanks to Logitech, thanks to OG Gear, thanks to Playseat, thanks to Speed Cafe, thanks to SimSpeed, thanks to the Australian Sim Racing Group as well. Final thoughts from you, Scotty Rankin, before I wrap it up and send us home.
Just madness, utter madness from Spa. It's supposed to be a spa vacation. Instead, it's turned into a steward's nightmare, really. Look, lot to look at. New tire model was a shock to a lot of people and a lot of issues with hanging onto those cars. And yep, GT3 racing got a lot more exciting, which I'm looking forward for.
Indeed, they did. I'm having a look around to see if our race control channel is still fully operational tonight. They might have knocked off and said, look, we'll reconvene tomorrow. Very nicely done. Thanks to Jay Kennedy. Thanks to Scott Rankin. We do appreciate their company, their work, their efforts as always. If you are a cricket fan, Disney Plus, ESPN, KO, all those platforms. The West Indies 1 for 20 through 5 overs in response to Australia's 286 earlier tonight. The AFL dominated by Collingwood over Carlton and GWS over West Coast. The NRLW won by the Bulldogs over the Knights, and the Broncos getting the job done over the Bulldogs in the NRL. Wimbledon continuing as well. Plenty of other sport of the non-motorsport variety happening right throughout the course of the night and the weekend as well. But all eyes, of course, on Formula One Sunday night, IndyCar and NASCAR Monday morning as well. And here at the Grenfell Kart Club throughout the course of the weekend, round 4 of the Dunlop Kart Stars Series for Karting New South Wales. On that subject, we say goodbye to you on a night of high drama in the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. We say a very big thank you to you for your company. We sincerely hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. We say a sincere thank you to the Grenfell Kart Club for housing us this evening, for facilitating the broadcast, for ensuring that we'd be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, 1 down and 2 to come tomorrow with the 2 days of racing out here, or later today, in fact. So we're looking forward to that immensely. On that subject, I should probably go and get some sleep. A night of high drama here that is not done yet to get us to the halfway mark of the inaugural Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Eclipse Sim Sport, the dominant force throughout the course of the season, but we're seeing signs that some of the other teams are going to be there to make them earn their keep throughout the second half of the campaign. On behalf of Jay Kennedy, Scott Rankin, the entire broadcast commentary and production team here for SimSpeed and the Australian Sim Racing Group, I'm Zach Caban. Until we see you for, firstly, the Supercars from Road America on the 16th, and then on the 22nd of August from the Circuit de la Sarre for the second half of the season to get underway here. We say have a great weekend, have a great morning. Until next time, it's bye for now.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we've created, that's got a very specific button set, but you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. Very often, once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In the sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's just say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.
Hi, my name's Courtney Prince and last year I competed in Porsche Carrera Cup with BWT. Today I've been on the sims with the OG race gear. I love the new gloves, they're really breathable and awesome so you don't get sweaty hands using your normal race gloves on the sim. The socks are also really good, you don't get sore feet on the sim. I also think in training they'll be really handy as well.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.